That early morning, I was woken by my parents' voices. Dad said, "Your oldest brother's dead set on marrying Wang Xiaoling from the next village over. I've talked myself blue in the face, and he won't listen. That Wang Xiaoling, everybody in the village knows what kind of girl she is. Flaunting that pretty face of hers, leading boys on left and right. And now she's gone around saying she'll marry whoever can come up with the 3 rounds and 1 sound, plus 500 yuan in bride price." Mom sighed. Who around here can scrape together 500 yuan and the 3 rounds and 1 sound these days? She must think everybody's a fool. That's why all those other boys kept their mouths shut and went on living their lives. It's just our oldest, stubborn as a mule, won't marry anyone but her. Says if he's got no money, he'll go hunting up in the mountains to earn it himself. Him? Hunting? He can't even manage the fieldwork straight, and after picking up a few tricks from old Zhang, he thinks he's ready for the mountains? The Daxing Mountains are full of danger. He'll get himself killed. So what do we do? If he really goes and marries her, we'll have no choice but to borrow money. Borrow money? Are you out of your mind? Our third one needs money for school. Her grades are so good, she'll make it into high school no problem. And the second one's off in town learning to cook. Once he opens a restaurant someday, aren't we going to have to help him out? I lay on the Kong, listening, my head in a daze. Didn't I die? How am I still alive? I opened my eyes and stared blankly around me. This wasn't a hospital room. I instinctively went to prop myself up and suddenly realized, my legs, they could move. My legs are healed. I couldn't believe it. I felt them, pinched them over and over, then just climbed down off the Kong and took a couple of steps. It was all too real. I grabbed the little mirror by the bed and looked. It wasn't the 62-year-old face I knew. It was me as a young man. And hearing my parents fretting outside, it all suddenly made sense. I'd gone back to 1984, to the year I was 21, to the day that ruined the rest of my life. Back then, to earn the bride price to marry Wang Xiaoling, I wouldn't listen to anyone. I grabbed a hatchet, took Big Black along, and 1 man and 1 dog headed deep into the mountains. I didn't catch a single pheasant or rabbit. Instead, I ran into a rabid wild boar. It broke both my legs, and from then on I was bedridden. I lay there for over 40 years. And in lying there, I dragged my whole family down with me. The shock wore my parents down. Their health kept declining, and within a few years they were gone. My second brother, Zhao Eru, was a talented cook. He could have followed his teacher to a big city and opened a restaurant. Instead, he stayed behind to take care of me and didn't get his shot at a decent life until he was well into his 40s. My little sister, Zhao Xiaofeng, had it even worse. She got into the county high school but gave up her studies, came home, ran a little business, and never really made anything of her life. But the one I felt most guilty about was Zhang Fengling, the daughter of the uncle Zhang who taught me to hunt. Such a wonderful girl. And of all people, she had to fall for an ungrateful fool like me. During those years I was paralyzed. She took care of me with the tenderest attention, but I stayed sunk in my own misery and never once responded to her. In the end, she married someone in another place, and we lost touch. It was years later that I learned she died in an accident. Dad, Mom, Eru, Xiaofeng, and Fengling. I let you all down. I wiped away my tears, pushed open the door, and walked outside. The second my old man, Zhao Yuquan, saw me, he laid right into me. "You really planning to marry Wang Xiaoling, boy? Let me say this straight up. There's no money in this house, so don't even think about borrowing any. If I find out you've gone and borrowed money behind my back, then from this day on you're no son of mine." He was truly furious. In all these years, he'd never said anything so harsh to me. My mother, Zheng Yinhua, came over to plead too. "Son, listen to your mother just this once. That Wang Xiaoling girl is more than our family can afford. And don't go getting ideas about hunting in the mountains. It's dangerous up there. Even veteran hunters get hurt when they let their guard down for a moment. You just settle down and farm and live out a quiet, steady life. If you really want a wife, there are plenty of good girls in the village. There's no need to spend all that money." I knew she was hoping I'd wake up this morning having come to my senses. But the two of them, one boiling with anger, the other pleading earnestly, had guessed at my attitude 100 different ways. The only thing they never guessed was, I threw my arms around them both, my voice trembling a little. "Dad, Mom, I'm not marrying Wang Xiaoling. I want to take good care of you and look after you in your old age." They both froze on the spot. "Son, do you mean it? You're really not marrying her?" Mom asked, testing me. "Yeah, not marrying her. I'll stay home and live a good life right here with you too." I said it with all my heart, but landing in my old man's ears, the meaning came out twisted. He shoved me away. "What kind of nonsense is that? You won't marry, so you plan to stay a bachelor your whole life, just to spite us." Mom caught on too. She thought I was playing hard to get. Since they wouldn't let me marry Wang Xiaoling, I'd just give up on everything and grow old alone. Was there ever a better way to infuriate your parents? I hurried to explain. "Mom, Dad, that's not what I mean. I said I'd look after you in your old age. I never said I'd stay a bachelor. Having been reborn, I was so overjoyed that everything coming out of my mouth was a complete 180 from before. No wonder it sounded off to them. Once I said it straight like that, their faces finally softened. My old man said, "Young as you are, instead of hurrying to start a family and make something of yourself, all you talk about is looking after us. If you really want to be a good son, find someone, get married, have kids. While your mother and I still have some life left in us, we can help you raise them." Mom chimed in. "Your dad's right. Since you're not marrying Wang Xiaoling, I'll scout out a few suitable girls for you over the next few days." The moment she mentioned scouting for a match, Zhang Fengling's face popped into my head. I shook my head. No rush finding a match. Let me eat first. I'm hungry. I went into the kitchen, ladled myself a bowl of coarse corn porridge, and grabbed a cornmeal bun. But after just a couple of bites, I couldn't take it. In my past life, I'd lived to 62, all the way to 2026, and I'd long since stopped eating this rough, coarse grain. Seeing how miserable I looked, Mom's face twitched, and she pulled Dad back into their room to mutter about it. After eating, I stepped out the courtyard gate. Feeling this young, whole body of mine, and the air of 40-some years ago, I felt refreshed and clear-headed. The harvest had just finished, so there was no work in the fields. I decided to go out and have a good look around. The second I stepped out, a black shadow came shooting toward me, lunging straight at me. Big Black. I recognized him at once and shouted out in excitement. In my past life, if Big Black hadn't fought to protect his master, I'd have died in those mountains long ago. I'd never have made it through the 40-some years that followed. Big Black pounced up to me and nuzzled his head affectionately against my leg. I crouched down and stroked his head. Good dog, good dog. And in that very moment, ding, bond detected between host and loyal dog from past life. Beast Soul System successfully activated. Beast Soul System loading complete. Beast Souls generated. Big Black, Second Black, Big White, Big Yellow, Wonkai, Laifu, Grey, Beanie, Furball, Chaisengda. By spending Beast Soul points, you may text cuts off here, the Beast. Transplant a soul into another animal's body to complete a Beast Soul rebirth. Once reborn, the Beast Soul is completely at the host's command, capable of telepathic communication and shared vision. Capturing prey grants Beast Soul points. Current Beast Soul points, 0. Detected, original body of Big Blackie. The Beast Soul will automatically bond with it. No Beast Soul points required. Reconstructing memories. Reconstruction complete. Next Beast Soul rebirth will cost 100 points. Line after line of text floated across a translucent blue panel. Then, a flood of memories poured into Big Blackie's body. In an instant, it gained several years' worth of future memories, as if it had been reborn right alongside me. I crouched on the ground, my head buzzing. I never expected that one pat on Big Blackie would activate a system. In my past life, during those years I lay paralyzed in bed, I listened to novels on the smartphone my family bought me, especially on tomato novels. So I was no stranger to this whole system thing. It's the classic perk for the reborn. But I never in a million years thought this kind of luck would actually land on me, and that it would bring back all 10 dogs I'd raised in my past life, all in the form of beast souls. In other words, as long as I hunted hard enough and revived every beast soul in the system, I could have up to 10 beast servants sharing my vision. This was way too awesome. The moment Big Blackie's memory reconstruction finished, it barked excitedly. I instantly understood what it meant. It had found something good. In my past life, it was only after I got seriously injured that Big Blackie truly started roaming the mountains, occasionally bringing back a wild chicken or a rabbit. And now it was about to cash in on the future. I didn't hesitate. I turned and went back to the yard to grab a hatchet, a big burlap sack, some rope, and dug out the slingshot I'd played with as a kid. Tossing out a few words, I headed out the door. Meanwhile, my dad, Zhao Yuquan, and my mom, Zheng Yinhua, were still muttering inside the house, wondering whether their son had really turned over a new leaf or was just pulling some kind of trick on them. Hearing that I was heading out, my mom hurried out to check on the situation, but by the time she reached the yard gate, I was long gone. She took a couple more steps out and grabbed a snot-nosed little boy playing with pebbles by the roadside. "Stone, have you seen your big brother Long?" "Yeah, I saw him. Big brother Long went that way with Big Blackie." Stone pointed toward Daxing Mountain. My mom tensed up immediately. "He really went toward Daxing Mountain? You sure you didn't see wrong?" "Nope, didn't see wrong. Big brother Long had a knife and was carrying a sack too." Stone gave a sniffle and went back to playing with his pebbles. My mom's mind buzzed. Heading into the mountains with a knife, a sack, and Big Blackie? Wasn't that hunting? "Zhao Dalong, you little rascal, playing mind games with your own parents, huh?" She rushed back into the yard and shouted, "Old man, we've got trouble. That good-for-nothing eldest son of ours went into the mountains to hunt." 20 minutes later, Big Blackie pawed at a pile of grass a few times and dug out a 1 yuan bill. Actually, Following behind Big Blackie the whole way, I'd already picked up quite a bit of money. 1 fun and 5 fun coins, 1 jiao and 2 jiao bills, adding up to a total of 2 yuan and 25 fun. Well, I thought Big Blackie brought me here to hunt, but it turned out it was leading me on a money-collecting trip. The money was filthy, so it must have been lying there for a while. I hesitated for a second, then wiped off the dirt and stuffed it into my pocket anyway. Big Blackie, nicely done. Any more money around here? Big Blackie thought for a moment, then gave a soft little woof, meaning there wasn't any more. Thanks to the system's telepathic communication feature, I understood its meaning right away. Come on, let's head into the mountains. Big Blackie wagged its tail excitedly, turned around, and headed for the outskirts of Daxing Mountain. This time we deliberately avoided the direction where that crazed wild boar might show up. Before long, Big Blackie led me to a wild chicken nest. I didn't rush in. I hid and observed for a while first, and only after confirming there were no wild chickens around did I go forward and open up the nest. Inside were a few wild chicken eggs. I only took 2, then gently put everything back and set up 3 simple rope snare traps around the nest. After finishing that, I followed Big Blackie and found 2 more wild chicken nests, again taking only 2 eggs and setting up traps each time. Next, Big Blackie led me to a rabbit hole. Through the shared vision, I could clearly see a white-furred rabbit inside. Hold on, don't rush. Let me block up the other exits first. Even though I'd never hunted before, I'd watched plenty of wilderness survival and mountain foraging videos in my past life, so I had a general idea of how to catch a rabbit. It all boiled down to 4 words: surround, chase, block, and intercept. Big Blackie understood and waited patiently. I used rocks to block the extra exits, leaving only 2. One for poking a stick in to drive the rabbit out, and the other for Big Blackie to guard. Soon enough, a white-furred rabbit darted out. I tried activating the shared vision, and the next second, it was as if I'd become Big Blackie, lunging forward to pin the rabbit down and carrying it back in my mouth. To my surprise, the whole image was crystal clear, not blurry at all. You'd think a dog's eyesight would be pretty lousy. I figured the system must have enhanced Big Blackie's vision. But after a few more seconds, a wave of dizziness washed over me. Damn, all that shaking makes me want to puke. I quickly switched off the shared vision, rubbed my head, took the rabbit, and stuffed it into the sack, weighing it down with a rock. Then I kept poking into the hole. After waiting a while with no movement, I confirmed this was a single rabbit hole. White-furred rabbits are snow hares. They live alone, generally 1 rabbit per hole. Only during breeding season, or when a mother rabbit is caring for her young, would 2 share a hole. I moved the rocks aside and tied up the rabbit with rope. Ding! Captured 1 adult male snow hare. Gained 2 beast soul points. This was the first time the system awarded beast soul points. There'd been no notification earlier when Big Blackie caught the rabbit or when I stuffed it into the sack. Did the prey have to be tied up before it counted as a successful capture? I mulled over this mechanic for a bit, then continued sweeping through the mountains with Big Blackie. 1 man and 1 dog, working together in perfect harmony. I gradually got used to the shared vision too, and after a good long while, I finally learned to adjust it to be like watching a security monitor, able to keep an eye on the prey without making myself dizzy. Soon the sack held 5 adult white-furred rabbits, worth 10 beast soul points in total. Actually, I'd caught 7, but 2 were female rabbits, so I let them go. Rabbits breed fast. Let a female go, and by next year the mountains will be full of rabbits again. You live off the land you're given. It's not a famine year now. With the household responsibility system, everyone has enough to eat, so there's no need to wipe them all out. After catching the rabbits, I checked the time. It was almost noon. I headed back the way I came to those 3 wild chicken nests. Still no sight of any wild chickens. Looks like I brought the slingshot for nothing. But the traps at the first 2 nests. The traps had caught 1 and 2 pheasants respectively. There was another trap that had actually caught something too, but the thick branch it was tied to got yanked off. The pheasant took off with the rope and vanished without a trace. Looks like I've still got a lot to learn from Uncle Zhang about hunting. I undid the traps, tied up the pheasants, and stuffed them into my bag. Ding! Captured 3 adult male ring-necked pheasants. Gained 6 beast soul points. Current beast soul points, 16. Reborn beast soul, Big Blackie. Beast souls awaiting rebirth. Second Blackie, Big Whitey, Big Yellow, Lucky, Fortune, Grey, Beanie, Furball, Chisong. I nodded, satisfied. For a newbie like me, bagging 6 pheasant eggs, 3 pheasants, and 5 white rabbits in one morning was a huge haul. Big Blackie, come on, let's head home. Back at the Zhao family courtyard, my parents were frantic. Old Zhang, what are we going to do if we can't find Dalong? A lean, capable middle-aged man in the yard took a few puffs from his pipe. Big Blackie's a good dog. With him around, the boy should be fine. I checked the east side this morning and didn't find him. I'll go check the west side in a bit. As long as Dalong doesn't head into the deep mountains, it shouldn't be a big problem. The one speaking was Zhang Jingguo, a well-known old hunter in the village and the master who taught me how to hunt. He'd always been on good terms with my family. The moment my mother found out I'd gone into the mountains this morning, she rushed to talk it over with my father and eventually ran to the Zhang household to ask for help going into search. Normally, hunters don't rush into the mountains to look for someone unless they've been out of contact for a long time or someone comes back with bad news. But since I scored a 0 in practical skills and my parents doted on me, they had no choice but to ask for help. Then I'll trouble you to make another trip this afternoon, Zhengguo. I'll go make lunch now. With that, my mother went into the kitchen. It's common to keep someone for a meal when you've asked them for a favor, so Zhang Jingguo didn't refuse. My father let out a cold snort. When he gets back, I'm gonna break his legs. Then he too pulled out his pipe and started puffing away. He was furious. Didn't he know exactly what his own son was capable of? Every year someone got hurt hunting in these Daxing Mountains. If you had bad luck and ran into something big, you'd end up dead or crippled. The eldest boy was truly a source of worry. Why couldn't he take after his younger brother and sister? Just then, Big Blackie and I strolled into our own courtyard with a swagger like we owned the place. Huh, Uncle Zhang, what are you doing here? The words had barely left my mouth when a stick came whipping toward me. Thankfully, with shared vision, I twisted away just in time. Dad, what are you hitting me for? What am I hitting you for? You don't know what you did? And you've got the nerve to dodge? Get over here. I promise I won't break your legs. My father charged at me, stick raised, looking every bit menacing. I didn't believe a word of it. The two of us played chase around the yard, and my mother came out when she heard the commotion. Seeing that I'd made it home, she was both happy and angry. Happy that I was safe. Angry that I hadn't dropped dead out there and instead had the audacity to come back and drive them up the wall. Only Zhang Jingguo, sitting in his chair, kept staring at the bag in my hand. Dalong, what V you got in that bag? Did you catch some game? At those words, my father stopped in his tracks, panting as he looked at the bag. My mother turned to look too. The bag seemed to have something alive in it, still moving. Eldest, did you really catch some game? Seeing the situation cool down, I finally opened the bag and pulled out the pheasants and white rabbits one by one. Sure did. Worked my tail off in the mountains catching pheasants and rabbits, and the second I step into the yard, I get a good beating for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rabbits, 3 pheasants. Good heavens. Eldest, when did you learn to hunt? There's more in your pockets. 1, 2, 3, 6 pheasant eggs. As I pulled a few more eggs out of my pockets, my mother kept gasping in astonishment. My father was dumbfounded too. The eldest boy had actually developed a skill, catching game. It wasn't just my parents who couldn't take their eyes off it. Even Zhang Jingguo was floored. 5 rabbits and 3 pheasants was definitely a good haul. Old hunters like them spent all year in the mountains. With good luck, they might bag big game. But coming home empty-handed was just as common. Me, the eldest of the Zhao family, had only learned a few simple snare traps from him. And I caught this much? He knew full well that not a single hunter had come out of the Zhao family for generations. Could this kid be a natural? I gave a little chuckle and said to my mom, "It's all thanks to Big Blackie. He led me to these pheasants and rabbits. Then I used the snare traps Uncle Zhang taught me, and that's how I caught a few." Hearing this, my mother, Zheng Yinhua, sighed. "I knew it. There's no way you've got that kind of talent." So it was Big Blackie who found the nest. Though you did put your Uncle Zhang's techniques to use right off the bat. But don't go thinking that just because you caught a few pheasants, you can let it go to your head. The Daxing Mountains are dangerous. You're not to go wandering off, and especially don't head into the deep mountains. You hear me? I nodded. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. In my past life, it was precisely because I underestimated the dangers of hunting that I met such a miserable end. I've never forgotten it. Now that I've been given a second chance at life, I won't be reckless again. Seeing that I'd come back safe and hadn't gotten cocky about bagging game, my father, Zhao Yuquan, softened his expression considerably. Still, hunting in the mountains was no small matter. You couldn't count on being this lucky every time. Coming home empty was one thing, but if something went wrong, that'd be real trouble. My family had worked the land for generations. We had no hunting tradition. The second and third kids either learned a trade or hit the books, and my father never said a word about it. But somehow I'd gone down the path of hunting. My father thought it over, then turned his gaze to Uncle Zhang Jingguo and asked, "Old Zhang, neither of us knows anything about this hunting business. If Dalong wants to keep at it, do you think it could work?" At those words, my mother and I both pricked up our ears. Uncle Zhang took a drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled. Hunting in the Daxing Mountains, just poking around the outer edges, catching some pheasants and rabbits, that's no problem. But going into the deep mountains to hunt big game, you can't do that without someone to guide you. Dalong came to me before, we hit it off, and that's why I taught him a few tricks. But if we're talking about doing this long term, going into the deep mountains to hunt wild boar, sika deer, wolves, and the like. One dog alone won't cut it. He needs people, and he needs to take on a master. With that, he lowered his head and went back to puffing on his pipe. Hunting in the mountains, you can't get by on brute recklessness alone. Someone with no experience who doesn't have an old hunter to guide them is either walking to their death or wandering around aimlessly. And once you take on a master, that master takes on the responsibility of teaching his apprentice. From then on, you rise together and all are lost together. If you train up a good-for-nothing, the master loses face. And if something goes wrong out in the mountains, the master can't dodge the blame either. Seeing how awkward Uncle Zhang looked, my dad didn't push the matter. He'd never hunted a day in his life, but he understood these unspoken rules perfectly. All right, since you're back now, oldest boy, go help out in the kitchen. Your Uncle Zhang's staying for dinner. This morning your mom and I were worried sick something had happened to you, so we asked him to spend half the day looking for you up in the mountains. After hearing my dad out, I scratched my head, a little embarrassed. So that was it. Mom and Dad had been anxious and sent Uncle Zhang to find me. He'd searched all morning without any luck and was planning to head back up after eating. I quickly picked out the fattest pheasant from the pile and said to this man I'd already privately decided would be my master and future father-in-law. Perfect timing. This haul's not bad at all. I'll go kill one to treat you, Uncle Zhang. The kitchen soon buzzed with activity, and before long the smell of chicken wafted out. These days, sure, folks could eat their fill, but not every household could afford meat at every meal. Mostly, it was coarse grains. The dinner table still had cracked corn porridge, cornmeal buns, stewed potatoes, and a few small side dishes. But with a big pot of stewed chicken and scrambled eggs added, things looked completely different. The whole family ate until their mouths glistened with grease. Here, Uncle Zhang, this drumstick's for you. Thanks for teaching me those few snares. Without them, I'd never have caught these 3 pheasants. Mom, Dad, dig in too. If there's not enough, we'll kill another one tonight. Uncle Zhang took the drumstick and murmured a couple of polite words. But my parents' faces twitched. Our family didn't go hungry, sure, but we weren't well off enough to kill 2 chickens in one day. Looks like the oldest boy was still the same oldest boy. No sooner did he think he'd learned a skill than he started throwing money away. Still, they only thought this to themselves. With an outsider present, they had to save face. After dinner, I gathered up the chicken bones from the table and dumped them into Blackie's bowl. The organs from the slaughtered chicken had already gone into his belly, and now he was gnawing on the meaty bones, snorting and slurping away, eating like it was the best meal of his life. Well, since Dalong's fine, I'll head back. Uncle Zhang said his goodbyes to my parents and turned to leave. Old Zhang, don't rush off just yet. My mom called out, then lugged over a pheasant and a rabbit. Our own son's a bit of a screw-up, but at least he brought home something. Take this chicken and rabbit back with you. Don't think it's too little. Hey, I can't do that. Dalong worked hard to catch these, and I already ate a meal at your place at lunch. I can't go taking things home too. Uncle Zhang's tone was sincere. He wasn't the type to be greedy over a little game to begin with. His household wasn't short on food. The 2 families got along well, and helping look for someone hadn't cost him any real time. My dad walked over and shoved the chicken and rabbit right into his hands. Old Zhang, when I give you something, just take it. No need to be so polite with us. And don't feel obligated either. Nobody's forcing you to take my boy on as an apprentice. Seeing how firm my dad was, Uncle Zhang had no choice but to accept. Fine, I'll take them. As for the apprenticeship, we can talk about it later. If your Dalong wants to learn a few hunting tricks, I can still teach him a thing or two. What he meant was he could keep teaching me, just without the formal master-disciple title. The whole family was pleased. We chatted a bit more at the gate before seeing Uncle Zhang out of the yard. A moment later, as if suddenly remembering something, I grabbed another rabbit. 1 rabbit's too lonely, 2 are easier to raise. Mom, Dad, I'll take 1 more over. And with that, I headed out the gate. Why didn't he say so earlier? Now he's chasing after him. What does that look like? My dad kept shaking his head, but my mom seemed to be onto something. Old man, a rabbit's just for killing and eating. Who cares whether it's lonely or not? What's the oldest boy getting at? Getting at? How should I know? Maybe old Zhang raises rabbits. That's not right either. Old Zhang's not in the breeding business. Why would he keep a male rabbit? If he were raising them, he'd need a pair, unless. The couple exchanged a glance, both struck by the same thought. Could it be that old Zhang's daughter wanted to raise them? This oldest boy, he couldn't have taken a liking to the Zhang girl, could he? The 2 of them were suddenly baffled. One was Wang Xiaoling. The other was Zhang Fengling. Both had Ling in their names. It really was possible. Uncle Zhang, let me carry those for you. I caught up with him and took the chicken and rabbit from his hands. Uncle Zhang glanced at me. What, is 1 chicken and 1 rabbit gonna work your uncle to death? Haha, of course not. I'm just walking you home since it's on the way. Figured I'd pick up some more tips along the road. You little rascal, The road's not that long. What could you possibly learn? Just come to my place instead. I happen to not be heading into the mountains today. And say, why'd you bring another rabbit? I grinned sheepishly. Fengling's home, right? I heard her say she wanted to raise rabbits. One's hard to keep, two are better. Zhang Fengling was the classic country girl, the practical, homemaking type. She hadn't learned much hunting from her dad, but she kept the house in perfect order. Whenever Uncle Zhang came back with game, she often helped process it. She wanted to raise a few little critters several times, but they always ended up sold, so the family only kept a few laying hens. She really had said before that she wanted to raise rabbits. After all, rabbits are so cute. So my excuse was pretty reasonable. It wasn't a lie. Uncle Zhang nodded after hearing this and didn't think anything of it. Just as we stepped into the Zhang family's yard, a graceful figure came out. Dad, dinner's still warm on the stove. I'll go dish some up for you. It was Zhang Fengling. Earlier, when my parents asked Uncle Zhang to help search, they'd kept it quiet, and when he left he'd only said not to wait on him for lunch. Uncle Zhang said, no need. I already ate at your Aunt Zhang's place at lunch. Oh, Dalong came too. Only then did Zhang Fengling notice me. She greeted me as calmly as ever, but there was a hint of hard-to-detect delight in her voice. She knew I liked Wang Xiaoling, but the feelings she held for me deep down had never changed. She just kept them hidden. I couldn't help but stare, a little dazed. Right now I could clearly feel the warmth in her words, and not just warmth. She was so lovely to look at, too. In my past life, when I was young, I'd gone for the type like Wang Xiaoling, the melon-seed face, the slim figure. But decades later, after being steeped in all those short videos, I finally realized the curvy girl with an oval face, full in the front and back, is the best. And Zhang Fengling was exactly that type. In my past life, I really had been blind. These are the game Dalong caught this morning. He brought a few over for our family. Daughter, why are you leaving him standing there? Ah, Dalong, just make yourself at home. No need to be so formal. Zhang Fengling walked over openly to take the things, but I didn't react for a long moment. Dalong, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? A soft huh snapped me out of my daze. Oh, no. I was just thinking, this yard of yours is really huge. Yard? Isn't every yard like this? Zhang Fengling glanced around, looking puzzled. I didn't dare look at her again, afraid I'd lose my composure. I quickly held out the pheasant and the two rabbits. Here, Blackie and I caught these this morning. You've always wanted to raise rabbits, right? These two are for you. The moment she saw the rabbits, Zhang Fengling happily picked them up. Too bad they're both males. If they were a pair, we could breed baby rabbits. Dad, this time you'll let me keep them, right? Every rabbit you've caught before, you either sold or gave away. But these are from Dalong, so you're not allowed to sell them. Uncle Zhang said gruffly, do whatever you want. And what? The ones I sold before weren't worth money. You make it sound like your old man did something wrong. Fine. Next time I'll bring back 2 female rabbits for you to raise, okay? Zhang Fengling giggled. Dad, you're the best. That way I won't even have to wait for you to catch them. I'll have more rabbit meat than I can eat, and I can even fatten them up. Me? So you're raising them just to eat them yourself? Women really are a little terrifying. Faced with a choice between adorable and into the pot, she didn't hesitate to pick the latter. Zhang Fengling cheerfully carried off the chicken and rabbits, while Uncle Zhang dragged over 2 little stools in the yard. I quickly caught the hazel grouse that came flying at me. One look told me it had just fainted, so I immediately tied it up tight with a rope. I'll have to start from the beginning. The day before, I'd been sitting in Uncle Zhang Zhengwo's yard, listening to the old hunter share his experience. He said, the first step in hunting is tracking your prey. You've got Blackie, so that saves you a lot of trouble. But you still need to recognize the tracks. Pheasant prints look like little characters, rabbit prints look like plum blossoms, and roe deer prints look like willow leaves. There's an art to snaring pheasants and rabbits, too. Last time I taught you the single loop snare. There are also hanging snares, foot snares, chain snares. You can't go into the mountains without the right gear, either. I've got a spare gun, but you'll need to get a gun license first. Until then, use a knife, a wooden club, or whittle yourself a spear. For small game, a slingshot will do. But the most important thing is a hunting license. Without one, it's illegal poaching. As I listened, I reviewed everything I'd learned in my past life from TV and my phone. Combined with Uncle Zhang's hands-on teaching, I picked it up surprisingly fast and even ran through all the different snares myself. Uncle Zhang kept nodding as he watched. I wasn't worried about the hunting license. Everyone in my family has one. Who doesn't grab a wild pheasant or rabbit now and then? Plenty of people in the village have gotten the part farmer, part hunter license. You only need a professional permit to hunt large predators, and that was still way too early for me. Before we knew it, the two of us had been chatting until sunset. Uncle Zhang was amazed too. Just a few days ago it took him half a day to teach me a single loop snare, but today it was like something had clicked. Whatever he taught, I got it right away. Uncle Zhang's little sister, Fengling, invited me to stay for dinner, but I politely declined. No thanks, I should be heading home. I'll come back once I've bagged some game using the methods you taught me. On the way home, my heart felt at ease. I'd been reborn, and my parents, my second brother, my little sister, and Fengling were all doing well. There was still time for everything. With decades of life experience behind me, living a good life wouldn't be hard. And now I had the Beast Soul system. My gut told me this system still had a lot of untapped features. With the system's help, even as a rookie hunter, I'd soon be roaming the mountains and making big money. Then I'd bring Zhang Fengling home in style as my bride. The moment I stepped through the door, a crisp voice greeted me. Big brother, Mom said you caught all those wild pheasants and rabbits. Is that true? My little sister, Zhao Xiaofeng, bounced up in front of me, blinking her big eyes, looking completely unconvinced. I said offhandedly, of course it's true. Stop assuming your brother's useless. I just hadn't found the right approach before. Now that Uncle Zhang's teaching me, I'll soon be the village's rising star of a hunter. Rising star? Xiaofeng smirked. I never saw you get any decent grades in school, so where'd all this fancy talk come from? Ah, big brother, my head. I gave her a few knuckle raps on the forehead. She puffed out her cheeks, looking like she was about to cry. But I wasn't falling for it. I ignored her completely and walked toward the house. Sure enough, her expression changed, and she reached out to pinch me. That pinch-twist-tweak combo is a classic girl's move. Anyone who gets caught by it is in for some pain. As if I didn't know what she was up to, I dodged out of the way in a flash. The two of us, big and small, started horsing around in the yard. Mom, Zheng Yinhua, came out of the kitchen and scolded us with a laugh. You're both too old to be roughhousing. Go wash your hands and eat. Xiaofeng answered and shot me a look that said, just you wait. I took it with a smile, not the least bit scared. The feeling of a harmonious family, it was really nice. In my past life I'd been a good-for-nothing, but I'd always gotten along with my siblings. Even after my legs were crippled and I lay bedridden for decades, my family never abandoned me. At the dinner table, Xiaofeng reported her mock exam scores, top marks in every subject. The family clapped in celebration. She's 14 this year, in her third year of middle school in town, with the high school entrance exam next year. Doing well this time meant an even better shot at getting into the county high school. Dad, Zhao Yukuan, set down his bowl and said while rolling a cigarette, right now, the most promising one in this family is our youngest. You just study hard, don't worry about anything at home. Second son's in town apprenticing, learning a trade, though it's hard work. As for the oldest, just don't stir up any trouble, find yourself a wife, and settle down. Xiaofeng looked at us, puzzled. Didn't they say Big Brother was going to marry Wang Xiaoling from the next village over? The 3 turns and 1 sound plus 500 in betrothal money. Can our family afford that? Mom glanced at me. Oldest, that's your business. You explain it yourself. I spoke up. About marrying Wang Xiaoling. I had it all wrong. I'm not marrying her. And Mom, Dad, don't worry about finding me a wife. I'll find one myself. Not marrying Wang Xiaoling? Big brother, did I hear that right? Xiaofeng's eyes went wide with disbelief. I'd made a huge fuss at home over these past few days, and she knew it well. She'd only been at school for 1 day. How could she have imagined such a quick reversal? Seeing that Mom and Dad didn't say much, she finally believed I'd genuinely come to my senses. So, which girl has Big Brother got his eye on now? You don't even need Mom and Dad's help? Come on, tell me, MMPH. Eat your food. Kids shouldn't pry into grown-up business. I stuffed a cornmeal bun into her mouth, wolfed down a few bites of my own meal, and headed back to my room. Mom and Dad didn't press the matter either. It seemed their guesses from earlier that day had mostly been right. I've got my eye on the Zhang family's daughter. Old Zhang and his wife are good people, and we're close. Their girl Fengling is a real sweetheart. If I pick her, they'll be all for it. But since I've already made up my mind and don't want to spill the beans just yet, I'll let it ride. When the time's right, I'll send someone over to propose. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Zhao Xiaofeng slung her book bag over her shoulder and headed off to school. Our village is called Xiaoxi Village, 8 kilometers from the school in town, a 2-hour walk. Luckily, plenty of folks from the village head to the market to set up stalls, so she can usually hitch a ride, sometimes on an ox cart, sometimes on a tractor. I made a silent vow. Before I earn enough to marry a wife, I'd first buy a bicycle to take Xiaofeng to and from school. Ma, Pa, I'm heading into the mountains to look around. Those snares I set the other day might have caught something. Be careful, and don't go too deep, or your Uncle Zhang's going to have to come looking for you again. Don't worry. I packed some dry rations, a sharpened spear, and a bunch of tools. At a soft call, Blackie darted out and fell in behind me. With Blackie leading the way, I quickly found the last of the traps. Yesterday I'd found 3 pheasant nests. The first 2 paid off, the third came up empty. But this time, I'd snared 2 pheasants. One had struggled so hard there were feathers everywhere, yet it still hadn't broken free. Delighted, I hurried to stuff them into my bag. Ding. Captured 2 adult male ring-necked pheasants. Gained 4 beast soul points. Current beast soul points, 20. After that, it was just a repeat of yesterday. Blackie remembered plenty of rabbit burrows and pheasant nests on the outskirts of Daxing Mountain. Man and dog worked like we had a sixth sense, sweeping the nearby critters clean. 2 hours later, my bag had 10 more pheasants and 8 rabbits, netting me 36 beast soul points, even more efficient than yesterday morning. The reason was that I'd grown more and more familiar with the shared vision. I could even predict the movements of a pheasant taking flight and nail it dead on with my slingshot. I sat on the ground and did the math. I now had 56 beast soul points, still 44 short of reviving the next beast soul. I actually had my doubts about the system's beast soul transplants. Blackie's memory swap, that one I understood, since I'd brought it about. But the other 9 dogs hadn't even been born yet, and here they were, existing as beast souls inside the system. When the time came to transplant them into an animal, wasn't that basically body snatching? Were there limits on what animals could be used? Could I snatch the body of a tiger or a bear, or was I stuck with dogs? Just as I was drowning in 100,000 question marks, a surge of excitement came through from deep inside. It was Blackie. The emotion told me he'd found something good, and we couldn't make any rash moves. I looked over at Blackie. He was crouched low on a hillside. I didn't stand up. Instead, I immediately activated the shared vision. Through Blackie's eyes, on a flat clearing not far off, 15 hazel grouse were leisurely strolling about. Behind them stretched a Korean pine forest. Holy crap, flying dragons! I nearly shouted out loud. Dragon meat from the sky, donkey meat from the earth. These flying dragons were hazel grouse. Their meat was incredibly tender and rich in fat, stewed into soup without a single seasoning. It was still exquisitely delicious. It was the crown jewel of northeastern wild game, and back in the Qing dynasty, it was even tribute to the emperor. A single flying dragon barely weighs a pound, and it goes for about double the price of a pheasant. But if I could catch a few, that would be seriously impressive. My folks would look at me with new respect, and I'd be one step closer to being a real, seasoned hunter. My mind raced. Flying dragons are easier to catch in the forest. Right now they were out in the open, probably having wandered in by mistake. I lowered my body and slowly circled into the Korean pine forest, pulling out all my rope and weaving them one by one. Chain snares, hanging snares, foot snares, single loop snares, laying out a carpet of traps. Only when I'd run out of rope did I move to the other side and send Blackie a mental command: drive them in. Woof, woof, woof. Blackie shot out from the hillside, letting out 3 sharp barks in a row and lunging at the flock like a savage beast. The moment they saw him, the flying dragons scattered in a panicked frenzy, shrieking as they fled. Blackie gave relentless chase. Thanks to the head start and his deliberate herding, the flock funneled into the Korean pine forest along the intended route, rushing straight for the traps. But I was a rookie after all, with little experience catching flying dragons. I'd assumed they were like pheasants and that ground snares would be enough. In reality, a flying dragon just needs a short burst and a glide to get away. Ground snares were useless against them. And with too few hanging snares, the flock blew right past the first line of traps, and I didn't catch a single one. I could have kicked myself, but there was no time for regret. Using the shared vision, I whipped out my slingshot and fired shot after shot, finally hitting one. I rushed over and tied it up with a short rope. Ding! Congratulations! Host has captured 1 adult male hazel grouse, gained 5 beast soul points. Whoa! Flying dragons really were something. More than double the beast soul points of a pheasant. I had no time to marvel and kept up the chase. By now the flock had crossed the second line of defense. Luckily, there were plenty of chain snares, and I managed to snare another one, a slightly slow-witted bird. Meanwhile, Blackie was leaping and darting around the forest, but aside from scaring the flying dragons, he couldn't catch a single one. There was no helping it. Flying dragons were too nimble, and they could glide too. Once in the forest, most of them flew up onto branches and scattered every which way. Nothing like catching pheasants. By this point, the flock had long since dispersed, and Blackie's chase had become a joke. Only then did I fully get it. Without the shared vision and mental communication, hunting flying dragons with a dog would have been twice the work for half the result. And if I'd had a dog even dumber than Blackie, it'd probably just get in the way. Watching Blackie sulk on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, I comforted him mentally. Forget it. I'll use the slingshot. You just keep an eye out for me. I loaded a pebble, drew back, took aim, and was just about to fire when I suddenly picked up a wave of stubborn defiance from Blackie. He was locked onto one of the little creatures flitting through the trees, and his limbs suddenly surged with power as he sprang forward. His body launched a full meter into the air, and he was actually flying. But it was all for nothing. The nearest flying dragon burst forward, darting 3 meters away, well out of Blackie's reach. And that's when the amazing thing happened. I clearly felt Blackie linger in the air longer than he should have, like he was gliding. Ding. System has detected that Blackie has entered a state of enlightenment, gaining a preliminary understanding of gliding, unlocking the skill glide. Is the host willing to spend 10 beast soul points to teach Blackie glide level 1? Overjoyed, I chose to learn it without hesitation. Ding. Host has spent 10 beast soul points. Blackie has successfully learned glide level 1. Glide level 1. Can glide in the air for 1 second after jumping. Current beast soul points, 56. Revived beast souls, Blackie glide. Gliding LV.1. Beast souls awaiting rebirth. Erhei de Bai de Huang, Wangkai, Laifu, Hui, Daodu, Maoqiu, Chaisong. In that instant, Dehei's body seemed to undergo some kind of transformation, and that strange sensation traveled into me too, giving me the bizarre illusion that I could glide as well. Grr. Dehei crouched low to the ground with a growl, then dashed to a high spot, his sharp eyes locking onto a new target. He leaped again, and the moment he was airborne, he lunged straight at the trunk of the red pine where that flying dragon perched. Riding 1 second of glide, he shot right up the trunk. But that flying dragon wasn't easy to catch either. With a light hop, it took off again, gliding toward another tree trunk. Dehei had clearly seen it coming. The instant he landed on the trunk, all 4 legs pushed off, changing direction, and he leaped again. Counting from the ground, he'd glided a full 2 seconds through the air. The flying dragon had just landed on a new branch when it glanced back and got so scared it shed a few feathers. What the hell is this? A dog that can fly? I just came of age. I've only been alive a year. How do I run into a freak like this? Its mind raced, and just as it was about to take off again, what greeted it was a gaping, bloody maw. Dehei clamped down, holding back his killing bite, gave his neck a shake, and tossed it over my way. Just like that, we caught a total of 3 flying dragons. After that, Dehei bounded and leaped between the branches like a full-blown forest war god, picking off the still-stunned flying dragons one by one. Thought you could fly, huh? Go on, fly then. Watching Dehei's smug, vengeance's sweet expression, I was speechless. This guy sure held a grudge. Half an hour later, Dehei finally couldn't fly anymore. He panted heavily, tongue lolling out, sprawled on the ground half dead. Counting them up, there were 8 flying dragons total, 6 of which Dehei had caught. And for those last 5, I had to throw stones from the ground to help drive them out before he could nab them. The ones that got away, once the flock scattered, there was nothing to be done. No matter how well Dehei could fly, he couldn't handle that. So there it was. Dehei took MVP, and I was just the lucky dog riding his coattails. I packed up all 8 flying dragons, took out some dry rations to fill my stomach, and gave Dehei a share too. After resting a while, I stood up, found a little slope about half a meter high, and jumped off, trying to glide like Dehei. Beautiful idea, same old result, no transformation whatsoever. I couldn't fly at all. There was definitely some strange feeling just now, so why can't I fly? I looked at Dehei and ordered him, fly one more time and let me see. Dehei ran to a high spot and jumped, his body gliding forward several meters, just like a flying dragon. Could it be that the skill level isn't high enough, so the feedback to me isn't obvious yet? I opened the system to level up Dehei's gliding, but that level 1 gliding on the panel couldn't be upgraded manually at all. Seems like it's tied to Dehei's state of sudden enlightenment. If he keeps improving his gliding proficiency, maybe that would trigger the next upgrade? I collected all the traps and headed back carrying a big sack of prey, with 8 flying dragons hanging from my waist too. I really hadn't expected such a big haul on this trip. I'd only brought 1 sack, and after stuffing in 12 pheasants and 8 rabbits, cramming the flying dragons and got a little tight. Flying dragons are precious, so Dehei held back his killing bite every time he caught one. A live flying dragon is worth more than a dead one. Suffocate one, and you take a real loss. 1 man and 1 dog headed back the way we came. Before we'd even left the mountains, Dehei got excited again. I was a little baffled. There couldn't be more flying dragons, could there? An hour later, I dragged myself back to the village road, exhausted, hauling dozens of pounds of prey. Besides what was in the sack and hanging from my waist, there were now 6 more pheasants and 3 tits on my neck and on Dehei's back. Turns out what had gotten Dehei so excited wasn't flying dragons. It was these animals. Now that he'd learned to glide, he'd instantly become the bird terminator of the forest. Crouch low, sneak in close, leap and glide. What bird could survive that? These 6 pheasants and 3 tits earned me another 15 beast soul points. The system had already racked up 101 points, enough to reincarnate the next beast soul. Holy crap, DeLong, where'd you get so many pheasants? And flying dragons? 1, 2, 3, 8 flying dragons. That's insane. Sun the Hunter walked over from the village, and the moment he saw my haul, he cried out in shock. This guy's full name was Sun Mullen. The name was meant to imply silently guarding the mountains and forests, But in reality, he was a loud, blustery fellow. Everyone in the village called him Son Big Mouth. At his shout, everyone nearby crowded around. My God, they really are flying dragons. Did you catch all these yourself? Obviously. If he didn't catch them, did he buy them? Who buys flying dragons for no reason? Look at his dog. Even the dog's got pheasants hanging off it. DeLong, is this hunting or restocking a store? Since when do you know how to hunt? How come I never knew? Everyone chimed in, sizing me up like I was some kind of curiosity. I was speechless too. I just happily brought my catch home and really hadn't meant to cause such a stir. But then again, it didn't matter. I had the system, so I'd rise to the top sooner or later. Might as well let the villagers get used to it early. That way, when I'm out hunting tigers and bears later on, it won't be so hard for them to accept. Haha, it's all thanks to Uncle Zhang's good teaching. I learned a few trapping tricks from him. Never thought I'd get such a big haul after only 2 days. I pinned all the credit on Zhang Jingguo. There were several hunters surnamed Zhang in the village, but the best hunter by far was Zhang Jingguo. I didn't even have to name him. Everyone could guess. Zhang Jingguo? What traps did he teach you that could catch this many? Single loop snares, hanging snares, foot snares, stuff like that. I'm a beginner, just started, don't really understand it that well. I played it extremely modest, putting on the act of a green rookie. The people who knew me didn't think I was lying, but saying you could catch this many flying dragons with just a few rope snares wasn't exactly convincing either. Sun Molan clearly didn't buy it. A greenhorn kid who'd only been hunting a few days, hauling in more than he did in a month? If word got out, how could he still hold his head up in the village? Old Zhang really taught you those traps, and you caught this many flying dragons? He stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as if trying to see right through me. I hadn't brought a gun. My tools were just a machete, some rope, and a spear, and the tip of that spear was spotless, not a drop of blood on it. And Dehei, lying there on the ground, didn't look like a trained hunting dog either. What on earth was going on, that this kid could come back like he'd been shopping at a market? He couldn't figure it out. I continued. Yesterday I spent an afternoon at Uncle Zhang's learning to hunt, and it was like something just suddenly clicked. Today, after taking Blackie out for some hands-on practice, the results were seriously impressive. I guess this is what they call an epiphany. I finally understood the essence of hunting. Anyway, enough talk. I've got to head home for dinner. I'm starving. With that, I slung a big sack of game over my shoulder and rushed home with Blackie in tow. Could old Zhang really have passed some secret technique to that kid? The thought took hold of Sun Molan, and he quickened his pace toward home. The others seemed to catch on too. One by one, they hurried home to grab rice, flour, cooking oil, and candy. Those who had liquor brought that along as well, and headed over to the Zhang household. Back home, my dad was crouched on the ridge of the field smoking his pipe. When he saw me come back loaded down with game, he was so stunned he forgot to exhale, took a deep drag straight to the lungs, and then couldn't stop coughing. Cough, cough, son, how'd you manage all this? My mom, Zheng Yinhua, came out from the yard too. Seeing me and Blackie covered head to toe in game, she was speechless for a long while. I repeated the same story I'd fed the villagers. The old couple finally recovered. My mom said, "That's so many pheasants and hazel grouse. We could never eat it all ourselves. Tomorrow, have your dad take you to the market in town to sell some. Money in hand puts your mind at ease, and you can save it up for a wife someday." My dad felt the same way. Sell off these 2 days' worth of game, buy some daily necessities, and set aside the rest for me to use when I got married. He added with a grin. Later, take a few over to your Uncle Zhang too. 1 hazel grouse, 1 pheasant, and 1 rabbit. By rights, I didn't have to share this batch with the Zhangs. For one, we hadn't formally become master and apprentice. For another, I'd already sent something over yesterday to thank him for helping search. But my dad still generously suggested it. He'd thought it through clearly. Without Zhang Jingguo's guidance, could I have bagged this much game? Besides, the old couple had long since figured out I had my eye on Zhang Fengling. Sending gifts to my future daughter-in-law's family would help us warm up the relationship early. My mom agreed too. Right, take it over after dinner. We won't come along. Sure, I'll head over in a bit. I happily agreed. Today I deliberately kept 2 female rabbits alive instead of releasing them. Perfect to bring along. Meanwhile, over at the Zhang household, the yard was packed with people. They carried small sacks of rice and flour, and some had brought half bottles of malted milk powder, all clamoring for Zhang Jingguo to teach them his hunting techniques. A few were even shouting that they wanted to become his apprentices. Zhang Jingguo was baffled. What was going on? Why had everyone shown up at his place? Apprentice to what? He quickly asked. What in the world happened? A young fellow stepped forward. Uncle Zhang, we just ran into Zhao Dalong on the road. Good heavens, that man and his dog were absolutely loaded down, nothing but pheasants and hazel grouse. Counting what was in the sack, there had to be 20 or 30 of them. The young man told the whole thing in vivid detail, then repeated what I'd said. Only then did Zhang Jingguo understand. This crowd was green with envy over my haul. Figured it was because he'd taught me well and had come knocking to pick his brain. Standing off to the side, Zhang Fengling was stunned too. Dalong had another big haul today, even more than yesterday, and he caught several hazel grouse to boot. Was this even the same Zhao Dalong she knew? Dad, why don't you just say a few words to everyone? Zhang Fengling spoke up. The crowd joined in. Yeah, Uncle Zhang, teach us. Left with no choice, Zhang Jingguo gave a brief rundown of what he'd taught me. Tracking footprints, concealing yourself, setting traps. But there were too many people, all talking over one another, and it left him with a parched throat. The real problem was that several of them were hunters themselves, and they kept feeling like he wasn't getting to the point. They wanted to hear something new. Sun Molan especially was convinced Zhang Jingguo was holding something back. He just couldn't believe you could catch that many hazel grouse with a few lousy snares. The more Zhang Jingguo talked, the more irritated he got. He'd been interrupted several times and swallowed his temper each time. He collected himself and continued. To catch hazel grouse, set out more hanging snares, 1 or 2 meters off the ground. Come on, old Zhang, I know all this. So how come I can't catch that many? I think you've got some tricks you're keeping to yourself. Afraid teaching us will just breed more competition. Fine if you want to hold back, but you already taught the Zhao kid. Not teaching us brothers? That's pretty low, don't you think? Sun Molan cut him off again, and someone beside him chimed in. Exactly. I even brought liquor. Yu Chuan. No less. The good stuff I can't even bear to drink myself. Zhang Jingguo couldn't take it anymore. He shot to his feet and pointed out the door. Out. Get the hell out, all of you. The young fellows were dumbfounded. They'd been so into learning. Why the sudden explosion? Sun Molan got worked up too. Huh. I knew it. You just don't want to teach us. You're hiding something. Humph. Even dates on the same tree ripen at different times. Some red, some green. As dumb as you are, I could teach you and you still wouldn't get it. Now everybody out. Zhang Jingguo grabbed a stick and, in a few quick swings, drove the whole lot of them out. Zhang Fengling watched with wide eyes. She'd never seen her father this furious. In the yard, Zhang Jingguo was still panting with rage. Outside, Sun Molan wasn't ready to let it go. He shouted toward the yard. Zhang Jingguo, open the door. Hiding in your yard. What kind of man does that make you? You've got the nerve to teach the Zhao kid, but not us brothers. That's rotten of you. Say, is it because you've got your eye on him? Want to make him your son-in-law? Answer me. If you don't, I'll take it as a yes. His voice was booming, and all the neighbors were craning their necks to catch the show. Inside, Zhang Jingguo was at a loss for words. This bastard's a grown man in his 40s, and here he is squabbling on and on like some woman. Making a scene about himself is one thing, but dragging my daughter into it too? He turned to look and saw Zhang Fengling's face slightly flushed, but she didn't look upset. He couldn't help but nod to himself. This girl's got a good temperament. He was just about to open his mouth and curse Sun Molan off when he heard a shriek from outside. Holy, what is this thing? Get away from me. Oh God, don't come at me, don't bite. That's enough, Blackie. Let him go. At my command, Blackie finally released him. I'd just come over carrying my things when, from a distance, I saw a big crowd surrounding the Zhang yard. Then I heard Sun Molan cursing up a storm, and it made my blood boil. Before I could even say a word, Blackie had already lunged at him and left him a disheveled mess. Sun Molan scrambled to his feet, and when he saw it was me, he snarled viciously. Dalong, why don't you keep your dog under control? If it bites someone, you'll have to pay for it. I just found it funny. In this weather, who isn't bundled up thick? How's it that easy to get bitten? Besides, Blackie's a good dog. He doesn't bite good people. The real question is, Uncle Sun, what are you doing bringing this big crowd to surround my Uncle Zhang's yard? Seeing this young punk dare to talk to him like that, showing him no respect at all, Sun Molan was livid. But that dog had been so fast, he'd knocked him down before he could even catch its shadow, and it was honestly a bit terrifying. Still, if he didn't get in a couple of parting shots, he'd feel worse than if you'd killed him. Dalong, I'll remember this. There's no way you can keep getting this lucky. With that, he slunk off, clearly afraid I'd sick the dog on him again. Seeing this, the other hunters grabbed their things and scattered too. Outside the yard, a few young guys stood around looking frustrated. Most of them had never hunted a day in their lives, no experience at all, so they'd been hanging on Zhang Jingguo's every word. But after all that commotion, they had no choice but to head home. A man I knew pretty well walked over from the crowd and asked, Dalong, is what Big Mouth Sun said true? You're going to be the Zhang family's son-in-law. His name was Chen Qinghua, the third child in his family, so everyone just called him Chen San. He loved gossip and drama. Don't listen to that nonsense. There's nothing going on between me and the eldest Zhang girl, I explained. Huh, that's what I figured. Wang Xiaobing was just telling me the other day that you were going to marry his sister. I was thinking, how could you switch girls in just a few days? Wang Xiaobing was Wang Xiaoling's younger brother. a lazy good-for-nothing who was always drifting around the villages. Compared to him, I was practically a model worker. I shook my head. I'm not going to marry Wang Xiaoling either. If you want her, you marry her. Chen San's face immediately twisted in pain. A bike, a watch, a sewing machine, and a radio, plus 500 yuan in betrothal money? Yeah, thinking about it, I'll just go back to farming. The moment I stepped into the Zhang family's yard, two pairs of eyes turned my way. It really is a hazel grouse, and a live one at that. Dalong, you're amazing. Zhang Fengling beamed, thrilled that I'd caught more game. But what really made her happy was knowing I wasn't going to marry Wang Xiaoling anymore. Country yards don't muffle sound, so she'd heard every word of that whole circus with the Zhao family earlier. She'd already caught wind of my interest in Wang Xiaoling a while back. It stung at first, but eventually she came to terms with it. After all, whose fault was it that she clearly liked me, but never worked up the nerve to say so? Uncle Zhang, it's all thanks to the traps you taught me that I caught so much. I picked out a few of these to bring over. I handed Zhang Fengling a hazel grouse, a pheasant, and 2 rabbits. Wow, 2 doe rabbits. They make 2 perfect pairs with yesterday's. She was overjoyed. Zhang Jingguo, meanwhile, didn't know whether to laugh or be annoyed. Where did this kid get his luck, catching all this game, and then pinning the blame on him, causing that whole scene with the Zhao family? I heard you bagged 8 hazel grouse. Did you go deep into the mountains? Nope, still on the outer edge. That can't be right. Hazel grouse usually only live deep in the mountains. If you got 8 on the outskirts, that flock must have had at least 20 birds. TSK, that luck. Zhang Jingguo sucked in a sharp breath. I pulled him down to chat. When it came to the hunting details, I deliberately left out the part about Blackie being able to fly, and I hammered home 3 points over and over. Good luck, Blackie's sharp nose and ears, and Uncle Zhang's excellent teaching. After I'd repeated it several times, the old hunter finally agreed. To make a big haul hunting, you need skill, tools, and luck, all 3. He paused. Where are you planning to sell those pheasants of yours? I'm heading to the town market with my dad tomorrow. Zhang Jingguo shook his head. No need to go through all that trouble. There's a guy over in Kaohsiung who buys mountain goods. Name's Li Guoqiang. Just go straight to him tomorrow morning. I sell all my game to him. He's been in the business for years and never cheats anyone. All right, I'll go check it out tomorrow. As I was leaving, I glanced back into the yard just as Zhang Fengling came out after tidying up the rabbit hutch. Our eyes met, and my heart suddenly started pounding. I quickly said, anyway, Fengling, you go on with your work. I'm heading back. She froze for a second too, then stammered. Unusual for her. Okay, be careful on the way. After I left, Zhang Jingguo rolled a cigarette and watched the whole thing. Why did that exchange between those two have a whiff of jealousy to it? That evening, Zhao Xiaofeng came home from school. When she got a good look at the pile of pheasants, hazel grouse, and rabbits, her face showed the exact same shock our parents had worn during the day. Bro, you've really got the touch. I laughed. Told you, the village's rising new hunting star. And you didn't believe me. She scampered up to me, all sweet and obedient. Bro, when you sell these, buy me a bag of white rabbit candy. A gene of white rabbit candy only cost a yuan or 2. Not expensive. Sure, I'll buy you some tomorrow. Hee, you're the best, big brother. At dinner, my dad said, since your Uncle Zhang says Kaohsiung will do, I won't go with you. Kaohsiung isn't far from the village, about a half-hour walk. Going to the market meant hauling the game for 2 hours on foot, and he found that too tiring. A half-hour trip, though, and he couldn't be bothered to tag along. Zhao Xiaofeng, who'd been buried in her food the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Bro, leave with me tomorrow morning. Brother Shaoan is hauling grain to the town commune, and I've been catching a ride with him these past few days. The brother Shaoan she mentioned was Zhou Shaoan, the village production team leader, a few years older than me. All right, then wake me up early. After dinner, Xiaofeng helped Mom with the dishes while Dad and I tied up the game and split it into a few sacks. The animals were still alive, and stuffing them all into one bag might suffocate them. We'd stewed one of the 3 tits at dinner, saving the other 2. Dad, after I sell the game tomorrow, I'm gonna buy some stuff to bring to Eru. He hasn't been home in a while. I want to go see how he's doing. My dad nodded. Sure, I'll have your mom pack a few sets of clean clothes for you to take. The owner of the Lu Noodle House is sort of a relative of ours, so there's no way he'd mistreat Eru. But running a restaurant is hard work, no doubt about that. I knew all this already. The owner, Lu Fugui, looked after Eru well. In my past life, when he opened a restaurant in the county seat, he brought Eru along. By then, Eru had already worked his way up from apprentice to cook. Right now, though, he was still just doing odd jobs. Exhausting work, but at least room and board were covered. The next day, I got up bright and early, threw down a few bites of breakfast, shouldered my basket, grabbed my sacks, brought Blackie along, and headed out to the village road with Xiaofeng. Before long, a tractor came chugging up. The young guy driving it called out to us, Hey, Dalong, you heading to town too? Brother Shawan just dropped me off at Cautionton. Sure thing, hop on. He flashed an OK sign, which threw me for a loop. The two of us and the dog climbed into the cargo bed and settled into the pile of grain. I copied the gesture and flashed an OK back, then asked Xiaofeng, what's that hand sign Shawan did mean? As an old man who'd lived into the modern era, I obviously knew what OK meant, but I had to play dumb. Could Zhou Shawan be a reincarnated too? That gesture definitely wasn't popular in Northeast China back in those days, and even the school English teachers weren't much good. Xiaofeng said, that means okay. Like, no problem, all good. He taught you that? Does your school teach this stuff? As if. Our teacher can't even speak proper English. Last time, someone came to town. A foreigner who could speak Chinese. Shawan gave him a ride part of the way and taught him along the road. Before long, we reached Kaoshan village. The tractor carried Xiaofeng on toward town while Big Black and I hopped off. I just grabbed the first person I saw on the road and asked, and found Li Guoqiang's place easily, the biggest courtyard, first one on the north side of Kaoshan village. I called out from the gate. Anybody home? Yeah, you selling something? Come on in, the door's open. I pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the yard, a tall, lean middle-aged man with graying hair was loading goods onto a three-wheeled cart, apparently getting ready to haul them into town to sell. I got straight to the point. You Uncle Guoqiang? I've got some mountain game here. Take a look. Li Guoqiang opened the sack and was taken aback. Whoa, that's a lot of pheasants. And raccoon dogs too. Damn, hazel grouse. 8 of them, still alive. You catch all these yourself? Yeah, caught him up in the mountains. I pointed at Big Black, who gave a soft bark, as if to say he'd played his part too. All right, these are all good. Hold on, let me grab the scale. He weighed all the game. 18 pheasants, 52 pounds 4 ounces, 9 rabbits, 24 pounds 1 ounce. The hazel grouse, he didn't bother weighing, for yuan a head. Pheasants 1 yuan 8 per pound. That's 94 yuan 32 cents. Raccoon dogs 50 cents a pound, 12 yuan 50. 7 hazel grouse, 28 yuan. Total comes to 134 yuan 37 cents. I'll round it up to 135 even for you. How's that sound? Sure, doing business with Uncle Guoqiang is a breeze. I laughed. Never expected to sell it all for 135. And here he was rounding up in my favor. Can't beat that. At this rate, a few more days of hard work and I'd have enough for the 3 rounds and 1 sound, and a bicycle to boot. Of course, Big Black had to pull his weight too. Big Black picked up on my mood and gave a woof. Of course. My buying price isn't much lower than the supply co-ops, cash on delivery. Come lend a hand. Help me load these onto the cart. Once we'd finished loading, Li Guoqiang asked, we've been at this half the day and I still haven't asked your name? Zhao Dalong, son of Zhao Yuquan from Xiaoxi village. Zhao Yuquan. There's a fellow by that name, but I don't really know him. Judging by how hard he was racking his brain, he clearly didn't know my dad. I added, it was Uncle Zhang, Zhang Jingguo, who sent me here. I learned hunting from him. Old Zhang. No wonder. I was wondering where this skilled young fella popped up from around these parts. Turns out you're his apprentice. Li Guoqiang clapped his hands, suddenly understanding. I didn't mention that Uncle Zhang and I hadn't formally made it official yet. I just asked, puzzled, is Uncle Zhang really that good at hunting? You bet. When it comes to hunting around these parts, your village's Zhang Jingguo is definitely up there. When he was young, he ran into a pair of tigers up in the mountains. With just one rifle, he killed one and badly wounded the other. Only scraped a little skin off his own leg. Back then, everyone called him a living Wu Song. You didn't know about this. I shook my head, didn't ring a bell at all. Either he'd killed those tigers before I was born, or I was too little to remember. Something that big, and Uncle Zhang kept so quiet about it. Anyone else would have bragged about it their whole life. I listened to more of Uncle Zhang's exploits, then set off with Big Black. Li Guoqiang politely offered to give me a ride into town, but that cart was packed to the brim. Squeeze in another person and he'd blow out his legs pedaling. It was our first deal, we weren't close enough for that yet, and I wasn't dumb. I just told him I'd bring him more game next time I caught something. An hour or so later, Big Black and I made it into town. First stop was the supply co-op, where I spent the grain and meat ration coupons the family had saved up. Then I wandered through the market and a few private shops. I bought 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of pork belly, 3 pounds of tofu, plus soybean oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. I'd promised Xiaofeng white rabbit milk candy, so I bought 3 whole pounds in one go. I also picked up 2 tins of malted milk powder, 2 jars of canned yellow peaches, a bag of biscuits, and 15 meat buns. After a moment's thought, I grabbed 3 packs of Linhai cigarettes too. Altogether it came to 42 yuan 25 cents. I'd made 135 selling the game, plus the 2 yuan 25 cents Big Black had scavenged on the road earlier, which left exactly 95 yuan. With everything packed up, I fed Big Black a couple meat buns and headed to the entrance of Lou's Noodle House. It was past 8 in the morning, right in the thick of the rush. A young guy clearing dishes and wiping tables called out automatically, "Hey there, friend. What can I get you?" Bowl of shredded pork noodles. I set my basket down by my feet and plopped down. When he got a clear look at my face, he cried out, "Bro, what are you doing here?" And Big Black too. This young guy running around like crazy was none other than my own little brother, Zhao Eru. 17 this year, still a bit boyish. He looked just like me, only skinnier. I grinned. Caught some game in the mountains these past couple days, sold it, and came into town to buy some rice and flour. Eru was stunned. Since when did his own brother know how to hunt? But the shop was slammed, so he could only stay dazed for a moment. "Bro, take a seat. I've got to take care of customers. Noodles will be right up." With that, he rattled off the order and hurried off to clear another table. I wasn't in any rush. I looked over the little noodle shop. The place wasn't big, but the noodles tasted great and weren't expensive. Plain noodles 10 cents, shredded pork noodles 25. Besides noodles, they had dumplings and stir-fry, and the location was good, with plenty of foot traffic. Before long, my shredded pork noodles arrived. Generous portion, loads of pork, plus greens, bean sprouts, crumbled scrambled egg, and scallions, all in a rich bone broth. The flavor was truly something. After finishing the noodles, I waited a while, and the crowd gradually thinned out. When the owner, Lu Fugue, heard that Eru's brother had come, he said with a chuckle, "I can't get away right now, but Eru, go show your brother around. Just be back before noon." Lu Fugue was pretty generous, gave Eru the time off, and said I didn't need to pay for the noodles. He really was a decent guy, but with a fortune stuffed in my pocket, I wasn't about to take advantage over something so small, so I insisted on paying. We went back and forth a couple times, and finally he said he'd just deduct it from Eru's wages, so I let it go. Truth is, being an apprentice, room and board covered was already a good deal for Eru. Normally, there'd be no wages at all. But Lu Fugue still gave him a little something. Over this stretch of time, Eru had managed to save up a few yuan. We went first to where Eru lived, a room in a small courtyard. The room was tiny, but he had bedding and everything he needed. He wouldn't freeze. I pulled out the clean clothes I'd brought from home, then laid out the food I'd bought and let Eru take his pick. When he got a clear look at the big bundles piled under the rice and flour in my basket, his eyes went wide as saucers. "Whoa, all these good things. Must have cost a pretty penny, huh?" "Not too bad. Went up the mountain yesterday and bagged a bunch of hazel grouse. Made a nice little profit." Eru didn't stand on ceremony with me, his own brother, and picked out some milk candy, biscuits, and a pack of cigarettes. For him, working at Lou's Noodle Shop meant he ate his fill every day, so he didn't crave snacks, but he did have a bit of a smoking habit. The only smokers in our family were Zhao Yuquan and Eru. Funny enough, I never picked up the habit. The 3 packs I bought earlier were meant for Dad and Eru, and the extra one I planned to give to Uncle Zhang when I got the chance. I knew exactly what I was doing. Now that I'd been reborn, I was certain Zhang Fengling liked me. So winning over my future father-in-law early was the real priority. I put everything away, but kept 1 can of malted milk extract. You don't eat canned yellow peaches, but this malted milk, you're keeping it. I bought 2 cans on purpose, one's for you. You work hard, so don't shortchange yourself. Anything you need, just tell your big brother, and I'll bring it next time. Don't worry, bro, I've got everything I need. Just take good care of Mom and Dad at home." Eru patted his chest. We chatted a while longer, and then I got ready to head back. There wasn't much to see in town these days. You bought what you needed and left. Eru couldn't afford to linger either. With lunch rush approaching, the shop had plenty of prep work to do. As I was leaving, he reminded me, "Bro, you've got Blackie with you, so be careful. There's a gang of dog thieves in town lately. Real brazen, they'll grab a dog in broad daylight." I paused, then remembered. In my past life, I'd been lying in a hospital bed around this time, and only heard about this gang later. They struck so often and so recklessly, escaping police pursuit several times, that the town eventually called in a whole militia company and rounded them all up. Doing the math, they only had a few months left before they'd be finished. All right, got it. After saying goodbye to Eru, I didn't head straight back to the village. I stopped by the town middle school first. I explained my purpose to the gatekeeper, waited a bit, and Zhao Xiaofeng ran out during recess. "Bro, what are you doing here?" I grinned and pulled 2 bags out of my basket, one of biscuits and one full of white rabbit milk candy. Seeing the white rabbits she'd been craving for so long, Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes crinkled up into little crescents. "Bro, you're the best. You really bought them and brought them to me. You really are my big brother." I handed her some. "Eat these at school. The rest are at home, so you can have them whenever you want." She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and tucked away the candy and biscuits. Recess was short, so I gave her a couple of reminders and left. Zhao Xiaofeng carried the candy back, But before she even reached the classroom, a few girls she knew crowded around her. Xiaofeng, was that your brother? What did he want? She didn't hide it. My brother came to town and brought me some snacks. Here, one for each of you. Everybody gets some. Each girl got a piece of milk candy and a biscuit, and they were beside themselves with excitement. They were all from farming families, and treats like these were hard to come by outside of holidays. The girls broke their biscuits and candy in half and traded with each other, so they could taste both. The biscuits are so good. The candy's sweet too. Xiaofeng, I'm so jealous. You've got such a great brother. Zhao Xiaofeng hadn't eaten any candy yet, but her heart felt sweet all the same. When she finally unwrapped one and popped it in her mouth, it was even sweeter. She whispered, "There's not much candy, so don't go telling everyone, or there won't be enough to go around." The girls all nodded eagerly. After leaving the school, I hurried back with Blackie. If I moved fast, I might just make it home in time for lunch. In these times, eating lunch late was common enough. Passing by a small village, I suddenly heard a series of miserable dog howls. "Oh whoa, Aru." Then came a woman's scream. "Stop, thief. Someone's stealing a dog." The whole village erupted. Two young men on bicycles came bolting out from a fork in the road in the distance. My blood boiled instantly. I'd raised dogs for decades, 10 of them over the years, and while I wouldn't call myself some kind of dog-loving crusader, when it came to dog thieves, I hated them to the bone. Blackie sensed my mood and shot off in a flash. Woof, woof, woof. He chased and barked, scaring the two dog thieves half to death. "Pedal, hurry." One thief pumped his legs so hard they practically smoked. The other panicked too and slammed on the speed. These two had already had a head start on me, and being seasoned dog thieves with their escape skills maxed out, they poured on the speed, and Blackie couldn't catch up for the moment. Even though he'd learned to glide, at a run he was only as fast as an ordinary mutt. A few seconds later, one thief rode over a small pothole, and the bump jostled a sack loose from the back of his bike. A big yellow dog struggled out, but the rope around its neck was still tied to the rear seat. It was dragged along like that, for a good long stretch. Other dogs from the village came chasing out, and the two thieves pedaled faster and faster. Finally, the rope snapped, and the men pulled far away. I didn't let Blackie keep chasing, and walked up alongside the villagers who had rushed over. The big yellow dog's body was rigid, its head lolling to one side, tongue hanging out, eyes wide open, stone dead. My heart sank, and Blackie's spirits fell low too. He'd given it his all, but still couldn't save one of his own kind. He crouched on the ground, whimpering softly as he looked at the yellow dog. I stroked his head and told him it wasn't his fault. In the crowd, the middle-aged woman who'd screamed earlier was both heartbroken and furious. A dog she'd raised for several years, gone just like that. Who could she even turn to? Someone cursed. A perfectly good dog, ruined just like that. Those dog thieves deserve to die. You said it. Those two bastards will get bitten to death by a dog sooner or later. After cursing a while, they offered the woman a few words of comfort. Someone asked, "Annie Schofen, what are you going to do with the dog?" "I don't know. Dead is dead. Just bury it, I guess. Burying it's such a waste. Better to sell it. Dog meat's worth something. At least you'd recover a bit of your loss." Auntie Schofen thought it over and didn't refuse. She just didn't know who to sell it to. Someone suggested the dog meat stall in town. Someone else said to take it to Kaoshan village, and finally Guiqiang. That guy was reliable and wouldn't cheat you. I watched for a while and was about to leave. Someone else selling their dog was none of my business. But just as I was about to go, a thought suddenly popped into my head. The Beast Soul system could expend Beast Soul points to transplant a Beast Soul into another animal's body, completing a Beast Soul rebirth. But this other animal, it never specified whether it had to be alive or dead. Right now I had 101 Beast Soul points on hand, just enough for one rebirth. Should I give it a try? I crouched down and placed my hand on the yellow dog's head. Ding! A compatible vessel for Beast Soul rebirth has been detected. Please select the Beast Soul to be reborn. It really works. I was secretly delighted, but didn't dare act rashly. What if, even after resurrection, would it still be dead? The thought had barely formed when the notification chimed. Ding! Any target eligible for the system's Beast Soul resurrection will be restored to perfect living condition. Well then, no need to hesitate. You're Annie Schofen, right? Everyone turned to look at me. That's me. How about you sell it to me? Name your price. Annie Schofen discussed it with the people around her. I've never sold a dog before. I don't know what it's worth. Dog meat goes for about a yuan a pound. Sell the whole thing at half that, and it'd come to a dozen or so yuan. Can't figure it that way. A dead dog's got to be discounted, 10 yuan, tops. And this young fella here helped chase off the thief. We can't cheat him. After some back and forth, Annie Schofen decided 10 yuan was fair. She hadn't been looking to make money off it anyway. 10 yuan, and it's yours. Deal. I promptly pulled out a 10 yuan note and stuffed the big yellow dog into a sack. Half an hour later, on a deserted field ridge, I took out the dead dog and pressed my hand against its forehead. Beast Soul Resurrection. Ding. Please select the Beast Soul to resurrect. I looked over the 9 remaining Beast Souls. Big Yellow, it's you. Ding. Beast Soul Big Yellow selected. Consuming 100 Beast Soul points. Resurrection in progress. A strange energy flowed from my palm into the dog's body. Before my eyes, the dead dog began to recover at a visible pace. Its bulging eyeballs receded, its tongue drew back in, the bloody marks around its neck slowly faded, and its fur grew glossier. I recognized it now. It was changing back into Big Yellow's original form. A few minutes later, it had recovered to nearly 90%. Ding. Beast Soul Resurrection complete. Next resurrection requires 200 points. Current Beast Soul points. 1. Resurrected Beast Souls. Big Black, Glide LV.1, Big Yellow. Awaiting resurrection. Second Black, Big White, Wonkai, Laifu, Grey, Daodu, Furball, Chaisingde. Woof. The resurrected Big Yellow recognized me at a glance and circled around me excitedly, nuzzling my leg with its head over and over. Big Black was thrilled too. Even though the two had never met before, thanks to the system, they were now sniffing each other like blood brothers. What surprised me even more was that the system indicated Big Yellow could now learn Glide LV.1. What's going on? Don't you need an epiphany to learn a skill? Last time, it was clearly triggered when Big Black entered a state of epiphany. But Big Yellow had only just been resurrected and could already learn it. Could it be that they shared a skill tree? I pulled up the panel, and, sure enough, Glide was learnable in Big Yellow's skill slot. I was overjoyed. From now on, as long as one of them had an epiphany, all my resurrected beast souls could learn the skill. Back home, I set down my carrying basket and, under the expectant gazes of my parents, pulled out the goods one by one. Dad, Mom, this is what I bought in town today. Take a look and see if you like it. Zheng Yinhua walked over, and after just a couple of glances, her brow furrowed. Rice, white flour, huh? It's all fine grain. And so much pork and steamed buns. My goodness, malted milk, canned food, all these milk candies and biscuits. Eldest, you went out for one trip and bought all this? How much did you spend? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? The way she saw it, the money from the game her son had worked so hard to hunt should be spent frugally. Even with the ration coupons from home, you couldn't buy this much fine grain and pork, and what really got her was that he hadn't bought a single pound of coarse grain. I didn't hide anything. 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of white flour, 5 pounds of pork belly, counting the soybean oil, about 20 yuan. The malted milk was a bit pricey, but it's not like you drink it all in one sitting. I bought 2 cans and set one aside for Eru. The canned yellow peaches are a treat for you and Xiaofeng. As for the leftover milk candies and biscuits, those are just for the occasional nibble, not for meals. That was another 20-some. 42 yuan and 25 cents in total. Zheng Yinhua nearly fainted. 42 yuan. Spend it all on cornmeal, and you could buy over 300 pounds. Wasteful. So wasteful. Old man, you say something to him too. Zhao Yuquan had been wanting to speak for a while. He cleared his throat and was about to say something when he noticed I'd slipped a square object into his hand. He looked closely. It was a pack of Linhai cigarettes. At the sight of the cigarettes, Zhao Yuquan swallowed the scolding right back down. No two ways about it. Store-bought cigarettes just hit the spot better than dry tobacco. Back in '84, a pack of Linhai only cost 2 or 3 mao. Not expensive. But the Zhao family had been scraping a living out of the dirt for generations and had never had it easy. Smoking pack after pack wasn't as economical as rolling your own. Dry tobacco was bought by the pound. Seeing the old man stay quiet and quietly tuck the cigarettes into his pocket, Zheng Yinhua shot him a deadly glare. Zhao Yuquan had no choice. After holding it in for a good while, he finally managed to speak. Ahem. Eldest is being a bit wasteful, that's true. It'd take us months to earn back this much stuff. Then he changed his tune. But all this is nutritious. Third has a heavy course load. Next year she's taking the high school exam. She's using her brain every day, so she can't be eating poorly. She needs to build up her strength. Zheng Yinhua thought it over and decided the old man had a point. Xiaofeng had been clever since she was little. She'd be taking the high school exam, then the college exam. She'd suffered right alongside the family for so many years, and now that eldest could earn money, eating a little better wasn't wrong. Only then did her expression soften. She asked again, "So how much money do you have left? How much did the game sell for?" 85 left. The game sold for over 100 altogether. I gave a brief account of how I'd sold the game, but I didn't report the real price, just a vague range. If I'd reported the true price of 135 yuan, how would I explain the money I'd picked up on the road and the 10 yuan for the dog? That would only lead to more trouble. On second thought, better not to go into too much detail. As for Big Yellow, I'd just say I found it when the time came. Seeing the fat wad of 10 yuan notes in my hand, My parents' eyes lit up. In all these years, they'd never laid eyes on such a large sum of money. Zhang Yinhua said, I don't feel easy about you keeping the money on you. I'd better hold on to it for you. When you get married and need it, come find me. Sure, I feel better with you keeping it, Mom. I readily handed the money over. There was no harm in letting the old folks indulge their love of money for a while. That money wouldn't stay warm in their hands for more than a few days anyway. It'd have to come back out to marry me a wife. Once the goods were put away inside, I gave them an update on Eru. Hearing that Lou's noodle shop was booming and that Eru was doing fine, my parents nodded, reassured. Oh, right, Dad, Mom. Our family's got a new member. At my call, 2 figures, one black, one yellow, came trotting into the yard. This is... My parents froze at almost the same moment. An hour later, I set out with my 2 dogs, Big Black and Big Yellow, and arrived at the outskirts of Daxing Mountain. To be continued. Of these 2 dogs, Yellow was the one busting his tail. Why? Because both of the old folks at home figured one dog, Blackie, was plenty. I'd picked up Yellow for free, and in their eyes he was just another mouth to feed. So Yellow was desperate to prove himself. Sure enough, we hadn't been in the mountains long before Yellow came trotting back with 2 pheasants in his mouth. Nice work. I gave him a good rub and praised him without holding back. But instead of being happy, Yellow drooped his head and started whining. The reason was simple. He looked up and seen that his senior, Blackie, had already caught 7. What can you do? Blackie was a forest flying hound with level 1 glide, an absolute pheasant slayer. The second he hit the mountains, he acted like he owned the place. Spot anything, and he'd leap and pounce, riding that 1-second glide so that even if a pheasant took to the sky, he'd still snatch it right out of the air. With hunting skills that broke the laws of nature, I didn't even bother with traps. I ruffled Yellow's head again and comforted him. Don't sweat it. In a bit I'll learn you a skill too, and then you'll be flying in no time. Then I tied up all the pheasants and bagged them. Host has successfully captured 9 adult ring-necked pheasants. Gained 18 beast soul points. I thought it over. Looked like both conditions, binding and contact, had to be met to trigger a capture and earn beast soul points. And it had to be wild game. Domesticated animals probably didn't count. Back when I bought Yellow at noon, no prompt had triggered. I guessed right then that somebody else's pet dog didn't fall under the system's hunting category. I opened the panel. Current beast soul points, 19. Reincarnated beast souls, Blackie, glide LV.1, Yellow. Teach Yellow level 1 glide. Consumed 10 beast soul points. Yellow has successfully learned glide LV.1. Current beast soul points, 9. The next second, a strange energy coursed through Yellow's body, and the same sensation flowed through me once again. A few seconds later the energy faded, but some change deep inside had become permanent. Yellow's spirits shot right up. He ran off to the side and started testing out jumps and glides. Blackie caught the mood too and joined right in. The 2 dogs went soaring through the trees. I got fired up as well. I found a little slope about a meter high, took a deep breath, and pushed off with both feet. Nothing unusual as I launched, but at the peak of my jump, it happened. I didn't drop. I hovered at the highest point and glided forward just a little farther. The distance was tiny, converting to maybe 0.1 seconds in time. But even that 0.1 seconds, I could feel clear as day. Compared to the first time, it was a total leap in quality. I got it now. As long as I kept raising Blackie and the others' glide levels, or increased the number of skills they learned, my own gliding ability would grow stronger right along with them. Having figured out the mechanics, I roamed the mountains with the 2 dogs for another hour. But the haul was smaller this time. With the sun nearly down, the mountain animals had all gone into hiding, and even with 2 flying wonder dogs, efficiency took a real hit. In the end, I headed home with 13 pheasants and 3 rabbits. It wasn't as much as I'd bagged during the day, but compared to the other hunters in the village, it was still an eye-popping haul. On the way home, I became the center of everyone's attention once again. Night falls early in the northeast, and every household sits down to dinner by 5. At our place we'd cooked up white rice, stir-fried a plate of eggs and pork belly, and stewed a pot of chickadee with tender tofu. The smell was so good it could make you swallow your own tongue. The whole family went bowl after bowl, and it still wasn't enough. My mom, Zhang Yinhua, rarely got to eat fine grain like this, and she put away even more than I did. Her belly got so full her clothes could barely cover it. My dad, Zhao Yukuan, lit a cigarette and teased her, "Look at you. Listen to how you talked about our eldest this morning, and now here you are, not holding back one bit." And Yellow, he's a good dog too. Tagged along with Blackie and brought home plenty of pheasants. I say we keep him. My mom's face went awkward, and she shot him a glare. Yeah, you're the good guy. You get to play the saint, and I'm the villain. And who was it that said they'd break our eldest's legs earlier, huh? The mood got a little tense, so my little sister, Zhao Xiaofeng, quickly changed the subject. Bro, you have no idea. When you gave me those white rabbit milk candies today, A bunch of kids at school were so jealous. They all said I've got such a great big brother. Of course, I'm your own flesh and blood brother, after all. I look pretty pleased with myself. But my mom didn't see it that way. Our eldest is too showy, hauling all the good stuff off to school. Number 3, you gave them food. Of course they're going to say nice things about you. These days, having it good at home invites jealousy real easy. My mom had been around. She thought a lot about these things. But I didn't care. I'd already been reincarnated. If I still worried about what other people thought, life would be exhausting. Just follow your heart and don't flaunt it too much. That's all. After dinner, while Xiaofeng cleaned up in the kitchen, I brought up the bicycle idea with my dad. Dad, you need industrial coupons to buy a bike, right? Where do we get those? My dad practically flinched on instinct. What do you need a bicycle for? Got too much money, or are your legs no good? Dad, look, I'm making pretty good money hunting every day now. Over these past 3 days, it averages out to several dozen a day. Buying a bike definitely won't break the bank. And Xiaofeng can't always catch a ride to school. Even when she does, she basically walks home after class. I laid out my case on 4 points. 1. I could afford it. 2. Dropping off and picking up Xiaofeng. 3. Easier trips into town to see Eru. 4. A bicycle was one of the 3 wheels and 1 sound. With 1, I'd never have to worry about finding a wife. My dad nodded along, especially at that last point, finding a wife. Picking her up on a bicycle, now that's saving face. I've got no problem with it, but you gotta run it by your mom first. Once she agrees, then we can bring out the money. With that, he went into the kitchen. A few minutes later, Xiaofeng's cheer rang out first, and I knew it was a done deal. My dad came out and pressed 85 yuan into my hand, money my mom had been sitting on for ages. Your mom agreed. She said since it's for you to get a wife anyway, spend it however you want. I'll ask the village chief about the coupons tomorrow, and if you come across any yourself, you can buy some too. But there's one thing. What? Whichever girl you like, make it clear early. Don't go and gather up your 3 wheels and 1 sound only to have her run off with somebody else. Me. Just a few days ago, my folks were fretting over how they'd scraped together the bride price. And now that I can earn money, they suddenly don't care about any of that. They're even nudging me to go make things clear with the girl. Could it be the old folks had already figured out I had my eye on Zhang Fengling, and they weren't against it? My heart surged with emotion. This whole day, for days I hadn't been to the Zhang place. Looked like it was time to go remind them I existed. I grabbed a pheasant, snagged a few white rabbit milk candies, and picked up my flashlight. Ma, Pa, I'm heading over to bring Uncle Zhang a chicken. I'll be right back. Over at the Zhang house, Zhang Jingguo and his daughter had just finished eating too. While the kerosene lamp was still lit, Zhang Jingguo was cleaning his Type 56 semi-automatic. He'd gotten the rifle from the militia back in his younger days. It had been through many a fight with the big-clawed beasts, stayed by his side for over 20 years, and still looked brand new. The past couple of days, seeing me head into the mountains with just a man and a dog and come back with a huge haul every single time, then giving him all the credit, had stirred up the fighting spirit buried deep in his chest. Tomorrow your old man's going deep into the mountains to bag a few big ones. Can't let that Dalong kid steal all the thunder. Zhang Fengling said, Pa, you're a grown man. Why are you competing with Dalong? I'm not competing with Dalong. I'm competing with myself. I really have gotten lazy about going into the mountains these past few years. And on top of that, your ma got so mad she went back to her parents' place. I just haven't felt like hunting these last few days. Zhang Fengling smiled, but didn't respond, just kept her head down and worked. This kind of thing was nothing new in their household. Every time it was some little squabble, then a stubborn standoff, and finally her ma would storm off to her parents' place. 10 days at the least, a month at the most. After all these years, she was used to it. Truth was, the old couple both cared for each other deep down. Let them bicker if they wanted to. Uncle Zhang, you home? It's Dalong. Bagged some pheasants this afternoon. Brought you one. My voice rang out from outside the door. Zhang Jingguo didn't budge from his seat, just gestured for his daughter to answer the door. But he quietly stood up himself and hid behind the door, peering out into the yard. The moment the gate swung open, I said, Fengling, this is a pheasant I caught this afternoon. Here, take it. I won't come in. I handed over the pheasant, and she stepped forward to take it. That was when I grabbed her hand. Zhang Fengling jumped, letting out a small yelp. Dalong, what are you doing? I gave a little chuckle. Got some good stuff in town. Brought you a few. Give him a try. She opened her hand, and only then noticed 5 hard little things in her palm. She picked one up and looked. White rabbit milk candies. In that instant, a wave of emotion washed over her. She'd quietly liked me for so many years, and this was the first time I'd ever given her something nice in private. Those pheasants and rabbits the past couple of days, she'd assumed were for her pa, that I'd only brought them to learn hunting. But this was clearly out of the ordinary, with more than a hint of something between us. At the thought, her already flushed face turned even redder. She shot me a deliberate glare. Even so, you can't just grab my hand. It's not proper. I said, what's not proper about it? A man who's not married and a woman who's not spoken for. Or is it that you don't like me? Zhang Fengling's eyes went wide. If a moment ago it was just a hint, now it was out in the open, plain as day. This was the same guy who'd been sweet on Wang Xiaoling just days ago, then yesterday said he wasn't going to marry her, and tonight pulled a move like this. Happiness had come too suddenly. Her brain couldn't quite keep up. No. Who said I don't like you? She rushed to explain, then huffed. Oh, you Dalong. See if I even bother with you anymore. With that, she took the stuff and shut the gate. Of course I didn't believe she was really angry. In my past life, Zhang Fengling had kept her feelings for me buried deep, and it wasn't until I was badly injured and bedridden that they finally came pouring out. This time around, I hadn't run into that accident, so she never said a word. Well, if you won't make the first move, then I will. In the yard, Zhang Fengling quietly tucked the candies into her pocket and walked happily toward the kitchen. And Zhang Jingguo, who'd watched the whole thing with his own eyes, slapped his thigh. I knew it. This kid isn't just here for me. He's here for my daughter too. Tomorrow I've got to bag a big one and show him what I'm made of. Then I'll find a chance to put him in his place. Otherwise, my little sweetheart's going to slip right through my fingers. The next day, the family steamed the meat buns we'd bought yesterday for breakfast. After eating, Xiaofeng caught a ride to school on Zhou Shaoan's tractor, while I took Blackie and Yellow into the Daxing Mountains. I'd caught too little yesterday afternoon. Not really worth the trip out to Kaoshan Village. I planned to catch more pheasants and rabbits this time and take them all over at once. 3 hours later, looking at the 6 pheasants and 2 rabbits in my bag, I started to wonder. Today's haul is way too small, isn't it? By my figuring, with 2 flying dogs running for 3 hours, I should have caught even more than yesterday. Instead, 3 hours of hunting hadn't matched even the 2 hours from yesterday afternoon. Compared to the day before, it was downright pathetic. It wasn't that their abilities had dropped. It was that after roaming for 3 hours, the game we ran into had dwindled sharply. I looked at Blackie. What's going on? Did you lead us the wrong way? Blackie looked innocent and whimpered a few times. I understood the meaning. These past few days of hunting, besides relying on smell and hearing, it had mostly gone off my memories from my past life, sweeping through every spot in the Daxing Mountains where pheasant nests and rabbit dens had once appeared. But there was only so much game on the outskirts, and we'd nearly cleaned it out these past few days. To bring home a big haul, we'd have to go deep into the mountains. Forget it, let's call it a day. Once I win Uncle Zhang over, I'll get him to take me deeper in. I didn't want to be reckless. I had 2 dogs, sure, but I had no gun and didn't know how to use one. Going deep into the mountains could wait until I'd taken him on as a teacher. I picked up the bag and was about to head back the way I came. Bang! A gunshot brought the man and both dogs to a dead stop. What's that? Is there another hunter with a gun around here? On the outskirts of the Daxing Mountains, hunters with guns were extremely rare. Guys like me, heading in with a machete, a spear, and a slingshot, were all just testing our luck on the fringes. Anyone who actually had a gun usually pushed deep into the mountains, because only in the deep mountains were you more likely to run into the truly valuable game the Daxing Mountains had to offer. Sable, red deer, black bear. Could it be? One of the big ones had wandered out to the fringes? I mulled it over for a bit, wondering whether to go take a look. I'd been hunting for days now, and it was nothing but pheasants and rabbits coming and going. No fun at all. Might as well send Blackie over and borrow its eyes to see just what kind of good stuff was out there. In the moment I hesitated, the gunfire rang out again. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots in a row. Right after, a chorus of wolf howls came from the other side of the slope. My heart sank. Something had gone wrong. The next second, 3 more gunshots, and then the forest fell quiet again. I made up my mind to go find out what was happening. Blackie, you go first. Yellow, stay with me. Woof. Blackie barked excitedly and shot off ahead. I grabbed my bag and followed behind with Yellow. Before long, I could sense that Blackie's. A wave of strange emotion came through from my user, so I quickly pulled up the shared vision system. On the other side of the hill was an open clearing. A sicked deer lay in the middle, surrounded by a heap of dead wolves. I counted them. Damn, 7 whole wolves. Combined with the gunshots from earlier, I could piece together what had happened. Someone dropped the deer with 1 shot, then a pack of wolves rushed out, and 8 rounds took down 7 of them. The blood was rushing through my whole body. Who the hell was this good? I couldn't spot the hunter anywhere in my field of view. I sent a mental command to Blackie to go search. The wolf carcasses stretched from near to far, all the way toward the dense forest on the opposite side. Before long, Blackie found something. Below the tree line, behind a boulder, a figure slowly poked his head out and started walking toward the wolf pack, step by step. He crouched down and inspected each of the wolves several times over. Only after confirming they were all dead did he walk over to the deer, pull out a knife, and start bleeding it. He was too far away for me to recognize at first. But once he reached the deer and his face and build came into focus. Wasn't this Zhang Jingguo my father-in-law to be? He took down all these wolves by himself? That was insane. I stared dumbfounded. I remembered Li Guoqiang telling me that Zhang Jingguo had killed 2 tigers in these mountains when he was young, walking away with barely a scratch. Now I could see it was true. Watching him working alone all this time, with 7 wolves still to deal with, hauling them down the mountain would be a pain. I figured, since I was already here, I might as well go lend a hand. Just as I was about to climb over the hill, Blackie suddenly sent a jolt of tension. In the shared vision, Zhang Jingguo abruptly raised his gun, aiming right in Blackie's direction. Directly in front of Blackie, a rabid boar weighing 200 or 300 pounds came snorting out, tossing its head from side to side as it charged straight at Zhang Jingguo. It's that damn beast. My heart clenched, and Blackie's fury spiked to the extreme. Enemies meet with blood in their eyes. This rabid boar was the very culprit that had crippled me back then, leaving me bedridden for over 40 years. After being reborn, I'd been avoiding it based on my memories, never expecting to run into it here. Zhang Jingguo leveled his gun, his expression grim. He'd struggled to scrape together 10 rounds, and now only 1 was left. He had to make it count. Breathe in, hold, aim, squeeze, bang. The bullet whizzed straight into the boar's head. Just as we both thought it was over, the boar let out an even more frenzied howl from its throat and charged faster and faster. Blackie, Yellow, save him. I dropped my sack, grabbed my spear, and scrambled over the hill as fast as I could. Yellow followed Blackie, the 2 of them charging down the slope, one behind the other. Zhang Jingguo had figured it out too. That last shot had hit the hardest part of the boar's forehead. It hadn't killed it. It had only driven it mad. It wasn't that his aim was bad. The boar kept tossing its head around, and that lethal spot behind the eye socket was nearly impossible to hit. His reflexes were sharp. He shot to his feet and bolted for the boulder. But he'd barely run a few steps when that snorting thundered right into his ears. He dodged to the side, rolled a few times on the ground, just barely avoiding the impact, then scrambled up, unsheathed the bayonet on his rifle, and prepared to fight the boar to the death. The boar's tusks were smeared with blood dripping from its wound, making it look even more terrifying. It lunged forward, and Zhang Jingguo made a vicious thrust, aiming to stab its neck and bleed it out. Crack! The boar wrenched its head, bending the bayonet's connecting pin. The locking mechanism shattered, the blade came clean off, and Zhang Jingguo was flung through the air. Luckily, the old man had some skill. In the chaos, he braced both hands against the boar's head to push off, so he didn't take the hit head-on. But he still slammed hard into the ground and rolled several times. His arm was dislocated, and he'd twisted his ankle. Ignoring the pain, he propped himself up with one arm and limped toward the boulder. Just as the boar was about to charge again, Blackie finally arrived. Woof! Blackie clamped down on the boar's right hind leg. There's a lot of muscle and a major artery in a boar's hind leg. One bite, and it lost its balance for a moment, its speed dropping sharply. But this thing was rabid. A few twists and it flung Blackie off, then turned back to ram Zhang Jingguo. It had barely run 2 meters when Yellow bit down on its left hind leg. The boar roared, trying to shake her off, and Blackie seized the chance to rush in and bite its right hind leg again. The same wound as before. With both legs screaming in pain, the boar's rage shifted entirely to the dogs. It spun in place like a lunatic, locked in a standoff with the 2 of them. I used the opening to catch my breath. No, Zhang Jingguo did. He climbed onto a small ledge beside the boulder and gasped for air. That's when I arrived with my spear. After climbing the hill and then sprinting all the way down, I was completely winded. Dalong, be careful. This beast is strong as hell. The moment Zhang Jingguo saw me, he shouted a warning. He'd experienced the boar's ferocity firsthand. It had even snapped his bayonet. Uncle Zhang, are you okay? I won't die, but I can't help you now. Find your chance and stab it on the right side of the neck. That's where I wounded it. I glanced over and sure enough, there was a wound on the boar's neck seeping blood, though not much. It probably hadn't pierced through. What I had to do next was drive the blade into that same spot again. But could I actually do it? I'd learned firsthand how fearsome this boar was in my past life. That time, I only survived because Blackie protected me, and in the end I'd been carried out by hunters coming into the mountains. Even though I'd bagged plenty of game over the past few days, it had all been small stuff. When it came to actually fighting a beast like this, I had almost zero experience. But the arrow was already on the string, there was no turning back. I gripped my spear tightly and cautiously closed in. Blackie and Yellow held the boar in a desperate standoff. Finally, in those few seconds that felt like hours, I spotted an opening and thrust the spear out with all my strength. But sensing the threat of death, the boar somehow erupted with even fiercer power. In one motion it flung both Blackie and Yellow off, then jerked its head up and knocked the spear right out of my hands. At that split-second, life-or-death moment, Blackie suddenly rose up, baring his teeth and letting out a low, snorting growl, pawing at the dirt with all four legs. His stance looked exactly like a rabid boar. Ding! System has detected that Blackie has entered a state of enlightenment, gaining a preliminary understanding of Savage Charge. Skill unlocked. Savage Charged. Consume 10 Beast Soul Points to teach Blackie Savage Charge Level 1. Learn it. Blackie has successfully learned Savage Charge Level 1. Charge for 1 second to unleash double the power. The instant the skill was learned, I twisted my body aside to dodge the boar's charge. The next second, a black blur shot out and slammed hard into the boar's hind leg. The boar lurched, and all four hooves flew up as it crashed to the ground. A 40-pound adult dog, charging at full force. It could unleash about 100 kilos of force, enough to make a 2 or 300-pound wild boar stagger, but no more. If it could double that output, though, that'd be 200 kilos, heavier than the boar itself. I glanced at the panel. 29 points left. Over the past couple days, the beast soul points I'd racked up from kills had climbed to 39. I'd just spent 10, and without hesitation, I spent another 10 to let Big Yellow learn Savage Charge too. Current beast soul points, 19. The boar struggled back to its feet, and the moment it steadied itself, it took a solid ramming blow from Big Black. Snort, snort, it roared, trying to brace its legs, when a yellow blur slammed into it again. With Big Yellow's hit, the boar didn't even get a chance to catch its breath before it went down again, and this time it took even longer to get back up. After that, Big Black and Big Yellow took turns ramming it. No matter how fierce the boar was, it couldn't take it. After 2 more hits, it was completely done for, already wounded, then rammed several times over. Its frenzied energy drained away and the injuries came flooding in like a tide. It could barely even stand. That's when I made my move. Big Black and Big Yellow's savage charges fed back to me through the system, giving me roughly a 10% boost in strength. I retrieved my spear, let out a low growl, planted my right foot, and charged up for a second. Lunge forward, thrust hard. The 3-centimeter thick spear shaft ran clean through the boar's neck. It thrashed for 2 or 3 seconds, then went completely still. My nemesis was finally dealt with. I let out a long breath. I pulled out the spear and walked over to Zhang Jingguo. He was slumped weakly against a rock. "Uncle Zhang, how bad is it?" He gave an awkward smile. "My arm and leg are out of commission for now, but they'll heal up in 3 to 5 days. Good thing you showed up in time, kid, otherwise I'd have lost my life to that hog. If word got out, where would I hide my old face? The whole village would laugh their teeth out." Seeing he could still crack jokes, I knew he wasn't seriously hurt. I helped him down off the rock. Back on the clearing, Zhang Jingguo pointed at the 2 dogs. "DeLong, these 2 dogs of yours are divine hounds. They can flip over a 2 or 300-pound hog." He'd watched closely. Big Black's charge had packed serious power. To knock over a boar that size took at least 150 pounds of force, and Big Yellow was just as tough. One in front, one behind. The 2 of them left the boar with no way to fight back. I chuckled. If you hadn't gotten that first shot in, Uncle Zhang, Big Black and Big Yellow wouldn't have lasted till it ran out of steam. "Ha ha ha, you sure know how to talk, kid, knowing to save your uncle some face." Zhang Jingguo laughed heartily. He'd originally brought me along on this hunt to test me and knock me down a peg, but he never expected to bag the game and nearly lose his own life in the process. He sat on the ground. "You saved my life today. Half of everything I bagged goes to you, and the hog you killed is yours. How's that sound?" I was startled. "Uncle Zhang, I can't do that. You shot the Sika deer and the 7 wolves. I can't take those." He frowned and put on a stern face. "What? You won't even listen to your master now?" I was about to refuse again, but hearing the word master, my eyes went wide. On the first day of hunting, Zhang Jingguo had gently turned down my request to become his apprentice. He'd only agreed to teach me a few tricks. I'd planned to hunt a few more days, earn enough money, then formally ask him at his home. I never expected him to bring it up himself now. It was so sudden. "What? You don't want to?" No, I do. 100 times over. If you'll take me as your apprentice, I couldn't be happier. It's just that last time was last time. You were a rookie who'd never hunted, so of course I wouldn't take you on. But these past few days you've bagged so much game. No need to mention your skill, and your luck isn't bad either. When you're hunting in the mountains, luck matters most. It's fine if you come back empty-handed, but you can't lose your life. Today I just had bad luck. Chased a Sika deer from deep in the mountains all the way out here to the fringes, then ran into a wolf pack fighting over the kill, and finally that hog on top of it all." He'd made it clear. After observing me these past few days, he saw I had good luck and could catch plenty of game, and I'd brought 2 dogs and a spear to take down a mad boar and save his life. That kind of luck and skill met his standard for taking on an apprentice. "All right, I'll do as you say, master." I dropped the pleasantries, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times to Zhang Jingguo, a simple ceremony to acknowledge him as my master. The wine and gifts, I'd make up for later. As for splitting the game, since the boar had genuinely taken a shot from him, I suggested we split everything 50-50, and Zhang Jingguo didn't refuse this time. I did a rough tally in my head. This trip was a real windfall. Half a sick deer, half a hog, plus 3.5 wolves. Serious money, at least 500, easy. The cash for the 3 wheels and 1 sound was all covered now, just like that. After resting a bit, Master Zhang Jingguo spoke up. Pick up the knife. I'll teach you how to dress the sick deer. He'd only gotten halfway through processing the deer before the mad boar had burst out. Now, with his hands and feet out of action, all he could do was direct me with his words. Step 1. Bleeding. Slice open the vein in the deer's neck so the meat doesn't turn gamey and spoil. Step 2. Skinning. Cut along the midline of the belly and the insides of the limbs, keeping the blade flush against the membrane as you peel. A whole deer hide is worth dozens of yuan, and tearing it is a big loss. Step 3. Gutting. Avoid the stomach and intestines. Keep the edible parts like the heart and liver. Toss the rest. Step 4. Harvesting the treasures. The velvet antlers, the pizzle, and the tendons all have to be carefully stored away. Finally, deboning and cutting the meat. Luckily, Master had already finished the first 2 steps and gotten halfway through the third. Picking up where he left off wasn't much trouble. I just had to be careful not to damage the valuable parts. At the last step, Master said, the 2 of us can't haul all this game back. In a bit we'll get someone to bring an ox cart, drag it home, and process it there. Don't skin the wolves yet either. Got it. I nodded and bled and gutted the remaining 7 wolves and the hog. Some of the deer's innards I fed to Big Black and Big Yellow, rewarding them for their bravery earlier. The extra, per Master's instructions, I offered to the mountain god. I found a flat patch of ground, built a mountain god altar with a few stones, stuck in 3 tree branches as incense, arranged the discarded innards around the altar, muttered a few words asking the mountain god for protection, and the ritual was done. Once that was finished, I fished 2 white rabbit milk candies out of my pocket, one for me, and I handed the other to Master. Master, have a candy to keep your strength up. Master paused for a moment, then took it, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth. Pretty sweet. No wonder that girl Feng Ling had been smiling so happily last night. We piled up the dress game together, covered it with chopped branches, and marked the spot. After resting a while, we got ready to head back. I'd originally thought about grabbing a sack of. I wanted to catch some pheasants on the way back, but Master's twisted ankle had swollen up. He could barely hobble even with me supporting him, so I dropped the idea. I strapped the deerskin onto Da Huang, wrapped up the antlers and deer penis and tied them onto Da He, then crouched down. Master, I'll carry you back. His weathered face flushed red, and he tried to resist, but I hoisted him onto my back with one smooth move. He was injured and no match for me, so he had to just take it. Almost at the edge of the village, he suddenly said, "Put me down. You've had it rough carrying me this whole way." I said it was no trouble. I still had plenty of energy. He got mad right away. "So now you won't even listen to your master?" There was nothing I could do, so I set him down. Master straightened his back and tried to take a few steps, but that injured foot still couldn't bear any weight, so he had to lean on me after all. That's when it hit me. Master was just being proud. Made sense though. A man in his 40s or 50s, a famous hunter in the village, getting carried home from the mountains by some young guy? Too embarrassing. We hadn't gone far when I saw Big Mouth Sun coming from a distance, holding 2 hazel grouse. Well, old Zhang, one trip into the mountains and you can't even walk. Gotta be propped up. That one shout of his quickly drew a whole crowd. "Old Zhang, you're hurt? What happened? Did you run into something big? Look at that foot. It's twisted. Your arm's not broken, is it?" First time I've ever seen old Zhang in such rough shape. Look at his rifle. Even the bayonet snapped off. That's a Type 56 carbine. Way better than an ordinary hunting rifle. What did he run into that made old Zhang resort to the bayonet? Everyone was chiming in, most of them concerned about Master's injuries. A few made snide remarks, figuring Master was getting old and past his prime. Big Mouth Sun looked especially smug. "Huh, old Zhang. Last time you wouldn't teach us fellas your tricks, insisted on keeping your secrets. And just a few days later you get what's coming to you." He waved the 2 hazel grouse in his hand as he said it. Master couldn't be bothered with him and just exchanged a few polite words with those who cared. "It's nothing serious. Dislocated arm, twisted ankle. Couple days rest, and I'll be fine." Just then a little boy with a runny nose spoke up from the crowd. "Big Brother Long, what's this thing? It feels all soft." It was sure to, the kid who loved playing with pebbles. While everyone was staring at Master's injuries, he'd been the first to reach out and touch the deerskin on Da Huang. Only then did the crowd look over. Chun Sin cried out first, startled. "Da Long, that's deerskin, isn't it? You bagged a sick deer." Everyone reacted immediately. It really is sick of deer hide. The stuff tied onto hay. That piece sticking out is a velvet antler, right? Deerskin and antlers both. Must have been a grown buck, a big one too. DeLong, when you get so impressive. All the praise made me a little embarrassed, so I hurried to explain. Yeah, we got a sick of deer, but I didn't shoot it, my master did. And he didn't just get the deer, he took out 7 wolves too. That set the crowd off. How many wolves? 7. You heard right, DeLong said 7. No wonder old Zhang's hurt. Took out all 7 wolves? That's incredible. People always said old Zhang tangled with a bear in his younger days. I never believed it, but now I do. Old Zhang, you keep too low a profile, had us all thinking you were washed up. Turns out the old blade's still sharp. Seeing that I hadn't mentioned the rabid wild boar, Master didn't hide it either. I owe it all to DeLong. If it weren't for him, I really would have been done for on that trip. Once he filled in the part about the rabid boar, the crowd finally pieced the whole story together. Master had hunted the sick of deer first, then run into a wolf pack fighting over the carcass and killed 7 of them, and then a massive boar came charging out and injured him. In the end, I showed up with my 2 dogs, saved him, took down the rabid boar, and that's how the 2 of us ended up master and apprentice. The whole chain of events was thrilling and gripping, and it got everyone's blood pumping. Only Big Mouth Son's face looked like he'd eaten something foul. He'd finally managed to catch 2 hazel grouse and had been strutting around showing them off all day, gloating over Master's injuries. And now, a single deerskin was worth several times his grouse. Never mind a whole deer plus 7 wolves and a boar. I called out to a middle-aged woman. Shitizma, can I borrow Shirtu for a favor? Send him to fetch Dr. Lin over to my master's place. As I said it, I slipped Shirtu a great white rabbit milk candy. It's just a little errand, no need for candy. Shirtu, get going. Shirtu unwrapped the candy, popped it in his mouth, and took off running toward Dr. Lin's house, leaving the other kids nearby green with envy. Then I turned to Chin-san. In a bit, can I borrow your ox cart? There's too much to carry back by hand. Anyone who's free, come lend a hand. 2 pounds of venison for everyone who helps. The moment they heard meat was being handed out, all the men and young guys were thrilled and signed up one after another. I quickly helped Master back home. Shirtu really was fast. By the time we reached the Zhang family's yard, Dr. Lin was already waiting at the door. Half an hour later, Master's dislocated arm was set back into place, and his twisted ankle was treated too. Dr. Lin gave his instructions. Rest well and don't move around. Take the anti-inflammatory and painkillers on schedule for a few days, and he'd be fine. Lying in bed, Master recounted what had happened in the mountains. Fengling's eyes immediately went red, and she choked out, "Thank goodness DeLong saved you, Pa. If something had really happened to you, She couldn't finish before she started crying. Seeing his daughter like that, Master felt a wave of lingering fear too. Honestly, killing 7 wolves hadn't rattled him, and fighting a boar with his bayonet wasn't his first time either, but the thought of something actually happening to him, of his daughter at home and his daughter-in-law visiting from her parents' place being heartbroken, that shook him. All right, Pa's fine, isn't he? Just a little injury. What's there to cry about? Go sharpen the knives and get ready. DeLong will be hauling the game back soon. Fengling wiped away her tears, said okay, and went into the kitchen to sharpen the knives. Meanwhile, I'd gone back to my own house first and gave a brief account of what happened in the mountains. It scared the daylights out of my folks, Zhao Yuquan and Zheng Yinhua. Wrestling a rabid boar, just thinking about it was terrifying. And Master killing 7 wolves, that was no small feat either. Now that the 2 of us had become master and apprentice, it counted as good news. My dad, Zhao Yuquan, said, "Since your master's all right, hurry up and go haul the stuff back from the mountains. I'll come help too." I didn't object. I drank a cup of water and set off with him. On the way, Chun-san had already driven the ox cart over, and a big crowd had gathered around too. At my signal, the group marched into the mountains in a grand procession, and before long we came hauling a cartload of game back. The villagers who hadn't gone to help all crowded around too, and when they got a clear look at what was on the cart, every one of them went bug-eyed. It really is a sick of deer, and such a huge boar too. This whole cart's got to be several hundred pounds. No kidding, you can see the Chun family's ox straining to pull it, on top of the one everyone's carrying. Wolves, close to 1,000 pounds, all told, worth over $1,000. Old Zhang and DeLong really struck it rich this trip. Envy was one thing, but ask any of them to head into the mountains and bag that much themselves. That'd be asking me impossible. 7 wolves plus 1 crazed boar, and just making it back alive would have been a win. That money, they'd earned it fair and square. Big Mouth Son still hadn't left, jealousy practically eating him alive. His eyes burned red as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The 2 hazel grouse in his hands didn't seem so appealing anymore. He could only slink home to drown his sorrows in liquor. In the Zhang family courtyard, Fengling was struck speechless at the sight of a full card of game. It took her a good while before she started directing where each animal should go. A few of the hunters who'd stayed behind, the ones handy with a knife, pitched in with the skinning, deboning, and cutting. I handed each of them a cigarette, finishing off the pack of Linhai I hadn't managed to give out last time. Looking at all that game, I was over the moon. It wasn't just about the money. Once every last animal was hauled back, the system finally triggered its capture success notification, rewarding me with a hefty batch of beast soul points. 70 points for the boar, 68 for the sika deer, and 207 for the 7 wolves combined. I was now sitting at 364 points. That's right, not just the boar, but the deer and 7 wolves my master had bagged all counted too. The strange part was that nothing triggered while we were processing them in the mountains. It only kicked in once everything was back at the Zhang courtyard. The way I figured it, the system judged a capture successful based on 3 conditions. First, the animal had to be wild. Second, it had to have clear ownership. And third, it had to be under my actual control. When I caught pheasants and rabbits, tying them up and bagging them was enough. This time, though, I had to haul everything home, probably to make sure it didn't count if the game got eaten by wild animals out in the mountains. And since everything was split 50-50 with my master, the system didn't skimp either. It handed over the full beast soul points. Soon enough, all the game was processed. As agreed, everyone who'd gone into the mountains got 2 pounds of venison, and those who'd helped with the processing got an extra pound. 2 or 3 pounds of meat came out to 2 or 3 yuan. And where else could you find work paying 2 or 3 yuan a day these days? City workers only made 30 or 40 yuan a month. Meat in hand, everyone was all smiles and gracious thanks. I stepped inside to talk things over with my master. We'd hold on to the deer antler and deer penis for now. Dried and properly prepared, they'd fetch a higher price. We'd keep one of the 7 wolf pelts to make knee and shoulder guards, save a bit of wolf leg bone and a few fangs, and sell the rest. Each family would also keep 10 pounds of venison, 20 pounds of wild boar meat, and the parts good for rendering fat. The pheasants and rabbits I caught myself, I wouldn't sell. I'd keep those at home to liven up our meals. Once the game was loaded back onto the cart, I said, since it's not dark yet, let me take this stuff over to Kaoshan village. I'll settle up the money with you when I get back, master. Go on then. Don't worry about my dad. I've got things covered here. Fengling answered without thinking. Fengling already knew I'd taken Zhang Jingguo as my master. But the way I'd just put it carried a hint of intimacy, as if the two of us were already husband and wife. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. I let out a laugh. With you at home, Fengling, I've got nothing to worry about. With that, I grabbed Chen San, brought Blackie and Yellow along, and drove the ox cart toward Li Guoqiang's place in Kaoshan village. It wasn't dark yet, and Li Guoqiang's courtyard was bustling. He was the only reliable private buyer in the surrounding villages, so plenty of hunters came to sell their goods, most of them showing up before nightfall. Seeing me pull in with a cart full of goods, Li Guoqiang's eyes lit up. Hey now, DeLong, you've brought in a big haul. Come on in. He helped me lead the ox cart into the yard. The other hunters around were bursting with curiosity. Last time I'd come at the crack of dawn and nobody had seen me. This time I'd happened to arrive when the crowd was at its thickest. That many wolves, all skinned already, and a sika deer too. Holy crap. Where'd this kid come from? Every eye turned my way, brimming with envy. I didn't mind. I gave a simple introduction of myself and mentioned my master too. At the mention of Zhang Jingguo, everyone nodded. So it's old Zhang. Well, that explains it. I hunted with him back in the day. The man's got real skills. More than just skills. At his level, he's one of the best in the whole county. I'd say he ranks up there in the entire Daxing Forest region. The hunters gave me thumbs ups all around, and some tried to butter me up. With a master that good, the apprentice can't be half bad either. Brother DeLong, how about we hit the mountains together sometime? I'll definitely come when I get the chance. I didn't turn them down outright, just said I hadn't gotten my firearms permit yet, and once I had the permit and bought a gun, I'd head into the mountains with them when I had time. I meant it sincerely, but they took it as a polite brush-off and didn't press the matter. By then Li Guoqiang had finished weighing the game and tallying up the prices. He came over beaming. Everything you brought is top quality. This deer hide's beautifully skinned. The wolf pelts are all intact, and there's so much meat, plus the wolf fangs and bones. I haven't taken in this much good stuff in one go all half year. Here, let me run the numbers for you. The sika deer weighed 200 or 300 pounds. After subtracting what we kept and gave away, about 60 pounds of meat remained, at 1 yuan a pound, 60 yuan. Pork at 80 cents a pound, 123 pounds, 98.4 yuan. Wolf meat at 40 cents a pound, 196 pounds, 78.4 yuan. 1 deer hide at 90, 6 wolf pelts at 45 each, 1 boar hide with a hole in it at 20, 380 total. Wolf bones and fangs could be used in medicine, but the price wasn't stable. Li Guoqiang offered a package price of 100 yuan, and I didn't quibble. The grand total came to 720 yuan. It should have been 716.80, and rounding up to 717 would have been the norm, but Li Guoqiang went ahead and made it an even 720. TSK, the man knew how to do business. When those 72 yuan Great Unity bills were handed over to me, not a single person there could keep their eyes from bulging. 720 yuan. A city worker couldn't save up that much in a whole year, even without eating or drinking. This master and apprentice have really hit the jackpot. Back in '84, who could pull out that kind of cash? It was hard to even imagine. A few people were even staring at the money in my hand, greed stirring in their eyes. Blackie let out an immediate warning, "Woof," and Yellow chimed in right after. That single bark snapped those few back to their senses, and they hastily looked away. I wasn't fazed. They were just looking, after all. If anyone really tried to rob me, this crowd wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. And even if someone made a move on the road home, one savage body slam from Blackie or Yellow would send them flying. With the accounting done, Li Guoqiang pulled me aside and asked why I hadn't sold the valuable parts like the deer antler and deer penis. I explained, and it dawned on him. He laughed heartily. Just bring them to me when the time comes, and I'll price them as high as I possibly can. Doing business with a guy like Li Guoqiang. Business, one word, smooth. After chatting for a bit, I suddenly asked, "Oh right, Uncle Guoqiang, do you have any coupons? I want to get a bicycle. I've got the money, just not enough coupons." "Huh, that's all. Just wait here." A professional dealer like him had connections everywhere and never ran short on coupons. He even had a relative who specialized in scalping them. Sure enough, before long he came back with 30 industrial coupons. "Take a look, see how many you need. 1 yuan each." Seeing that fat stack of coupons, my heart leaped with joy. I could put together the full set for the 3 rounds in one sound, right then and there. "I'll take them. I'll take them all," I said excitedly, then handed back 3 10 yuan bills. Beside us, Chen San's jaw dropped. He knew exactly what 30 coupons meant. But last time I'd clearly said I wasn't going to marry Wang Xiaoling anymore. So what did I need the coupons for? He couldn't help but ask. I put a finger to my lips. "Shoo, it's a secret. You'll find out in a while. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with Wang Xiaoling." Once we'd sold everything, I didn't let Chen San head straight home. I took him to my yard, picked out the fattest pheasant and rabbit, and stuffed them into his hands. "Today I really owe you one. Without your help, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do with all that stuff. Take this pheasant and rabbit home so your folks can build their strength back up." "How can I take these? I just drove the cart, and you already gave my family 3 pounds of venison. I really can't accept it. You hauled goods all that way. Wasn't your ox worn out? Just take it. Otherwise, how could I ever show my face at your place to borrow the cart again?" At that, Chen San stopped refusing. "We're all neighbors here. Lending a cart is really no big deal. But since you insist, I won't be shy about it." After seeing Chen San off, I went over to the Zhang family's yard and split the money in half with Zhang Fengling. We sold 720 total. "Here's 36 yuan. Count it." "Count what? Don't I trust you?" She stuffed the money straight into her pocket, not doubting me for a second. She was already my master's apprentice's fellow. What was there not to trust? Besides, I was the guy she liked. I asked, "How's master doing now?" "Much better. But he's getting on in years. Can't take that kind of strain. He's already asleep now." I nodded. Master had fought a huge battle in the mountains and gotten hurt on top of it. He really did need to rest early. "Then I'll head back first. Annie's not home, and you can't handle everything alone. If anything comes up at home, just let me know." Then I slipped her a few white rabbit milk candies before turning to leave. Looking at the candy in her hand and watching my back as I walked away, a thought suddenly bubbled up in Zhang Fengling's heart. She wanted to tell me how she felt, right to my face. But she didn't dare. What if I wasn't serious? I'd liked Wang Xiaoling for so long, then changed my mind out of nowhere. Would I do the same to her? Troubled, she unwrapped a candy and popped it into her mouth. "So sweet. Never mind. Eat something good, and the worries just melt away." At dinner, my third sister, Zhao Xiaofeng, who'd just heard the whole story, had eyes as wide as brass bells. Couldn't blame her for being shocked. My experience really was something else. My mother, Zheng Yinhua, shot her a look. "Just eat your food. What are you goggling for? Is there a bug in your bowl?" But that was a wild boar. Big brother killed it with just 2 dogs? And Uncle Zhang's amazing too. Took down 7 wolves, and even got saved by Big Brother in a pinch. I've only read about this kind of thing in books. It's like something out of a play. "All right, eat up, the food's getting cold." My father, Zhao Yukuan, tapped the table. "Your big brother's taken old Zhang as his master. There'll be plenty of hunting trips into the mountains from now on. No need to make a fuss." I found it funny inside. That afternoon, The old couple had been just as stunned as Xiaofeng, if not more, especially when they were helping haul the game into the Zhang family's yard. Their necks stretched out longer than a giraffe's. I picked up a piece of venison. Dad, tomorrow I'm planning to go into town and buy the bicycle. What? You've got enough coupons. That afternoon at the village head's place, Zhao Yuquan had only managed to ask about 6 industrial coupons and hadn't paid to buy them yet. I nodded. I bought 30 from Li Guoqiang, and I want those 6 from the village head too. Here's 100 yuan. Dad, take it and buy the coupons. Keep the rest at home for daily expenses and for Xiaofeng's schooling. I pulled out 10 yuan bills and handed them to him, then took out the 30 coupons for the whole family to see. Whoa, big brother, you're loaded, dropping 100 yuan without even blinking. That many coupons, what are you buying? 10's enough for a bicycle, isn't it? That's right, son, what do you need all these coupons for? One bicycle won't use them all. Take the extras back and return them. Xiaofeng was puzzled, and old Zhao couldn't figure it out either. Just then Zheng Yinhua coughed a couple of times. Old man, playing dumb again. A few days ago you were egging me on to take out the money. What did I say back then? Coupons aren't just for bicycles. There's sewing machines, radios, and watches too. How could I have forgotten that? All right, son, do what you think is best. We won't return the coupons. Tomorrow I'll go to the village heads and get those 6 too. Zhao Yuquan smacked his forehead and burst out laughing. Out of the 4 of us, only Xiaofeng was left completely baffled. 3 rounds and 1 sound. Didn't Big Brother say he wasn't marrying Wang Xiaoling anymore? Then what's he buying all this for? I didn't waste words with her, just grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Little kids should study hard and eat well. I'll tell you once it's all settled. After dinner, I got up and headed over to Big Black and Big Yellow's shelter. It was set up in a sheltered corner of the yard, padded with dry grass and old worn-out clothes, so the 2 dogs wouldn't freeze while they slept. Hearing me coming, they both crawled out of the den. Today they'd had themselves a feast, the innards of the deer, wolves, and wild boar, stuffed to bursting with leftovers to spare. Big Black nuzzled me on the left, Big Yellow on the right. I rubbed each of their heads in turn, and suddenly noticed both their heads had gotten sturdier and tougher. Could this be from the system skills? The effect of Savage Charge. I took a closer look. It wasn't just their heads. Their builds had gotten bigger too, and their coats were smoother. This is a real, unexpected bonus. The change in size must be tied to Savage Charge, and the change in their coats to Glide. If I keep leveling up skills, or learn new ones, will there be even more changes? I was really curious about how the system skills affected the 2 dogs, and even myself. But for now, the effects on my own body weren't obvious yet. To see any real changes, I'd probably have to wait a while longer. The next day, after breakfast, I took the money and coupons, along with my 2 bodyguards, Big Black and Big Yellow, and rode into town on Zhou Shaoan's tractor together with Xiaofeng. After getting off, I headed straight for the supply and marketing co-op, but when I got there, only then did I realize the place wasn't even open yet. Damn, I forgot the co-op doesn't open till almost 8. Last time, I'd sold my goods over at Kaoshan Village first, then walked into town. By then it was already close to 8, and the staff usually showed up a few minutes early. This time I rode straight in on the tractor, so it was still way too early for 8. Once I figured out what was going on, I didn't bother complaining. I decided to head over to Lu's noodle shop and check on Eru. As I passed a street corner, still a ways from the noodle shop, 2 young guys on bikes suddenly shot out of an alley up ahead, legs pumping so fast they were a blur. The things were practically flying. That look, that way of moving, I recognized them in an instant. These were the same dog thieves from last time. Before I could even give the command, a wave of furious, violent rage suddenly welled up in Big Yellow, so strong that even I could feel it. It was a deadly, life-or-death kind of hatred. The next second, Big Yellow shot off in pursuit and was quickly out of sight. With no other choice, I ordered Big Black to chase after them too. But he'd barely taken a few steps when 2 more bikes came tearing out of the alley. One of the riders, wearing a navy blue uniform, was a cop. "Comrade, did you see 2 guys on bicycles?" "Yeah, those 2 dog thieves went that way." I didn't hold anything back and pointed in the direction Big Yellow had run. "Got it, thanks a lot." The cop didn't waste time wondering how I knew they were dog thieves. He just wheeled his bike around to keep up the chase. I quickly called out to stop the 2 officers. "Comrade, officers, hold on a second. What is it? You'll never catch them chasing like that. You've got to split up and cut them off. My 2 dogs are already after them. You take the other roads, and we'll surround them." The 2 cops heard the sense in it, talked it over quickly, and split up, one taking the shortcut to block the main road out of town, the other crossing the bridge to cover the fork on the far side of the river. That whole delay took maybe a minute, but the 2 dog thieves hadn't actually gotten very far. That was because the direction they'd fled happened to lead right toward Lu's noodle shop, and there were already plenty of people out by now. Further ahead was the market, even more crowded, which was bound to slow them down. Past the market, Going right led across the river. Going left took a side road that looped back around. And going straight was the main road out of town. After they'd chased a while, I switched my view over to Big Black and found he wasn't far behind Big Yellow. Then I switched back to Big Yellow's side. In the scene, the two young guys on their bikes were looking back and cursing Big Yellow at the top of their lungs. Damn it, this stupid mutt's still after us. By all rights, an ordinary person being chased on a bike by a dog would panic and fumble, and one slip would be all it took to get caught. But these two dog thieves were freakishly gifted, clearly scared out of their minds, yet they only pedaled faster, even finding a spare second to look back and swear at the dog. Son of a bitch, what rotten luck today. First the cops chased us half the morning, now we've got a damn dog on our tails. Lu Chong, you think we forgot to check the almanac before heading out today? Song Mingming, you talk too damn much, just ride. Ride how? There's more and more people up ahead. You picked a hell of a route, you bastard. What do you know? We've been running the whole way, we're running out of steam. We've got to use the crowd to shake those two cops. Fair enough, but what about the dog? A crowd won't slow down a dog. Then we don't slow down, we plow straight through. Are you crazy? That's the market, it's packed right now. When you gotta go for it, you go for it. Otherwise we're heading to lockup for a bullet. With that, Lu Chong gripped the handlebar with one hand, dug a fistful of lime out of his pocket with the other, and flung it behind him. Then followed Song Mingming straight into the market. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. The two bikes came barreling through. People scrambled back in fright. The ones too slow got knocked to the ground, some crashing straight into stalls and sending fruit, vegetables, and eggs scattering everywhere. The market instantly dissolved into chaos, curses flying in every direction, but nobody could catch them. Huh, now we're safe. Song Mingming laughed and glanced back, then froze. That big yellow dog was still after them, and even the black dog in the distance had closed the gap. Lu Chong, what the hell? The lime didn't even hit it. Bullshit, no way it didn't hit. After getting chased by a dog last time, I came up with this trick in practice for 2 whole days, dead on every time. Don't believe me? Look for yourself. Lu Chong turned around, and sure enough, the two dogs, one yellow, one black, were still on their tail. Big Yellow had a face full of lime, and the black dog behind him looked oddly familiar. Shit, it's that dog again, the one that chased us last time. And that yellow one, a whole face full of lime. It should be blind, but it's acting like nothing's wrong. Something's seriously wrong with this, damn it. In truth, the lime had indeed caught Big Yellow in one eye, but the hatred burning in him overrode the pain. He ignored everything. In that very moment, I shared Big Black's field of vision with Big Yellow, which was the only way he could keep up the chase. I remembered Eru's grandson mentioning something like this in a past life. In video games, they called it first-person and third-person perspective. Right now, Big Yellow had switched from first-person to third-person. Big Yellow chased harder and harder, but Lu Chong and Song Mingming were at the end of their rope, starting to give out completely. There was no help for it. By the time Big Yellow caught up to them, they'd fled quite far. Soon the gap shrank to nothing. Woof, woof, woof. Song Mingming was the first to give out, his speed dropping to almost nothing. Big Yellow leaped, latched right onto his arm, and dragged him to the ground. Seeing his partner get bitten, Lu Chong didn't hesitate. He stopped and pulled out the lime to throw. But Big Yellow didn't dodge at all. He wheeled around, lowered his head with a growl, dug all 4 paws into the ground, gathered his strength for a second. Savage charge. Wham! 200 pounds of force slammed head-on right into Lu Chong's crotch. Thud! The pain dropped him straight to his knees, his face twisting up. My basket, my basket. Big Yellow spun around and gave Song Mingming, who'd just gotten back up, the same treatment. Song Mingming also crumpled to his knees, clutching his crotch, tears and snot streaming down his face as he wailed nonstop. My basket, my basket. Big Black watched from the side, making no move to help. He could sense the original owner's rage burning inside Big Yellow, so he just stayed off to the side and provided the extra field of vision. The two dog thieves had lost all ability to resist, but Big Yellow still wouldn't stop. He hit them with 2 more savage charges in a row, knocking them both out cold. Big Yellow wanted to bite them to death, but I held him back with my mind. I felt a little bad about the grudge his original owner had carried, but this was better left to the police to handle. Before long, the 2 officers who'd blocked the roads arrived first, and seeing the 2 dog thieves lying on the ground, they didn't say a word, just slapped the cuffs on them. A little while later, I finally caught up. The officer from before walked over. Hello, comrade. I'm from the Songshiling town. Feng Chuang, from the Public Security Squad 1 at the police station. We only caught them thanks to your 2 dogs. If they'd gotten away this time, we might not get another shot like this. When I get back, I'll report exactly what happened and make sure you get credit for it. I gave him my name too, then said, cooperating with the police is just the right thing to do. Besides, I've seen these two dog thieves before. Last time they had the nerve to sneak into a village courtyard and steal a dog in broad daylight. Real scumbags. So that's how it is. No wonder you recognize them. After chatting a bit, Feng Chuang told me one of them was named Lu Chong and the other Song Mingming, the fastest, most elite runners in the dog theft ring. Catching them was a serious blow to the gang. Once they got a confession out of them, they'd soon track down the whole crew's hideout. So I'd basically pulled off something huge. Once things settled down, Feng Chuang called for backup to haul the two of them away. When the crowd of onlookers learned the truth, they showered praise on Da Huang and Da He. One old man said with concern, "Young man, that yellow dog of yours took a nasty hit to the eyes. You'd better get down to the river and rinse it out quick." That's when it hit me. Da Huang had been blinded by rage, and I'd gotten careless right along with him. "Thanks for the heads up, sir." I led Da Huang down to the river. Without me having to say a word, he plunged his head straight into the water, staying under for a while before coming back up. I took a close look. The spots where the lime had touched him were indeed red, but nothing serious. When I asked, Da Huang said it didn't hurt so much anymore. Wait, does the system come with a built-in healing function? I didn't want to take any chances, so I borrowed a bowl from a vendor, mixed up some diluted salt water, and flushed his eyes again. Then I switched on the shared vision. The picture was crystal clear, no damage to his sight. Only then did I completely relax. Back at the market, which had returned to order, I spent $5 on some eggs, vegetables, snacks, and daily necessities. Checking the time, it was almost 8. So I took my two just decorated war heroes and headed straight for the supply co-op. "Comrade, I'll take one of the 28-inch bikes." Once inside, I got right to the point with the male clerk. Having cash in your pocket makes you bold. The clerk lit up with surprise, landing a big sale right after opening. "Which model do you want? We've got Songling and Baishan brands here. Good quality, sturdy, priced a bit lower. There's also a Phoenix that just came in. It's a famous Shanghai brand. Fine craftsmanship, solid frame, the favorite among city folk. Just a bit pricey, 180 yuan plus 12 coupons." I'd heard of Phoenix, of course. In my past life, I definitely would have bought a local northeastern brand. But now that I'd been reborn, what was another 20 yuan? Better to go with the expensive one. It'd also show more sincerity on the day I proposed marriage. "I'll take the Phoenix." I pulled a big wad of cash and coupons out of my pocket, peeled off 12 industrial coupons and 18 10 yuan bills, and everyone just stared. These days, most people couldn't even scrape together 5 yuan. Pull out a few dozen at once, and you'd get some serious looks, never mind a few hundred. After paying, I had them bring the bike out from the storeroom. Then I asked, "Comrade, do you carry sewing machines, watches, or radios? Give me the best brands." Everyone was even more amazed now. The 3 turns and 1 sound. This guy was getting ready to get married. Such a display was rare indeed. Plenty of people started whispering, wondering which lucky girl was about to marry a fellow like this, strong-looking, too. Her life ahead was sure to be prosperous. The clerk thought it over. "We've got the 3 turns and 1 sound in stock, but it's mostly local goods. For name brands, we've got 2 butterfly sewing machines. As for the rest, Shanghai 17 jewel watches, Panda radios, you'd have to go to the county seat for those. Or you can pay now, register here, and we'll bring it back on the next delivery truck. A week or so if it's slow, 3 to 5 days if it's fast." I nodded, thanked the clerk, and didn't press further. I'd had 85 yuan left before, and yesterday I got 360 from selling the game. Of that, 30 went to coupons and 100 stayed at home. So I'd left the house with 315 total. The market cost 5, the bike 180, leaving me 130. Even if I bought something, that was only enough for a watch or 2 radios. A sewing machine was out of reach. Asking about all that just now was mainly to scope out the going rates. I'd come back once I'd saved up enough. Outside the co-op, I found an open spot to test ride the new bike. I'd ridden someone else's a few years back in my past life, but after losing the use of both legs, I never got another chance. Now, riding again, my old life felt like some hazy dream. I circled around a few times, then charged forward at full speed. Behind me, Da He and Da Huang tore after me, wild with excitement. Right at that moment, snow began to fall. Winter in the northeast had officially arrived. Once I'd fully gotten the hang of riding, I found a private shop and spent 31 yuan and 6 mao on 2 bottles of Beidakang liquor for packs of Linhai cigarettes, plus 20 jin of white flour and 20 jin of rice. I couldn't help grumbling. Buying stuff without coupons is damn expensive. After that, I went to Lu's noodle house to see Eru. Just a few days apart, and his own brother had bought a Phoenix bicycle. Zhao Eru was floored. I gave him a quick rundown of what happened in the mountains and about taking on a master. He listened, dumbstruck the whole time. Too bad the restaurant was busy, and Eru had to go collect a delivery soon, so the two of us couldn't chat long. I pulled a carton of cigarettes out of my bag and pressed it into Zhao Eru's hands, saying, "This should last you a good while, huh? The moment Zhao Eru saw it was a whole carton, his eyes lit up, though he protested politely. You already spent a lot on me last time, big brother, and now you're spending again. Ma and Pa won't be happy if they find out. Whether Ma's happy or not I can't say, but Pa definitely won't mind. I opened the bag to reveal the other 3 cartons inside, then went on. I can earn money hunting now, so this stuff is nothing. Just one thing, don't blow through them in a few days. Smoking's bad for you, so don't go too hard on it, got it? Got it, brother. He kept stroking that carton, grinning wider than a flower in bloom. I honestly couldn't tell if a word of it had sunk in. Leaving Lou's Noodle House, I hopped on my bike and headed straight home. Behind me, a man and a woman were walking toward the Noodle House. The man was named Lu Xiaoyang, and the girl with him was called Wang Xiaoling, the very woman I'd longed to marry in my past life. Lu Xiaoyang bragged the whole way about how good this place's shredded pork noodles were. Wang Xiaoling only gave a faint partly to keep up her aloof beauty act, and partly because she genuinely looked down on the suitor beside her. Lu Xiaoyang was from her village, a good-for-nothing, penny-pinching bum. He'd shamelessly begged 1 yuan off his family just to bring her here for a bowl of noodles. A bowl of pork noodles worth a few cents. Did he really think she'd be impressed? Wang Xiaoling was seething inside. Sure, her family wasn't well off, but she was pretty enough to marry a city worker. So why hadn't anyone come knocking to propose? Was it really so hard to come up with the 3 rounds and a sound? Was 500 yuan in betrothal gifts really that much to ask? There were plenty of hunters here in Songshiling town. Bag a sick deer or a leopard, and you'd rake in hundreds just like that, wouldn't you? She couldn't figure it out. Just then, she caught a glimpse of me riding away on my bike. A brand new bicycle, with a big sack of rice and flour strapped to the back. Wang Xiaoling could hardly believe her eyes. That little fish, the most hopeless one in the whole pond back then, had actually grown up this much? How had she never spotted this kind of potential before? Inside the noodle shop, Lu Xiaoyang ordered 2 bowls of noodles, but Wang Xiaoling kept staring at Zhao Eru. You're Zhao Dalong's brother? She asked. How'd you know that? The truth was, Zhao Eru and Wang Xiaoling didn't really know each other at all. They weren't from the same village, there was an age gap, and since I was, at best, a backup to the backup in Wang Xiaoling's eyes, there'd never been a chance for them to meet. Later, when Eru came to work as an apprentice at the noodle shop, he hadn't been home in ages. He didn't even know I wanted to marry Wang Xiaoling. Wang Xiaoling went on. That guy just now was your brother Zhao Dalong, right? It's only been a few days, and he's already got a bicycle. Eru just chuckled, admitting only that it was his brother and saying nothing more. Having worked in the restaurant long enough, he saw right through it. This woman had her eye on his own brother. Wang Xiaoling kept firing off questions. Did your brother just buy that bike? When'd he get it? What brand is it? Before Eru could answer, Lu Xiaoyang had had enough. Xiaoling, I went to all this trouble to bring you here for noodles, and you keep grilling him about his business. That's pretty disrespectful, don't you think? Wang Xiaoling didn't back down an inch. So what if I run into someone I know and ask a few questions? Look at you, stingy as anything. A bowl of pork noodles is worth what, a few cents? And you've got the nerve to bring it up? That set Lu Xiaoyang off completely. He slammed the table. Listen here, Wang, don't push your luck. I've put up with you the whole way here. If it weren't for your brother's sake, I wouldn't treat you to this bowl of noodles even if I had the money. And with that, he turned and walked out. Wang Xiaoling sat there stunned. She never expected that this good-for-nothing, punk as he was, wouldn't even make a proper doormat. Once he'd had enough, he was done. With the guy paying the bill gone, she didn't dare stick around either. Before the noodles even arrived, she turned tail and bolted. Eru had watched the whole show unfold and thought to himself, how could a girl this pretty have a character this ugly? How could she ever be good enough to be his big brother's wife? He pulled out the little notebook he used to record inventory and jotted the embarrassing incident down in the memo section, ready to tell me all about it the next time I stopped by. The moment I entered the village, I heard someone shout, "Look, there's a bicycle coming into the village. It's so shiny." I looked up. It was that kid Shirtu again, with a whole gang of children trailing behind him. After eating the white rabbit milk candy I'd given him yesterday, a lot of the kids had been so envious they'd pestered him non-stop about how it tasted, and Shirtu had been so pleased with himself he'd dreamed about it all night. On top of that, his dad had helped haul the game yesterday and gotten a share of venison. The instant Shirtu recognized me, he came running over, clamoring to see the bike. I had no choice but to slow down and stop, worried I'd hit them. Shirtu sized up the new bike while reaching out to touch the gleaming rims, going wow, wow. The other kids followed his lead, crowding around the bike and jostling one another, chattering away like a flock of sparrows. It's snowing and you're all still playing outside, I said, a little exasperated. Aren't you cold? Nope. Shirtu's little face was flushed red from the cold, frost clinging to his hat. The other kids all looked the same, sniffling constantly. I was speechless. You're not afraid of the cold. but I'm the one who froze half to death riding all this way. Still, I understood these kids and their fascination with something new. There were bicycles in the village too, but they were all too old and worn, not as new as mine, not as good looking. Once they'd looked their fill, I just pulled 2 small packets of hawthorn slices out of the sack and handed each of them 2 or 3. All right, once you've eaten these, everyone scatter. I've got to head home, and you should get back soon too. Don't catch a chill. The kids were thrilled, and they all treated Shirtu like the ringleader. Following him meant not only getting to touch a new bike, but also scoring some hawthorn slices. Life was just too much fun. Before heading home, I first made a trip to the Zhang family to confirm that my master, Zhang Jingguo, was doing okay, and we settled on holding the delayed apprenticeship ceremony at noon before I rode the bike back home. The moment I pulled into the yard, my parents swarmed over, carefully looking over the brand new Phoenix brand bicycle, their expressions no different from that gang of kids at the village entrance. I didn't waste time dawdling with them. I went over the day's expenses and divided up the goods. We kept 10 caddies of white flour, 10 caddies of rice, a carton of Linhai cigarettes, plus eggs and vegetables for the family. For the apprenticeship gift, 10 caddies of rice, 10 caddies of white flour, 2 cartons of Linhai, 2 bottles of Beidakang liquor, some snacks mixed in with white rabbit milk candy. And then from home, I threw in 2 pheasants, 2 rabbits, 6 caddies of pork, and 6 caddies of venison. Everything rounded out to even numbers. Mom, Dad, I said, I'll take all this to give to my master in a bit. I'll probably end up eating at his place today. By custom, when an apprentice comes to present gifts and formally take on a master, the master has to keep him for a meal. My mother, Zheng Yinhua, seemed a little unsure. Isn't this an awful lot of gifts to be giving? The way she saw it, taking on a master just called for a little tobacco, liquor, rice, and flour. It didn't necessarily have to be in even numbers. But not only had I made everything even, I'd even thrown in the meat and snacks. Altogether, it added up to several dozen yuan. My father, Zhao Yuquan, shook his head. It's only because old Zhang's kept a low profile all these years. Otherwise, with his skills and reputation, he might not take on a disciple even if you gave him the same gifts. Besides, the way our eldest's been acting these past few days, he's dead set on marrying old Zhang's daughter. If it works out, we'll be one family. If it doesn't, taking old Zhang as a master is no loss either. I'd already bought the bicycle and gathered up all the ration coupons for the 3 rounds and a sound. So my dad just laid it all out plainly. My mother quickly asked, Eldest, are you actually sure about that Fengling girl? I nodded hard. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. I'll definitely handle things with Fengling. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling was walking back to Shirgo village alone through the wind and snow. She'd come as one of 2 people, but she was heading back all by herself. Lu Xiaoyang, stingy as he was, still wanted to date her. What a fantasy. By comparison, Zhao Dalong was pretty impressive. He'd already gotten himself a bicycle. She didn't know exactly what had changed about him, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that Zhao Dalong liked her and wanted to marry her. That was enough. Right then, her brother Wang Xiaobing was sitting on the Kong, going at a small plate of peanuts. While having a little drink, he saw his sister come in and said in surprise, Sis, how'd you get back so fast? You didn't hang around town longer with Xiaoyang? Hang around my ass. Tagged along with him and didn't even get a single bowl of noodles out of it. Wang Xiaoling had a whole belly full of complaints, and the second she got home she poured it all out, with plenty of exaggeration thrown in. The whole Wang family was taken aback, especially her parents. When they heard their daughter had gone all the way to town and come back on an empty stomach, they felt terrible for her and quickly heated up a bowl of coarse grain porridge and some cornmeal buns. Wang Xiaoling ate while cursing out Lu Xiaoyang. Wang Xiaobing joined right in, swearing he'd never have anything to do with the guy again. Suddenly Wang Xiaoling changed the subject. Oh right, Xiaobing. Guess who I ran into in town today? Who? Zhao Dalong, from Xiaoxi village next door. What about him? You won't believe it when I tell you. Zhao Dalong bought a brand new bike. Squeaky new. What? Wang Xiaobing was stunned too. He knew Zhao Dalong pretty well. The guy was honest, stubborn as a mule, and had a huge crush on his sister. He used to come around the village all the time asking about her, saying he wanted to marry her. Wang Xiaobing had encouraged him to his face, but privately never thought he had a shot. The way he saw it, only 3 kinds of people could scrape together the 3 rounds and 1 sound, plus 500 yuan in betrothal money. 1. Rich business owners. 2. City folks with steady jobs, or young hunters famous far and wide. 3. Spendthrifts reckless enough to bleed their whole family dry, even sell the family cooking pot. Unfortunately, Zhao Dalong was none of the 3. No means, no guts to blow the family fortune, and he wanted to go into the mountains to hunt for money? Since when was hunting that easy? Wang Xiaobing asked. Sis, you sure you didn't see wrong? It was really Zhao Dalong. Dead sure. His younger brother works at Lu's noodle shop. I asked him straight to his face, and he confirmed it. That's his big brother, all right. HSSS. No mistaking it now. Zhao Dalong really had bought a new bike. As for whose money paid for it, or whether he'd actually bagged some good game in the mountains, that part was still unclear. Wang Xiaobing thought it over. Sis, how about I head over to Xiaoxi village and ask around for you? See what's what. That's just what I was thinking. If he really did strike it rich, you ask him when he's going to get the 3 rounds and 1 sound plus the 500 yuan together and come propose. The words were barely out when the siblings' parents chimed in unison. Yeah, we got to jump on this. If the marriage goes through, the 3 rounds and 1 sound go to Xiaoling, and the 500 yuan is perfect for Xiaobing to marry a wife. Neither sibling had any objection to the arrangement. They'd already agreed to it beforehand. The moment Wang Xiaobing thought about that 500 yuan, he was raring to go. As for the bike and the watch, hey, once they were all one family, couldn't he borrow them for a ride and a wear now and then? No sooner said than done. He downed his last mouthful of liquor, hopped off the calm, put on his hat, and headed out. He didn't go straight to Xiaoxi village. First, he stopped by 2 hunters' homes in his own village to ask around. He hadn't been out these past few days, so if Zhao Dalong really had made money hunting, the local hunters ought to know something. Sure enough, at the second house, the hunter said flat out, Zhao Dalong had sold a whole ox cart of goods, sick a deer, wolf, wild boar, and cleared over 700 yuan in one haul. The guy was green with envy. Wang Xiaobing also learned that Zhao Dalong had bought 30 tickets from Li Guoqiang over in Kaoshan Hamlet, and plenty of hunters had seen it happen at the time. Now Wang Xiaobing was completely at ease. Just thinking about those several hundred yuan about to land in his lap, he couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Once inside Xiaoxi village, he found the Zhao family courtyard from memories years old and called out several times, but no one answered. He turned around and spotted a bunch of kids not far off, gathered around building a snowman. Hey kid, know where the Zhao family went? Shirtu was the first to respond. What hamlet are you from? Who are you? What'd you want with Brother Dalong's place? I'm Wang Xiaobing from Shirgo village, a friend of his. Got good news for Dalong. Shidu's head spun. Good news for Brother Dalong? So if I show him the way, won't Brother Dalong thank me with something tasty again? At the thought, his mouth practically started watering. He said loudly, Brother Dalong and them aren't home. They all went over to Uncle Zhang's place. You don't know the way, so come with me. I'll take you there. With that, he abandoned his half-finished snowman and led Wang Xiaobing toward the Zhang house, the other kids trailing along behind. At the Zhang house, plate after plate of steaming hot food came out of the kitchen and onto the square table by the Kong. Today, with my mom, that master chef, lending a hand, and Zhang Fengling working quick and nimble, they'd made 4 braised dishes, venison, pork, chicken, and rabbit, plus a bowl of steamed egg custard, served with homemade pickles, some white flour buns, and a big basin of white rice. A spread like this, even at New Year's, not many families could put it on the table. For one, both families now had the means. For two, the master-apprentice ceremony ought to be done upright. The apprentice had brought plenty of gifts, so naturally the master wasn't going to be stingy either. At the table, 2 bottles of Beidakang liquor and 2 cartons of cigarettes sat off to the side. I personally poured a cup of hot water, using water in place of liquor, and raised a toast to Zhang Jingguo. The master-apprentice ceremony was now complete, and the 2 families sat down together to eat a hot meal. My dad, Zhao Yuquan, spoke up. Old Zhang, my eldest is your apprentice now. If he dares step out of line, you just discipline him. Don't spare my feelings. The master laughed heartily. Good, I'll keep this kid in check for sure. No liquor, sure, but with white flour buns and basin after basin of meat, the meal was fragrant as could be. Seeing both families in such high spirits, Zhang Fengling worked up her courage and picked out a big piece of rabbit for me. Dalong, try my cooking. I popped it straight into my mouth. Whoa, this rabbit's braised through and through, so tasty. My parents were quick to back me up from the side. This Fengling girl cooks great, and she's so sensible, and pretty on top of that. Whoever marries her is one lucky man. Praised to her face by my parents, Zhang Fengling's cheeks flushed instantly. Luckily her dad was right there, so she didn't panic too much and just took it as polite talk, returning the compliment to me. Actually, Dalong's not bad himself, and now he's got even more going for him. I bet there'll be plenty of girls with their eye on him down the road. Saying somebody had their eye on Zhang Fengling, that was no lie. Saying somebody had their eye on me, that was a bit of a stretch. Before I made money hunting, nobody gave me a second look. But whether other people had their eye on me didn't matter. What mattered was whether you, Zhang Fengling, had your eye on me. My parents exchanged a glance and shot me a look. How could I not get it? They wanted me to strike while the iron was hot and pile happiness on happiness. But thinking about how thin-skinned girls could be and about the master's sharp gaze, I decided to let it go and find another chance to open my heart to her, just the 2 of us. Just as I was about to raise another toast to the master and ease the awkwardness, an ill-timed voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Holy! Translator's note. 3 rounds and 1 sound refers to the 4 coveted marriage status items of the era: a bicycle, a sewing machine, a watch, the 3 things that turn, and a radio, the thing that sounds. Damn, what smells so good in here? Longer, how could you sneak off to somebody else's place for a feast without giving me a shout? The guy had zero manners. He'd barely finished talking before he started pounding on the courtyard gate. Bang, 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 which totally threw me off. Who was this guy? Why couldn't I place his voice? Master, Mom, Dad, Feng Ling, you all keep eating. I'll go see what's up. I got up and went to open the gate. Zhang Jingguo was the guest of honor today, so he stayed put, but his expression wasn't great. Gut instinct told him trouble was waiting outside. My dad noticed it too and said to my mom, I'll keep old Zhang company. You and Feng Ling go check what's going on. My mom nodded and pulled along Zhang Feng Ling, who was already looking distracted. I opened the gate and saw a young man standing there, with a bunch of kids behind him grinning like idiots, especially that little rascal Shirtu, who had the smuggest look on his face. I stared at him for a few seconds before it clicked. This was Wang Xiaobing, Wang Xiaoling's little brother. I'd only seen him a few days ago, but for me, someone who'd been reborn, it felt like decades, so I hadn't recognized his voice at first. My tone was cold. What do you want? Wang Xiaobing had only had some peanuts and a little liquor at home, no real meat. So he'd braved the wind and snow all the way from the neighboring Shirgo village, and his stomach was already growling. Catching a whiff of the food now, he blurted out almost on reflex. Oh, you're still eating? Perfect timing. Grab me a pair of chopsticks. After we eat, I'll fill you in on my sister's situation. Trust me, it's good news. Then he even nudged my arm, acting all buddy-buddy, and made to barge right into the courtyard. I grabbed him and yanked him straight back out. Whoa, you want a free meal? Go mooch somewhere else. And I don't want to hear a word about your sister. Wang Xiaobing was dumbfounded. Just a few days ago, I'd been practically groveling, asking him whether I really needed the 3 rounds and a sound, plus 500 yuan in betrothal money to marry his sister. Why was I acting like a completely different person today? He wanted to blow up, but for the sake of that few hundred yuan, he swallowed his anger. It's just 1 meal. Do you have to be so stingy? Besides, you've already scraped together the coupons for the 3 rounds and a sound, and you even bought the bicycle. It's obvious you're planning to marry my sister. I get that you're too embarrassed to say it outright in front of other people, but come on, it's just me here, your future brother-in-law. Quit the act, would you? I found it both hilarious and exasperating. Hilarious, because this guy had no shame. Here he was, the bride's family, chasing the groom's family to talk marriage. Exasperating, because I honestly hadn't spelled things out clearly. I'd never explicitly said I no longer intended to marry Wang Xiaoling. But then again, I hadn't done anything wrong. I wasn't the only guy who'd shown interest in Wang Xiaoling. And does everyone who changes their mind have to come knock on your door and announce it? On top of that, in my past life, after my hunting accident, not a single person from the Wang family came to check on me. Later, when they saw no farmer could scrape together the money to marry Wang Xiaoling, they took her to the city for matchmaking. Word was she married some city worker. Just then, a voice like a silver bell rang out behind me. Longer, is what he said true? I turned around and my face went white. Zhang Fengling had appeared behind me at some point, and her eyes were full of disbelief. You've been lying to me these past few days, haven't you? Her voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. She'd thought I'd turned over a new leaf these past few days, that I'd given up on Wang Xiaoling and started developing feelings for her. But it turned out I'd just been toying with her heart. Now Wang Xiaoling's own brother had shown up to talk marriage. How could she not be crushed? My mom was standing beside her, frantic. But the next second, both of them went wide-eyed. I spun around and slapped Wang Xiaobing across the face. Screw you and your grandma's leg. Stop spreading lies about me. His cheek was still stinging, and before he could even react, I kicked him to the ground. Get lost. Now. Or don't blame me for sicking my dogs on you. The words had barely left my mouth when Big Black and Big Yellow, who'd been sitting obediently in the courtyard, came charging out and planted themselves at my side, looking absolutely fierce. One look at those 2 dogs and Wang Xiaobing froze again. They were freaking massive. He scrambled up off the ground and, as he ran off, hurled a threat over his shoulder. Zhao Dalong, this isn't over. If you still want to marry my sister, 500 won't cut it anymore. It's 1,000 now, you hear me? Ow. Before he could finish, a snowball smacked him right in the face. He whipped around to see who'd thrown it, and it was that same kid who'd led him here. Shirdu had been pretty pleased with himself, thinking he was doing me a favor, but who knew he'd brought over such a jerk? A guy demanding 1,000 yuan right off the bat? Why didn't he just go rob a bank? Shirtu crouched down and led the pack of kids in packing snowballs, secretly stuffing rocks inside, and pointed at Wang Xiaobing. yelling, "Get him! This guy's no good!" Thwack, thwack, thwack. Snowball after snowball came flying, hitting Wang Xiaobing hard. When he saw one kid stuffing an egg-sized rock into a snowball, he was scared out of his wits. However full of grievance and rage he didn't dare stick around and bolted for home to go find his mommy. Back in the courtyard, Zhang Fengling and my mom, who'd watched the whole thing, stood there stunned for a good while. Especially Zhang Fengling. When she'd first heard Wang Xiaobing talking about the marriage between me and Wang Xiaoling, she'd already given up hope. She never imagined I'd beat the guy and throw him out. Having driven off Wang Xiaobing, I stood at the gate and took a deep breath. Two thoughts floated through my head. The arrow's on the string, there's no holding back now. And no time like the present. I shut the gate, turned around, stepped forward, took Zhang Fengling's little hand in mine, and dropped down on one knee. Longer you. Zhang Fengling's face flushed crimson in an instant, her heart pounding like a little deer bounding around in her chest. Just then, my dad and Zhang Jingguo, who'd heard the commotion, came out too. When they saw the scene, they both froze in place. I gazed lovingly into Zhang Fengling's shimmering, watery eyes and said loudly, "Fengling, I want to be good to you for the rest of my life." The words boomed out like a clap of thunder, and everyone in the courtyard went wide-eyed. My parents were nervous but hopeful. Zhang Jingguo, though, had an unreadable expression. You couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Zhang Fengling's mind went completely blank. I went on, "Fengling, I want to marry you. Will you marry me?" The whole courtyard held its breath. Even Big Black and Big Yellow didn't dare make a sound. Zhang Fengling's ears turned bright red, and she gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, frozen still. After a long moment, she finally gave a slight nod and murmured, "I will." Then she slipped her hand free, ducked her head, and ran into the house. Quiet as her voice was, everyone present heard it loud and clear. My parents let out a breath at the same time. Zhang Jingguo shook his head helplessly. A grown daughter just can't be kept at home. Can't be kept at home. My dad was overjoyed. "Old Zhang, so you agree to?" Zhang Jingguo gave a wry smile. A master acceptance banquet had somehow turned into an engagement banquet. How could I not? All right, let's talk more inside. It's cold out here. Cold. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fengling came back to the table. Our two families chatted warmly, and the marriage was basically settled. As for Zhang Fengling's mother's opinion, Zhang Jingguo said whatever he decided would go. But Zhang Fengling insisted on writing a letter to her mother to share the good news. She'd write it, and I'd take it to town to mail. After the meal, Zhang Jingguo suggested that while his injury was still healing, I should head to the county seat first to get my firearms permits sorted out, which would make it easier to hunt deep in the mountains later. He walked me through the whole process. First go to the village chief for a certificate, then to the township police station to fill out an application, then to the county public security bureau to get a purchase voucher, buy the gun, and register it. After that, wait about 7 days before you can pick up the permit and the gun. While I was at it, this was the perfect chance to upgrade my family's hunting license too. The one we had before was a part farming, part hunting license, fine for catching pheasants, but no good for sick deer, tigers, leopards, or bears. The stuff I'd sold to Li Guoqiang last time technically counted as my master's kills, so I wasn't worried even if it got looked into. Since I was going to town anyway, I'd take care of it all at once. After eating, I checked the time. It was almost when Zhao Xiaofeng got out of school. Since it was double happiness in the household, both families decided to have dinner at the Zhangs too, and there was still plenty of food left from lunch. I hopped on my bike to go pick up my little sister from town. Leaving Xiaoxi village, the snow had already stopped on the way home. Now, as for Wang Xiaobing, he shoved the door open, looking a mess, and his sorry state gave the whole family a fright. Wang Xiaoling was the first to shout, "Xiaobing, what happened to you? You went to Xiaoxi village and came back with your face all black and blue." Bringing that up, Wang Xiaobing was full of grievances. Truth was, I'd held back when I hit him, and by the time he got home it didn't even hurt anymore. But he'd been chased and pelted with rocks the whole way by a pack of kids. They outnumbered him and were just little kids, so as a grown man he couldn't bring himself to squabble with them. Saying it out loud would just be embarrassing. So he changed the subject. "Never mind me. Sis's whole thing is off. That Zhao Dalong is a scumbag, doesn't keep his word." Once he laid out everything he'd found out, Wang Xiaoling got upset before their parents could even speak. "A lying scumbag, pa? So he bought a beat-up bicycle, big deal. Like I actually care. I see it now. There isn't a single reliable guy in all these villages. Mom, Dad, from now on we're going straight to the city to find matches. I'm done with this dump." "Good. That's my girl, with some backbone. Don't go out these next few days, stay home, and dress yourself up nice. Mom will get someone to ask around about matches." Haha, the wife's right. Once our girl marries into the city, we'll all be living the good life. But Wang Xiaobing no longer had much faith in these ideas of his family's. He was a useless bum, sure, and he'd always had his eye on his sister's bride price. But that slap I gave him today seemed to have knocked some sense into him. So this was what it looked like. Once a man made money hunting on his own, he could stand so tall, saying he wouldn't marry and just not marrying. And that guy was Zhao Dalong, someone just as talentless as him. Thinking about it, Wang Xiaobing quietly clenched his fists. What others could do, he could do too. Next, he was going to find a skilled hunter and take him as his master. Xiaoxi village was small, and Zhao Xiaofeng was the only kid the right age for middle school. Usually she walked home from school with classmates from other villages. These country kids came from ordinary families, and they envied the better-off town classmates whose parents biked over to pick them up and drop them off. Today, seeing me ride up to get my sister, they were all green with envy, saying they wished they had a big brother like that. On the way home, I told Zhao Xiaofeng about the apprenticeship banquet turning into an engagement banquet. Only then did she find out that Zhang Fengling from the same village was about to become her sister-in-law. I have to say, her big brother was getting more and more dependable. Back when I'd liked Wang Xiaoling, she hadn't been happy about it. Now that she knew I was marrying Zhang Fengling, she was all for it, hands and feet. There were only two brothers at home, both big, burly men. Second brother Zhao Eru was rarely seen in town, and the age gap between her and me was huge. She'd long wished for a sister as pretty and virtuous as Zhang Fengling. Oh, right, Xiaofeng, I'm heading to the county seat tomorrow. It'll be 2 days before I'm back, so I won't be able to pick you up. It's fine, bro. I've gotten used to walking all these years. Besides, once the snow gets heavy, you won't be able to ride your bike anyway. Ah, that's true too. A bicycle in a northeast winter is basically only good for pushing along and hauling stuff. Once the heavy snow comes and the ground ice is over, long-distance travel has to rely on sleds or tractors. The village chief's family had a sled, and so did Chin San's family, both horse-drawn. And of course, there was another thing called a dog sled. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Big Black and Big Yellow had gotten a lot stronger lately. Having them pull a sled, now that definitely had potential. At dinner, the 6 of us gathered together, both families chatting and laughing, just like one family. At my master's house, I didn't dare act up and was especially respectful. Xiaofeng sat next to Zhang Fengling, and the more she looked at her future sister-in-law, the more she liked her. Early the next morning, I packed my gear and got ready to head into the county seat. I felt around in my pocket, 298 yuan and 4 mao. 200 of that was from my master, Zhang Jingguo. We'd settle up more or less once the money from selling the deer antler came in. I checked the system panel, currently 364 B soul points. Big Black and Big Yellow had already been reborn, and both had learned Glide and Savage Charge. There was still a long list waiting to be reborn. By that count, I had enough points to rebirth a third beast soul too. Once 3 skilled beast servants went into the mountains, I could just sit back and wait for them to catch pheasants and hazel grouse, and the skill feedback I got would be more noticeable too. After getting off Zhou Shaoan's tractor, I first went to the township forestry station. Today I'd be taking the passenger bus into the county seat, so I couldn't bring Big Black and Big Yellow. They'd have to stay home and guard the place. I'd thought about letting them go hunt in the mountains. The glide boost really was impressive, but if they ran into a wolf pack or something truly big, the 2 of them just weren't up to it with their current abilities. Unless there was a veteran like my master along, better to forget it. After a short wait, the forestry station opened. With the certificate from the village chief and my original hunting license in hand, my license renewal application went through in a few minutes. All that was left was to complete the final procedure at the County Forestry Bureau, and after 2 more days I'd have my professional hunting license. Once the application was done, I went to the post office and mailed the letter Zhang Fengling had written to her mother. In it she'd told her about her father's injury and the relationship matters. Now we just had to wait for her mother to come back, and the Zhao family would bring in a matchmaker to go through the formalities. Figuring it was almost 9, I hurried to the police station. But the moment I walked in, I was dumbstruck. The service window had a long line. These days there were only 1 or 2 buses running between the county and township each day. Our township had it better, with 2, one around 6 in the morning and 1 at noon. By the time it was my turn, I'd definitely missed the noon bus. If it wasn't in, then I'd just have to head home and come back tomorrow. I was frowning when someone walked up and greeted me. "You're Zhao Dalong, right? What a coincidence, we meet again." I looked up. It was that cop from yesterday, Feng Chuang. "Oh, it's Officer Feng. What's with the officer stuff? Just call me Brother Feng." "Well then, I won't stand on ceremony, Brother Feng. Now you're getting it. Let me tell you, after you helped me catch those 2 dog thieves yesterday, the higher-ups at the station were thrilled, kept praising how capable I am." Feng Chuang added with a grin. "The station's even gonna write you a thank you letter. Once things settle down, we'll mail it to your village." That thank you letter was basically an official notice sent to a village to recognize good deeds, an honor for ordinary folks. Rack up enough of them, and you could even be named a model citizen. I nodded and said we should serve the people together. After chatting a bit, Feng Chuang heard I was there to get a gun purchase permit and slapped his thigh. Well, isn't that convenient? I'm about to head to the county to report on some work. Got a Jeep to ride in. Give me your paperwork. I'll file the application for you. Then take you along to the County Public Security Bureau to handle the rest of the process. I was delighted and nodded without hesitation. With Feng Chuang's help, the paperwork flew by, plus I got to ride in a Jeep instead of cramming into one of those smelly buses. 3 hours later, I walked out of the County Forestry Bureau. With Feng Chuang's help, I not only scored a free meal at the County Public Security Bureau, but the gun purchase permit, which usually took 2 or 3 days to approve, would be ready first thing tomorrow morning. Once I bought the gun and handed it over to the Bureau for the gun license, the process would go even faster. In the end, I'd just pick it up at the town police station. The County Public Security Bureau even wrote me a letter of introduction, saying I had a solid, good background and was an active doer of good deeds, asking the Forestry Bureau to speed up the renewal and upgrade of my hunting license. So just like that, I'd be able to pick up a professional hunting license first thing tomorrow. Sure enough, getting things done still comes down to connections. I figured to myself, I'd originally planned to stay in the county for 2 days, but now one would be enough. I could head home tomorrow afternoon. Leaving the Forestry Bureau, I carried a sack of stuff and headed straight for the county railway workers' housing compound. Besides getting my paperwork done, I also wanted to swing by and visit my second uncle's family, so I brought pheasant, rabbit, venison, and pork. Once I got downstairs, I found my second uncle's door from memory and knocked. Second uncle, second aunt, are you home? It's Dalong. Oh, Dalong's here. Hold on, let me get the door for you. The door opened, and out came a middle-aged man who looked exactly like my dad, Zhao Yuquan, just older. Seeing second uncle, I felt a wave of emotion. My dad was one of 3 brothers. The eldest died young, so I'd never even met him. Second uncle Zhao Yuliang had a family of 4, second aunt Tian Guifan, my cousin Zhao Hongjun, and my cousin Zhao Hongying. They used to all live in Xiaxi village. Later, when my cousin made something of himself and got a job at the County Railway Bureau, the whole family moved into the city. In my past life, after my accident, if it hadn't been for second uncle's family footing the bill to find doctors, I never would have made it through the early treatment. I said, I came to the county to take care of some business today, so I figured I'd drop by to see you too. I'll have to trouble you to put me up for the night. Ah, we're family, what's there to say? Come in, it's cold out there. Zhao Yuliang didn't treat me like an outsider at all. He ushered me inside and poured me a cup of hot water. Are your mom and dad still keeping fit and healthy? They're doing great, just as sturdy as you, second uncle. These days, asking whether someone was fit and healthy was just a routine greeting, not because anyone was actually sick. So I laughed and complimented second uncle's health. But Zhao Yuliang waved his hand. I'm getting old, not what I used to be. Back when I was farming in the village, I had real strength. Now I'm cooped up in the city all day, bored out of my mind. The land in his name was all being farmed by my family now, and we'd get someone to bring part of the harvest over to him. Outsiders thought he was living the good life, but he himself felt stifled. He still preferred the countryside. After a sip of water, I suddenly asked, "Oh right, second uncle, how come I don't see second aunt?" Zhao Yuliang shook his head helplessly and sighed. Your second aunt's down in the courtyard, waiting on that ancestor of hers. What? Waiting on an ancestor? What ancestor? A foreign dog, precious as anything. And with that, he told me the whole story. A few months back, the granddaughter of one of the County Railway Bureau's leaders saw someone in the provincial capital keeping a foreign dog, and she fell head over heels for it. When she came home, she insisted on getting one too. The leader had someone look into it. Turned out it was a Soviet breed, something like a Siberian, this or that, so he got hold of one. At first the dog was pretty cute, and though it liked to chew on furniture, it didn't do much damage. But the bigger it got, the wilder it became. It tore the leader's house apart, and even bit his granddaughter. The leader was both furious and frantic and wanted to get rid of it, but his granddaughter fiercely protected it and wouldn't allow it. After a lot of back and forth, the family decided to find someone to foster it, train it to behave, then bring it back. But the leader asked all around the workplace, and nobody dared take in this crazy dog that bit people and wrecked homes. In the end, my cousin Zhao Hongjun volunteered, brought the dog home, and said that with all his experience raising dogs in the village as a kid, he could handle it. Turned out the dog was just as much trouble once it got here. There was nothing to be done but chain it up in a single-story building downstairs. Come to think of it, this whole mess is your brother Hongjuan's fault. He just had to show off in front of the leader. Otherwise our family wouldn't be stuck with this headache. Zhao Yuliang was clearly displeased. But I thought this cousin of mine was no ordinary guy. He was still just a regular employee now, but he'd go on to become head of the freight department and marry the leader's daughter. There was no way he could pull that off without some real ability. Thinking back carefully, this business of second uncle's family fostering the leader's dog hadn't happened at all in my past life. Back then, I'd had my accident in the mountains, and second uncle's family had been busy helping me seek treatment. Now that I'd been reborn, I'd indirectly changed the fate of the people around me too. I thought it over and said, "Second uncle, I've never seen a foreign dog before. Want to take me to have a look?" "Sure. Perfect timing. I'll call your second aunt back too. Honestly, she sits in that dog kennel all day and doesn't even know we've got a guest." Grumbling, Zhao Yuliang led me downstairs toward the single-story building in the courtyard. Right then, Tian Guifan was sitting alone on a stool, staring blankly at the foreign dog. Chained up indoors and making a fuss all day was one thing, but lately the dog hadn't seemed to be eating or sleeping well. She wondered, could it have caught a chill? The door opened, and cold wind rushed in. "Hurry up and close the door, don't let it catch cold in this weather." "Huh? Dalong, what brings you here?" "Came to the county to take care of some business, so I'll have to impose on you for the night." "Ah, that's nothing. You got here around now, have you had lunch? If not, I'll fix you something." "Already ate. No need to trouble yourself. By the way, where's that foreign dog? How come I don't see it?" Tian Guifan pointed at the woodpile in front of her. "There, right behind it." I walked over, followed the direction she was pointing, and froze. This foreign dog, lying in its den looking a little listless, I knew it all too well. The thick gray and white fur, the lean, tidy frame, the tail that fluffed out like a little broom, and those pale blue eyes brimming with both wisdom and utter stupidity. Wasn't this a husky? I was stunned. The so-called house-wrecking beast, the Soviet dog, the Siberian whatever ski, it turned out to be a husky. In my past life, after my dogs Big Black and Big Yellow passed away, my family got me a husky and named him Hui Hui. Hui's beast soul was still lying in my system right now. What a coincidence for me to run into a husky like this. This was practically fate. Should I take it home and raise it? I thought about it, then decided against it. This dog was only being fostered at my second uncle's place. Its real owner was a leader at the Railway Bureau. It wasn't like Big Yellow, whom I'd only bought after he'd died a violent death. After a pause, I said, "This foreign dog sure is fancy. Does it have a name?" "Yeah, it's called Hui Hui. The leader's little granddaughter named it." I froze again. Even the name was the same. What a coincidence. I mulled it over for a long while, but in the end I gave up on the idea of reviving its beast soul. After looking at the dog, the three of us headed back up to the apartment. Only then did I open the bag I'd brought. "Second uncle, second aunt, since I was coming into town this time, Ma and Pa specially told me to bring you some things to try." When they saw the pheasant, rabbit, venison, and wild boar in the bag, both Zhao Yuliang and Tian Guifan were taken aback. Since when had Big Long's family been doing so well that they could bring meat? Zhao Yuliang said, "What's this, Big Long? Isn't your family planning for the future anymore?" In his eyes, handing the land over to my younger brother to farm and occasionally sending along a bit of grain was fine. But how could I bring this much meat? This whole bag added up to more than 20 yuan. Tian Guifan got flustered too. "My goodness, old man. How could you let Big Long carry all this inside? Quick, take it back." How was I supposed to know? I thought it was stuff Big Long brought along for his errands. Who'd have guessed it was for us? I waved my hand. "Second uncle, second aunt, this really is nothing. Lately I've taken the old village hunter as my master. That's Uncle Zhang Jingguo. You know him. He's an amazing hunter. I've been learning from him for a while, and I've raised 2 dogs to help with the hunting. Now one trip into the mountains can bring back quite a haul. Just a couple days ago, I even took down a wild boar." I gave them a brief rundown of what was going on at home. The two of them listened with astonishment written all over their faces, but they accepted it pretty quickly. After all, they'd left Xiaoxi village and lived in the city for so many years. It wasn't surprising to hear their nephew had made something of himself. They took it in far faster than the fellow villagers who saw me every day. "All right then, we'll accept it this time. But from now on just come empty-handed. Don't bother with all this. Coming into the county isn't easy, and lugging big bags and small is exhausting." After saying that, Tian Guifan carried the new ingredients into the kitchen. Toward evening, Zhao Hongjun rode his bicycle into the courtyard. He first wanted to take a look at the leader's dog, then pushed open the door and came inside. "Whoa, what's Ma cooking today? Smells so good." His younger sister Zhao Hongying, who'd come back earlier, laughed. "It's wild game that Brother Big Long brought from the countryside." Only then did Zhao Hongjun notice there was an extra person in the room. The two of us exchanged greetings, and he washed his hands and sat down at the table. "Big Long, you hardly ever come around, and you still went and brought stuff. That's too much trouble." The table at my second uncle's was packed full: pheasant stewed with mushrooms, pork stewed with glass noodles, stir-fried venison, and scrambled eggs, way more lavish than what their family usually ate. These days, even though city workers lived better than folks in the countryside, they still didn't have meat and fish at every meal. So the mountain goods I brought were definitely a big favor. Brother Hongjun stuffed a slice of venison into his mouth and asked me, Big Long, did you see that foreign dog downstairs? I did. Pretty fancy. Looks kind of like a wolf. Huh. Yeah, it does look like a wolf. I heard that thing can even pull sleds back in the Soviet Union. Brother Hongjun chuckled a couple of times, then shook his head and sighed. I grew up in the village and I'm no amateur at walking dogs. But ever since this foreign dog came to our place, maybe it's not used to the climate. It's gotten more listless by the day. If this keeps up and the dog's ruined, the leader will be furious and my promotion will be shot to hell. I understood in my heart. Brother Hongjun wanted to ease the leader's worries so his promotion would go through. Seeing how dejected he looked, I almost offered to take the dog and raise it myself. But on second thought, I decided against it. For one, the leader might not agree. For another, if I wanted to control it, I'd have to use the system's Beast Soul revival. But once revived, it wouldn't be the same dog anymore. Even its appearance would change. After dinner, I told them about taking on a master to learn hunting and about my courtship. My second uncle's whole family was thrilled. They said that on the wedding day they'd have to be told in advance, and the whole family would come back to the village to hang out for a few days. Then second uncle and second aunt ganged up on Brother Hongjun, saying that a railway worker like him didn't even have a girlfriend. It was maddening. Brother Hongjun's face turned bright red from the teasing, and he beat everyone to the Kong, wrapped himself in the quilt, and pretended to be asleep. That night, 3 grown men squeezed into one bed. It was pretty cozy, actually. After running around all day, I was exhausted, and I fell asleep the moment I lay down. In the other room, just before going to sleep, second aunt suddenly remembered the foreign dog in the courtyard. These past couple days it had been drooping its head like it was on death's door. Second aunt figured it might have caught a chill. She found a worn-out old piece of clothing, then carried down a basin of charcoal fire, set it inside the doghouse, and added the clothing to the den. Little ancestor, now you won't freeze anymore, will you? With that, she went out, taking extra care to shut the door tight. During the night it snowed again. Early the next morning, the county was blanketed in silver, a vast expanse of white. Second aunt was quite pleased with herself, thinking last night's decision had been just right. In this frozen, snowy weather, having a basin of fire inside was so much warmer. After a while, Brother Hongjun got up. Seeing that breakfast wasn't ready yet, he went downstairs to fit the anti-skid chains on his bicycle and to check on the foreign dog while he was at it. But the moment he pushed the door open, a wave of stuffy, hot air laced with the smell of charcoal ash slammed into his face. He staggered back several steps and took 2 deep breaths of the outside air before he recovered. Holy crap, don't tell me something's happened. His heart lurched. Covering his mouth and nose, he stepped inside. There, beside the extinguished charcoal fire, the foreign dog lay quietly in its den, not moving at all. He reached out and touched it. The body was still soft, but it had already stopped breathing. Brother Hongjun rushed outside and gulped down several breaths of air. Gazing at the drifting snowflakes, he broke into a cold sweat down his back. A few minutes later, our whole family was gathered in the doghouse. What had happened needed no explaining. It's obvious. The dog got carbon monoxide poisoning. Red Army's face turned ashen. Ma, look what you've done, he grumbled. You suffocated the boss's dog to death. What are we supposed to do now? The dog belonged to his supervisor. If this wasn't handled right, he'd be in for a rough time at work. Second aunt looked utterly miserable, defending herself. How was I supposed to know charcoal could suffocate a dog? We've been heating our Kong bed with charcoal for years, and it never killed anybody. Redding chimed in from the side. Ma, you've got to keep the room ventilated when you burn charcoal. You sealed the door up tight, so of course it got carbon monoxide poisoning. She was in high school and knew a thing or two about carbon monoxide poisoning from her chemistry textbook. Second aunt stomped her foot hard after hearing this. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have shut the door so tight last night. I was just afraid the cold draft would freeze the poor thing. Ugh, what's the use complaining now? I'll just have to bring something over to the boss and apologize. Red Army sighed helplessly. Anything they had, the boss already had plenty of. The only thing worth anything was the wild game I'd brought. Worst case, they'd pay for it. But the promotion he'd been hoping for was probably dead in the water now. He might even get shafted at work over this. Watching the whole family look so defeated, I started thinking about something else. I crouched down, pretending to examine the husky's body again. Ding! A compatible host for Beast Soul Rebirth has been detected. Please select the Beast Soul to be reborn. Should I do the rebirth? I hesitated a bit. After the rebirth, it wouldn't be the original husky anymore, and to avoid wasting the opportunity, I'd have to take it back with me, all without hurting my cousin standing with his boss. I took a deep breath and slowly spoke up. Red Army, if I can bring this foreign dog back to life, could you ask your boss to let me take it home and raise it? The moment I said this, everyone was stunned. A dead dog, brought back to life? Wasn't that just nonsense? Both second uncle and second aunt shook their heads, thinking I was living in a dream. Seeing that I was serious, Red Army asked tentatively, DeLong, don't mess with me here. This dog's stone cold. How could it possibly live? I said, this foreign dog is wild and hard to tame, but it's got way more life in it than our local mutts. Nothing to lose. Let me give it a shot. Second uncle, second aunt, go get me a basin of hot water and a dry towel. Red Army, Redding, you two go grab some food. I was sending them off so I could use the Beast Soul Rebirth. Seeing how convincing I sounded, and that I'd assigned everyone a task, they started to waver. Nothing to lose. They'd all heard the saying before, but nobody actually believed it would work. Still, there was no other option right now. Redding spoke up, let DeLong give it a try. The dog's dead anyway. If it doesn't work, we'll just go apologize like you said. There was still some time before class, and she wanted to stick around for the show. Red Army nodded. Ugh, fine. I'll head back and get things ready. Ma, Pa, helped DeLong out. In his eyes, there was little hope of saving it. Better to prep the apology gifts and write out a self-criticism letter just to be safe. Everyone hurried off to get ready. I stood up and walked to the door. Once I saw they'd all gone upstairs, I quickly shut the door to keep the neighbors from crowding around to gawk. Then I placed my hand on the forehead of the now cold husky. Ding. A compatible host for Beast Soul Rebirth has been detected. Please select the Beast Soul to be reborn. Ashy, you're the one. Ding. Host has selected Beast Soul Ashy. This will cost 200 Beast Soul points. Beast Soul Rebirth in progress. Beast Soul Rebirth complete. The next rebirth will cost 400 Beast Soul points. Current Beast Soul points, 164. Just like last time with Big Yellow's rebirth, the husky went through some changes too. Its fur was shinier, its eyes sharper and wiser. But overall, it still looked a lot like the original. For one, they were pretty similar to begin with. For another, in these times there were plenty of local mutts in the Northeast, but huskies were rare. With nothing to compare it to, you really couldn't tell the difference at a glance. A few minutes later, second aunt came in first, carrying the hot water. Then she saw the stone-dead foreign dog nuzzling its head against my leg. Oh my dear lord. Is it really alive? This dog wasn't meant to die. It must have just been playing dead earlier. Second aunt, give me the towel. I'll wipe it down with the hot water and warm it up. I pretended to rub it down to bring its temperature back. Second aunt beamed with joy. She handed over the things, ran upstairs, and shouted to Red Army, who was busy putting together the apology gifts. Red Army, it's alive, it's alive. What? Red Army's eyes went wide, and he bolted down the stairs. Redding had just finished packing hot food into the dog's bowl, and the moment she heard, she rushed down carrying it too. Second uncle and second aunt followed close behind. Back in the room, sure enough, they saw me wiping down the foreign dog, which had that weak, just cheated death look about it. Holy crap, you actually brought it back. Red Army couldn't believe it. He crouched down to touch it, just to make sure it was real. Ashy be good. Ashy knew this was my cousin, so it acted obedient and gentle. But the next second, my voice echoed in its head. Stop. Right now you're playing the old Ashy. Give me some attitude. Ashy looked a little confused, but did as told. The moment its head reached out, it instantly bared its teeth into a fierce, snarling look. Haha, it's real. It really came back to life. I'm not dreaming. Red Army laughed. The others also figured the dog had gotten back its old troublemaking, feisty streak, and nobody noticed the subtle changes in its appearance at all. It just came around. Redding, give it the food. Oh, Redding finally snapped out of it and set the food down in front of Ashy. What she'd just witnessed had shaken her to the core, a lost cause, and it actually came back to life. DeLong, what on earth happened? How did you bring it back? The other three all turned their eyes toward me. It's actually pretty simple. The dog was just playing dead earlier. I made up an explanation, saying it looked dead and its body had gone cold, but there was still a breath of life hidden in its chest. As long as you helped it come around, even a frozen, stiff body could gradually recover. Everyone nodded along. They knew all about pinching the philtrum when a person stopped breathing, but they'd never heard of a dog holding its breath. Still, nobody there was a vet, and since I really had brought the dog back to life, they all believed it and breathed a sigh of relief. At least I won't get chewed out by the boss now. DeLong, thank you so much. I would have been done for without you. We really do owe DeLong good thing you came by yesterday, or I'd have been kicking myself forever. DeLong, you must have learned this skill from your master, right? Your master's really something. As everyone chattered back and forth, the neighbors in the building heard the commotion and crowded around too. To keep from embarrassing Red Army, I suggested, don't let word get out about the charcoal poisoning. Second uncle's whole family agreed. Good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Second aunt was well liked, so she'd be the one to spread the word that a nephew from the countryside had taken a liking to the dog and wanted to bring it home to raise. Everyone would nod knowingly, and since the dog was such a handful, Nobody would mind seeing it go. With the crisis averted, second uncle's family was thrilled. After breakfast, Hong Ying walked to school. Hong Jun said he'd check with his boss today and have me stay one more night. I didn't refuse. I planned to stay 2 nights anyway. But since Feng Chuang had helped me out so much, I could have cut it down to 1. Now that I had my hands on a third hunting dog, staying an extra day was no big deal. 2 hours later, I was standing at the gun counter of the county's local goods company. Before coming, I'd already gotten a professional hunting license and a gun purchase permit from the County Forestry Bureau and the County Public Security Bureau, respectively. At the gun counter, I didn't waste time browsing. Following my master's instructions, I bought a single-barrel shotgun and matching ammunition, 165 yuan total. For a rookie hunter, a single-barrel shotgun is easy to handle. Double barrels are harder to manage and more expensive. As for the Type 56 semi-automatic, you couldn't buy one through legal channels at all. Even the one my master, Zhang Jingguo, had was specially approved years ago for other reasons. After buying the gun, I went back to the County Public Security Bureau to register it and process the gun ownership permit. I only had 132 yuan left in my pocket now. The extra 1.4 yuan went toward the processing fee and paperwork charges. Around dusk, Zhao Hongjun rode back on his bicycle, bringing with him a leader from the Railway Bureau, Section Chief Li. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, Section Chief Li was eager to see me. Hongjun didn't waste any time either, calling up to me from downstairs. DeLong, you home? Section Chief Li from the Railway Bureau is here. He wants to talk to you about the dog. I answered quickly and came out of the building. So you're Hongjun's cousin, Zhao DeLong? That's me. Nice to meet you, Section Chief Li. The middle-aged man was a little on the heavy side, but he had a sharp, capable air about him. Even though I'd lived over 40 extra years, most of those years I'd basically wasted lying around. So facing a leader like this, I was still cautious. Hongjun filled me in on the situation, said you want to take Hui Hui back to raise. If you can really tame him, I won't even ask you to raise him for me. I'll just give him to you outright. I was taken aback. Could it be that he wanted to get rid of this headache sooner too? I thought it over and said, that doesn't seem right. He's your dog after all, and a foreign breed from the Soviet Union at that. He can't be cheap. Just giving him to me, that's... Don't overthink it. Getting this dog took some connections, but it didn't cost much. And I'm not giving him to you for nothing. You'll have to agree to one condition. What condition? Simple. Whenever my granddaughter wants to come see Hui Hui, you have to be right there watching, making sure he never hurts anyone again. That's it. All this fuss for something that simple? I was stunned. That was basically the same as giving him away for free. But when I thought about it, it made sense. Section Chief Li held a high, powerful position at the Railway Bureau, and even he couldn't find anyone who could tame this stubborn husky, which showed how tough it was. If he'd hired someone to break the dog by force, he'd have worried about hurting his precious granddaughter's feelings. So that's why he'd offered me this condition. To me, though, this was right up my alley. Once I'd made the switch, all Hui Hui had to do was keep his act up, raise him for a while, and even his real mother wouldn't be able to tell whether he was the original dog. Sure, no problem. I led Section Chief Li into the room where the dog was kept, and the moment we walked in, I unhooked Hui Hui's leash. Attention! Hui Hui sat obediently on the ground. At ease. Hui Hui tentatively stretched out his left front leg, then set it back down. Down. Hui Hui lay down. Shake. Tongue lolling. Hui Hui reached out a paw and shook hands with me. Then I gave a few more simple commands, and though Hui Hui was a bit rusty, he completed them one by one. Section Chief Li and Hongjun watched with their eyes wide open. Just then, Zhao Yuliang, Tian Guifan, and Zhao Hongying came into the room too. The first two had already witnessed this once during the day, but Hongying had just gotten back from school and was seeing it for the first time. Her head was spinning. Was this even the same dog? Section Chief Li marveled. Today's been an eye-opener. DeLong, you've really got skills. We raised this dog for months, and he couldn't do a single one of these moves. You train him for one day and get him to this level. You've definitely got the touch. He's still got a long way to go compared to my Dehei and Dehuang. I'll have to keep training him a while longer. It was all an act anyway, so I said whatever came to mind. He'd never guess the truth. Besides, it was his granddaughter who spent the most time with the dog, so Section Chief Li hadn't noticed the subtle differences in Hui Hui's appearance at all. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Like we agreed, the dog's yours. When I've got some free time, I'll bring my granddaughter by to see him. With that, Section Chief Li chatted with Hongjun for a bit, then rode off on his bike. Hongjun had wanted him to stay for dinner, but Section Chief Li had a lot of official business. He had to take a jeep back to headquarters and then to the city for a meeting. The fact that he'd found time to make the trip showed just how much he cared about the dog. Later, Hongjun explained things to me, and only then did I learn that this Section Chief Li was actually the top leader at our county's Railway Bureau. No wonder my cousin ended up doing so well for himself later on. The guy really had connections. Early the next morning, after breakfast, I left second uncle's house with Hui Hui. Taking a dog on the bus back to town was a hassle, but since I'd done Hong Jun such a big favor the day before, he didn't leave me stranded. He pulled some strings and found a big freight truck running from the county to Songshiling town. Around 10 o'clock, I got off in front of the town's supply and marketing cooperative. Before heading home, I wanted to check on Arrow first, so I took Hui Hui and headed toward Lou's noodle shop. At this point, the town was covered in snow, with flakes drifting down, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, but it had mostly stopped. There were still plenty of people out on the streets. The moment everyone saw the foreign dog at my side, they all stopped in their tracks and stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, is that a wolf? Don't be ridiculous. Can't you see its tail standing up? It's gotta be a dog. I've never seen this breed before. What a rarity. You know, this dog's actually pretty good looking. I paid no attention to all these stares. Walking into the noodle shop, I briefly told Eru about my trip into the city. Eru kept nodding while gaping at Hui Hui, who had followed me in. It had only been a few days, and his big brother was already about to be packing a gun. Plus, he'd brought back this rare creature from the city. Looks like he'd have to work even harder himself. Oh right, brother. A few days ago I saw Wang Xiaoling here at the shop. Eru pulled out his little notebook and recounted what had happened that day. Only then did I learn that Wang Xiaoling had come to the noodle shop to eat with some other people, and it was only after they saw me riding my bike back into the village that Wang Xiaobing came knocking later on. Bro, that Wang Xiaoling doesn't look like a decent girl. You'd better steer clear of her. Eru warned me, his face full of worry. I found it amusing. Last time I was in town, I was in such a rush to handle paperwork that I never made things clear to Eru. Now his whole family, second uncle and all, knew about me and Zhang Fengling. He was the only one still in the dark. So I explained, relax. Your bro's marriage is already settled. Zhang Fengling and I were just waiting for her mother to get home so we could pick a date together, set out the wine, and let friends and family know ahead of time. Eru breathed a sigh of relief. The way he saw it, as long as I wasn't marrying Wang Xiaoling, everything was fine. She was hard to have kids with and way too picky to boot. Just then, Lu Fuguei, the noodle shop owner, came out from the back kitchen. When he heard my marriage was settled, his face broke into a big grin. He said he'd give Eru a day off when the time came, and if they had a chance, they'd come by too. Then he shifted the subject. Dalong, where do you usually sell the game you hunt? What kind of prices do you get? Since I always chatted with Eru whenever I came by, Lu Fuguei knew a bit about my hunting. I said, I take it all to Li Guoqiang over in Kaoshan village. As for prices, every kind of game is different. Can't really explain it all in a minute. Lu Fuguei nodded. I won't beat around the bush. The shop wants to add a few more dishes, and the main ingredient would be hazel grouse. But I went to the market these past couple days, and hardly anyone's selling them. If you buy from a dealer, one bird's too expensive, runs $5 or $6. Once the snow really starts coming down, hazel grouse meat in town'll get even pricier. Could easily hit $10. So I was thinking, if you catch any hazel grouse, could you hold on to them for me? I'd pay $2 under the town price. Guaranteed to be more than what you'd get from a dealer. What do you say? I understood. From now on, any hazel grouse I caught would go to Lu's noodle shop first, at a price higher than Li Guoqiang's, but lower than market. I thought it over and didn't turn him down. In my past life, Lu's noodle shop had also started out quietly buying hazel grouse from hunters. But the supply was unstable, and dishes like hazel grouse soup and shredded hazel grouse noodles never really took off. Later he switched to buying from middlemen, and that's when the shop kept growing bigger. If I could take on this job and guarantee a steady supply, I'd help him cut costs and boost his business at the same time. Down the road, Lu Fuguei could open a shop in the city sooner, and Eru's career could speed up too. At the very least, he could stand on his own in town first. Becoming the boss of this noodle shop wouldn't be out of the question. All right, I'll be waiting for your good news these next couple days. Smiling, Lu Fuguei saw me out the door. Back in the Zhao family courtyard, Zhang Fengling was putting the finishing touches on a full set of wolf hide protective gear. Zhao Yuquan and Zheng Yinhua, the couple, sat beside her, chatting and laughing. They were absolutely delighted with their future daughter-in-law. Not only was she good-looking, she was capable too. In just a few days she'd tanned that wolf hide and sewn it into shoulder guards, a waist guard, knee pads, and gloves. Dad originally wanted to save it and make 2 sets of shoulder and knee guards, but then he remembered there was an old set already, so he had me make Dalong a whole set. He said we'd make new ones next time we bag a wolf. Zheng Yinhua looked a little shaken. Old Zhang really does look out for his apprentice. Just, next time you go into the mountains, better to hunt roe deer or sika deer. Don't go running into anything dangerous like wolves again. It's terrifying. You're right, Auntie. I think so too. Right then, Blackie and Yellow, who'd been lying on the ground standing guard, shot to their feet and bolted out of the courtyard. Zhao Yuquan laughed. That's probably Dalong coming back. At the edge of the village, I'd barely walked in when Blackie and Yellow pounced on me, rubbing their heads all over me. Good boys, good dogs, good dogs. I praised them a couple times and introduced Gray to them. They were all beast spirits from the system. The three of them sniffed each other a few times and got along right away. On the way home, the villagers all stopped to gather and stare, sizing up the strange creature I'd brought back. Even Shirtu and his gang of kids weren't as loud and rowdy as usual. Every one of them only dared to watch from a distance, and not a single one came close. After all, a husky looked way too much like a wolf. Sure enough, the moment I stepped into the courtyard, Zhao Yuquan got so scared he grabbed a stick. "Son, why'd you bring back a wolf?" Zheng Yinhua and Zhang Fengling jumped too, staring at me dumbfounded. I burst out laughing, crouched down, and gave Gray a couple of pats. "Dad, Mom, Fengling, don't be scared. Gray's a foreign dog, came from the Soviet Union. He's not a wolf." Then I told them all about my trip to the city these past couple days. When they heard it was a foreign dog from the household of a Red Army unit leader, they finally relaxed. I really thought it was a wolf. Scared me half to death." Zhang Fengling patted her chest, then handed me the finished set of protective gear. "Perfect timing that you're back. Hurry and try it on." I put it on right away. I had to admit, my bride-to-be's skills were impeccable. It fit perfectly, and she'd even thoughtfully added a wolf fur scarf. With just this set on, I could lie in the snow for hours without fear of the cold. Heh. Nobody takes care of me like my wife. I leaned in with a compliment, and Zhang Fengling's face turned red in a flash. "I'm not even married in yet. Dalong, don't go shouting stuff like that." With that, she said goodbye to Zhao Yuquan and his wife and hurried back home. I scratched my head helplessly. Then, under the sharp, threatening glares from my folks, chased after her. "Fengling, wait for me." "Fengling, I was wrong. Fengling, I brought you white rabbit milk candy." "Really?" The instant she heard white rabbit, Zhang Fengling spun around and smiled. "Really?" I stepped forward and pulled out the last 2 pieces of candy from my pocket, handing them over. Privately, I counted myself lucky. Meeting a good girl like Zhang Fengling. 1 piece of candy, and she was all smiles again. If this were in a future life, half a pound of sugar wouldn't cut it. You'd have to shell out a fortune. "Oh right, how's Master's injury coming along?" Getting to serious matters, I turned earnest. "The swelling in his foot's gone down. He can walk a few slow steps around the yard. It's just his arm that still has no strength. No matter what, he'll need at least another 2 weeks of rest." Talking about Zhang Jiangwo's injury, Zhang Fengling wasn't worried. It was just the long recovery. Even a mild dislocation and a sprained ankle would take a month to heal up decently. 100 days to mend torn tendons and broken bones isn't just an empty saying. The kind where you rest a few days and then go sprinting through the forest to hunt. That only happens in martial arts novels. I nodded, went over to check on Zhang Jingguo, and while I was at it, asked him where along the outer edges of Daxing Mountain would be good for catching hazel grouse. He suggested I try my luck at Red Pine Gully. As it happened, Red Pine Gully was right near that red pine forest where I'd caught hazel grouse the first time. Hazel grouse usually stayed deep in the mountains, only occasionally slipping out to the fringes to snack on pine nuts elsewhere. Come to think of it, I really lucked out last time. After I got home and finished lunch, it was already getting late. In a little while, come 4 o'clock, it'd be dark. So I didn't head into the mountains that afternoon. Instead, I biked back to town and picked up my third sister, Zhao Xiaofeng. Sure enough, the moment she laid eyes on Hui Hui, she jumped too, and I had to do a whole lot of explaining all over again. The next day, Red Pine Ravine. There was a lot of snow in the mountains, but it wasn't deep. To protect Dahei and the others' paws, I wrapped a layer of woolly grass around each of their legs before heading out and rubbed some lard on their pads too. I opened the system panel. Current Beast Soul points, 144. Reborn Beast Souls. Dahei, Glide LV.1, Savage Charge LV.1. Dahuang, Glide LV.1, Savage Charge LV.1. Hui Hui, Husky, Glide LV.1, Savage Charge LV.1. Beast Souls awaiting rebirth. Erhei Dabai, Wang Kai, Lai Fu, Dodo, Mao Qiu, Chai Sang. I spent 20 Beast Soul points and unlocked the skills for Hui Hui too. At my command, I sent Dahei and Dahuang off in separate directions to track down the hazel grouse. Hui Hui stuck with me, sort of acting as my bodyguard. This was actually Hui Hui's first time returning to the wild. Whether it was his body or his beast soul, he fell short of Dahei and Dahuang in every way. When we'd first entered the mountains, he'd been so worked up that if the system hadn't been holding him back, I honestly worried he'd wander off and get lost. Keeping him close was, in a way, a form of protection. Woof woof. Soon enough, Dahei stirred up something. I found his location through our mental link and followed. Sure enough, in the snow in front of Dahei was a trail of tracks, tiny, several sizes smaller than a pheasant's, 3 toes forward and 1 back, shaped like plum blossoms. One look and you knew, hazel grouse. I called Dahuang back too and had the 2 of them follow the trail slowly. I brought up the rear with Hui Hui. After about 200 meters, up ahead in a thicket, a covey of 5 small hazel grouse were huddled together. Go! Without hesitation, I sent out my 3-star players. Dahe charged in front, and De Huang wasn't far behind. Hui Hui, on the other hand, bolted forward, glided, dropped, and face-planted in the snow. By the time he'd finally gotten his rhythm back and tried to use his skill again, the fight was already over. In the span of a few breaths, Dahe and De Huang had wiped out the whole covey. Dahe caught 3, De Huang caught 2, and Hui Hui, 0. Hui Hui's debut was honestly painful to watch, but I couldn't really blame him. In their past lives, Dahe and De Huang were genuine northeastern mutts who'd roamed these mountains. Hui Hui had been raised as a pet dog, no comparison. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've captured 5 adult hazel grouse and earned 25 beast soul points. Current beast soul points, 169. I tied up the 5 grouse, stuffed them into the bag, and kept hunting through Red Pine Ravine with the 3 dogs. Half an hour later, we found another covey, about 6 of them. This time, Hui Hui volunteered to take the lead. Since I had 2 old pros right there, and these grouse weren't getting away anyway, I agreed. Hui Hui charged out, drawing on the lesson from his earlier failure, and, no surprise, came up empty again. But at least this time he didn't faceplant, which counted as a small step forward. Dahe and De Huang flanked them from both sides and took down 2 with ease, leaving 4 more for Hui Hui to practice on. Effort pays off, even for a dog. After 1 more miss, Hui Hui finally scored his first kill, then trotted back to me with the grouse in his mouth, tail wagging, fishing for praise. But his little victory run opened a gap in the encirclement, and the remaining 3 grouse scattered. Dahe and De Huang each immediately went after one, leaping and gliding, pinning them dead on the spot. The last one ran far and ducked into a small stand of trees. Hui Hui dropped the grouse in his mouth and gave chase, but Dahe blew right past him and vanished into the trees in the blink of an eye. I wasn't worried about Dahe's abilities. Even though he was just a mutt, he had a natural gift for hunting. He'd gone into the mountains with me the most times, and he was the first to master the skills. I didn't rush after them. First, I tied up and bagged the grouse they'd caught to lock in those 25 beast soul points. Then I opened the shared vision. In my vision, Dahe was tearing through the trees in a frenzy, like a god of war. But that grouse had some tricks too, running in a zigzag pattern that Dahe couldn't pin down. 2 minutes later, as the grouse tried to fly across a gully, Dahe surged ahead and slammed it into the ground. What's this? The scene in my shared vision took me by surprise. Even through Dahe's eyes, I could clearly tell that gully was not something an ordinary person could cross. In other words, wherever Dahe was now was a spot near Red Pine Ravine that no human could reach, not without building a bridge first. I didn't call Dahe back. Instead, I brought De Huang and Hui Hui and followed. Below the gully was a sunken pit that had caved in years ago. One side was a smooth, 10-foot cliff. Fall down and you'd get hurt at worst, nothing fatal, but you'd have a hard time climbing back out. On the other side was a small platform a few square meters wide that narrowed toward the back, just enough for one person to pass through, like a little trail. I sent De Huang over to fetch the grouse while Dahe kept scouting ahead. Past the trail, the view suddenly opened up. In Dahe's vision was a sheltered mountain hollow. Hazel scrub tangled with pine forest, dense and endless, hazel grouse coveys everywhere. Haha, I'm rich now. Just what I could see with the naked eye numbered 30 or 40, and in a forest that big, I figured there had to be at least 100, maybe more. No wonder I'd run into a covey in the Red Pine Forest last time. The grouse all over Red Pine Ravine had probably all come from here. Thrilled, I immediately sent De Huang over too, while Hui Hui and I waited where we were. Once in the forest, Dahe and De Huang were like tigers loosed on the mountain, moving through the coveys like no one was there. In no time, they'd hauled back another 10. Catching them alive was too much of a hassle, so I just gave the order. They could kill them first and then bring them back. Ding. The system has detected that both Dahe and De Huang have entered a state of enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of Glide. Glide LV.1 can now be upgraded. Upgrading will cost 100 beast soul points. The mechanical voice in my head filled me with joy. 6 grouse earlier, 10 more just now. The system had added 80 points total, giving me 249, exactly enough to upgrade Dahe and De Huang. As for Hui Hui, well, that could wait till next time. Ding. Host has spent 200 beast soul points. Dahe has successfully upgraded Glide to LV.2, and De Huang has successfully upgraded Glide to LV.2. Glide LV.2. After leaping, you can glide through the air for 2 seconds. Current beast soul points, 49. Reborn beast souls, Dahe Glee. Companion beast souls, Big Black, Glide LV.2, Savage Charge LV.1. Big Yellow, Glide LV.2, Savage Charge LV.1. Gray Husky, Glide LV.1, Savage Charge LV.1. Beast Souls awaiting revival. Second Black, Big White, Wonkai, Laifu, Dowdu, Fluffball, Chaisong. After the level up, it wasn't just Big Black and Big Yellow's abilities that jumped. Even I could feel a clear difference in myself. Before, I could glide for maybe 0.1 seconds. After adding Gray, it stretched a little. Now, with Big Black and Big Yellow leveled up, my glide time had grown to 0.3 seconds. I found a flat patch of ground, took a running start, and jumped. Whoosh, shooting out nearly 3 meters. For an ordinary guy, jumping 2 meters in the snow would be tough. Without gliding, they'd probably only manage 1.5 meters. I sized up that ravine. Even at its narrowest, it was close to 4 meters across. No normal person could ever clear it, unless they had a system. I found a higher spot, took a running start, jumped, glided, and landed, covering a good 5 meters. I tried a few more times. Even my worst attempt was close to 5 meters. In other words, as long as I picked the right spot and angle, I could make it over to that prime hunting ground on the other side. Gray, keep an eye on the catch. I'm heading over to take a look. Woof. Gray wagged its tail, letting me know to go ahead. It wouldn't lose a thing. I trusted it on that. Earlier, it had embarrassed itself plenty trying to catch those flying dragons, so if it couldn't even guard a sack of game now, it might as well forget about coming into the mountains again. Besides, this area was on the outskirts of the Daxing Mountains, relatively safe, and armed hunters usually didn't come this far. Just to be safe, I wrote the 3 characters Zhao Dalong in the snow before jumping across from the high ground. In just that short while, the leveled up Big Black and Big Yellow had caught 16 more flying dragons in the woods. That haul alone was worth more than 2 months' city wages. Of course, the dragons weren't going to just sit there waiting to die. After Big Black and Big Yellow each caught 1 more, the whole flock scattered without a trace. Looks like this flock won't be coming back anytime soon. I gathered up all 18 flying dragons, and the system added 90 points. Then I took Big Black and Big Yellow to survey this pine forest. The forest was huge. Some parts had dense vegetation, others sparse, dotted with hazel thickets. Perfect habitat for flying dragons. Besides the dragons, there were pheasants, rabbits, red squirrels, raccoon dogs, and the like. But this time the main target was the flying dragons, so Big Black and Big Yellow basically ignored the other animals while hunting. With all the commotion, the other critters had fled anyway. A few red squirrels, though, perched on the pines watching the show, hopping around without the slightest fear of people. Speaking of squirrels, these little guys were experts at hoarding pine nuts. A single burrow might hold 15 or 20 pounds. The thought made the corners of my mouth curl up. Big Black, Big Yellow, go find the squirrel dens. Woof, woof. 2 sharp barks, and the 2 dogs got back to work. Before long, Big Yellow made a discovery. At the roots of an old red pine, there was a small hole half buried in snow. Big Black came over too, and the 2 dogs sniffed at the opening. In an instant they perked up and started digging away, huffing and puffing. I hurried over and cleared the entrance. Sure enough, a whole stash packed full of pine nuts. I broke off a twig and started scooping them out. A red squirrel up in the tree instantly bristled, made a few flying leaps to the nearest tree, and started chattering nonstop. No doubt cursing me out something fierce. The rest of the squirrels stood off to the side, watching the show. Whoever sees it gets a share. I won't take much, just half. The other half's yours for the winter. How's that sound, brother squirrel? I didn't wait for it to agree. Scooped everything out first, then split it in half and returned the rest. Maybe it didn't understand, because seeing a whole year's worth of stored pine nuts get cleaned out only made the squirrel more frantic. It climbed up the trunk several times, letting out threatening sounds, trying to scare off the 2 of us and 2 dogs. Too bad it didn't work. I kept scooping. Once I finished, I kept my word and stuffed half back in, even kindly restoring the entrance and covering it with twigs and leaves. Only then did the squirrel's temper ease up a bit. Before long, I found a second pine nut stash. This time, it was another one of the spectating squirrels turned to panic, and it cursed us out just the same. Half an hour later, I'd cleaned out all the nearby stashes. Not only had I gathered 30 pounds of pine nuts, I'd even picked up a little bit of squirrel speak. Rest a bit, and then we can head back. That set of wolf hide gear my bride-to-be made for me really was something. I'd been at it all morning and hadn't gotten cold at all. I scooped Big Black and Big Yellow into my arms and gave their heads a good rub, then got ready to head back. Suddenly, I picked up a panicked emotional signal from Gray. Right after that, a gunshot rang out. Bang! That shot was clearly aimed at Gray. Thank goodness it sensed the danger early and dodged in time. Damn missed. Son Mullen cursed, quickly reloading during the moment that lone wolf fled and fired again. Bang! Missed. Gray was terrified, bolting deeper into the woods. The gunshots sounded a bit like the firecrackers it had heard in its past life, but far more terrifying. It clearly felt that the instant the gun went off, something slammed into the ground right beside it, punching holes into the snow. Its brain might not be the sharpest, but instinct told it that thing was dangerous. It had to run. So it chickened out and bolted. Seeing the lone wolf flee, Sun Molan didn't rush to chase. He reloaded, then warily walked over to where it had been standing. At a glance, he spotted the burlap sack on the ground and the words written in the snow. Zhao Dalong. He glanced around, and seeing no one, crouched down and untied the sack. It was packed full of flying dragons. A rough estimate put it at no fewer than 20. HSSS. Sun Molan sucked in a cold breath. 20 flying dragons. That'd sell for close to $100. This kid really is one lucky bastard. I've been out here all morning and got jack shit. The thought that Zhao Dalong, who didn't even have a gun, had such a big haul, and had now taken Zhang Jingguo as his master, meant he'd surely be stealing the spotlight in Xiaoxi village from now on. And what about himself? His luck was getting worse and worse. He couldn't even bring down a lone wolf. How was he supposed to keep living like this? Staring at the sack of game before him, Sun the Big Mouth suddenly got a wicked idea. He scanned the surroundings again, confirmed no one was around, then stepped forward and, with a few quick motions, scrubbed away the Zhao Dalong written in the snow. He dumped all the flying dragons into his own sack and left. 20 minutes later, I led Big Black and Big Yellow across the ravine and returned to the scene. Gray also came slinking out of the woods, looking utterly miserable, its spirits at rock bottom. I picked up the flying dragons one by one. Repacking my own bag, I looked up and called out, "Uncle Sun's bag. Can somebody take it back for him?" The guy who'd been hoping to score some free liquor jumped right in, took the bag from my hands, and headed off towards Sun Molan's place. I walked over to the roadside and picked up the 2 bags I'd set down earlier. Uncle Yukuin blinked in surprise. There's still this much. He'd seen me come back empty-handed and assumed Sun the Blabbermouth had stolen all the game. So now he just stood there dumbfounded. I grinned. Got lucky. Come on, let's head back and I'll tell you. Uncle Yukuin and Auntie Inhua each carried 1 bag for me, and I took the 3rd myself. After a few steps, I noticed Stone and his gang of kids still hanging back at a distance, watching the excitement, but too scared to come close. I explained, this is a foreign dog. It's called a husky, not a wolf. Only then did the kids dare come forward, crowding around Gray to touch and stare. Gray was well behaved too, standing perfectly still and letting them fuss over him. After a minute, I clapped my hands. All right, everybody scatter. Stone, go call your mom over to my place for a bit. Stone nodded and shot off in a flash. Back in the yard, I laid out my plan. We caught 39 hazel grouse total. We'll keep 4 for ourselves to try, 2 for our family, 2 for masters, and take the rest to sell in town. I'd already told everyone on the way about supplying Lou's noodle shop. The moment Annie Inhua heard we'd keep 4, she was the first to object. Pheasants would be fine, but there's hardly any meat on a hazel grouse, and each one sells for several yuan. 4 of them is 20 yuan. You think your wedding with Fengling is free? You think a bicycle, watch, and sewing machine are free? All you think about is eating, you little spendthrift. Fengling burst out laughing beside her. Auntie, 39 hazel grouse comes to over 100 yuan. You call that being a spendthrift? If everybody had Dalong's skills, we could eat hazel grouse every day and it'd be no big deal. You girl, always praising him. Look how full of himself you've made him. From now on you'd better keep him in check. Don't let him waste money. I quickly cut in. Mom, let's just split them the way I said. Besides, eating hazel grouse makes your legs and feet nimble. How come I've never heard that? It's like nourishes like. Hazel grouse are so hard to catch, so once Master eats one, I guarantee he'll run faster than a hazel grouse. In the end, with Fengling and me playing off each other, Auntie Inhua finally agreed, treating it as a rare little indulgence. Through the whole thing, Uncle Yukuin didn't say a word. He just sat quietly smoking off to the side. Life was starting to look more and more promising. Once we'd settled the hazel grouse, I opened the other bag, a whole sack of pine nuts. Wow, so many pine nuts. Where'd you get these? Auntie Inhua was thrilled. Cracking pine nuts was her favorite. These days, ordinary families barely ate any all year long, especially in winter. The less than a pound we had left, she'd been saving all this time, hoarding it for New Year's. Thanks to Blackie. He led me to a treasure spot. Hazel grouse everywhere, and I found several pine nut caches too. I didn't go into the details, just said I'd found a good place. Uncle Yukuin took a drag on his cigarette and spoke up. 30 pounds of pine nuts still isn't worth as much as 4 hazel grouse. Your mom loves them, so keep them all. Give old John some too. Fengling, from now on we're all one family. Take what you need yourself. At that, Auntie Inhua, who'd just been calling me a spendthrift, went quiet too. She craved pine nuts the same way little Feng craved white rabbit candy. Fengling scooped out 5 pounds into a bag. In my family, it's just my mom who likes them, so this'll be enough for when she comes back to eat. Just then Stone's mother's voice came from outside the yard. Dalong, what did you want to see me about? I separated out another 2 pounds of pine nuts and bagged them, then walked out. I got some pine nuts up in the mountains. Take these home for Stone to try. Stone had rounded up help for me several times, and last time he'd even brought a bunch of kids to pelt Wang Xiaobing the whole way down the road. Today he'd called his parents over to check things out again, so by any measure I owed them a gesture. I called his mom over specifically for 2 reasons. 1, to explain things to her face to face, and 2, so Stone wouldn't polish them all off on the way home. Aya, Dalong, you're too generous, 2 whole pounds at once. What's your big family gonna eat? She protested with her words, but her hands didn't put up much of a fight. I don't bother with all that formality, so I just pressed the bag into her hands. Take it. I've taken a liking to Stone. Our 2 families should visit more often from now on. Then Annie won't stand on ceremony. Stone, aren't you going to thank your big brother Dalong? Thank you, big brother Dalong. Stone's voice rang out crisp and clear, but he was already drooling, eyes locked on the bag of pine nuts in his mother's hands. Mom, the pine nuts are heavy, right? Let me carry them. Look at that greedy face of yours. You're planning to take them and share them out with others, aren't you? Mom, how'd you know? I'm your mother. How could I not know? Mom, don't worry. I promise I'll only share a tiny bit. All right. I'll roast them at home and then give you some. Watching the 2 of them walk off into the distance, I nodded with satisfaction. From now on, I'd never have to worry about finding someone to gather intel or pass along word. Right about then, in a pitch-dark old factory building in Songshiling town, a burly, thick-necked brute with a face full of ugly, jowly flesh narrowed his eyes. Song Mingliang, did you find out who he is? Brother Jia, I found out. The guy's name is Zhao Dalong, from Little Creek Village. He's the one who helped the cops nab Lu Chong and my brother. Because of him, we had to move to a new hideout. Didn't even have time to deal with the stolen dogs. Good. Very good. Xiong Jie shot to his feet, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. First, find out exactly where he lives, then take a few of the brothers over there and teach him a lesson. Make him remember to keep his nose out of other people's business. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. A chill ran down Song Mingliang's spine as he listened. He knew Xiong Jie did a lot more than steal dogs, highway robbery, home break-ins, roving crime sprees. He'd even killed before. He'd only hold up in this town because the heat was on outside. But when it came to getting back at Zhao Dalong, he was 100% on board. His own brother was looking at several years in prison at the very least. He didn't dare retaliate against the police, but against ordinary folks? Why not? Don't worry, Brother Jia. I guarantee I'll handle this beautifully. He gritted his teeth and pushed the door open, heading out. A moment later, another underling came in. Brother Jia, that old woman from before brought her daughter over. You want to see them or not? Xiong Jia was taken aback. Which old woman? The one from Stone Ditch Village. The one saying she wants to marry her daughter off to a rich guy in the city. Then Xiong Jia remembered. Last time, when they'd been out eating, the brothers had bragged about how rich he was, and some old woman on the street had latched onto him wanting to introduce her daughter. The old woman wasn't much to look at, so the daughter probably wasn't either, and he hadn't paid her any mind at the time. He hadn't expected her to come looking for him today. Come on, let's go take a look. In the courtyard, Wang Xiaoling and her mother, Ma Shulan, stood in the snow, at a loss for what to do. She'd spent half the day in the freezing cold before finally tracking down this rundown lumber mill. When we meet Big Brother Xiong in a minute, put on a good show and make a good impression. With looks like yours, you'll have him wrapped around your finger, Ma Shulan murmured under her breath. I know, Ma. Don't worry. Just then, Xiong Jia came over with one of his lackeys. You old bag, what are you doing back here? You want me to? Whoa, this girl is a real looker. I like her. He was cursing, but the second he laid eyes on Wang Xiaoling, he couldn't tear his gaze away. Compared to all the curvy types, he preferred girls like this, delicate faces, slim figures. Ma Shulan frowned slightly, but the smile stayed on her face. Wang Xiaoling, on the other hand, was instantly furious. Her mother said she was bringing her to meet a rich man for a matchmaking, so why was it some thug with a face full of ugly, sneering flesh? Ma, let's go home. Xiong Jia hurried forward with an ingratiating grin. Misunderstanding, I misspoke. He casually pulled a 10 yuan bill out of his pocket and pressed it into Ma Shulan's hand. It's freezing out, and I didn't prepare a gift for our first meeting. Take this. Auntie, buy yourself something on the way back. The moment mother and daughter saw that 10 yuan note, their eyes went wide. This Big Brother Xiong sure knew how to spend. Haha, Big Brother Xiong, how could I possibly? Ma Shulan pushed it away with her words, but her hand deftly tucked the money into her pocket. Wang Xiaoling was suddenly in no hurry to leave either. One look and Xiong Jia had these 2 figured out. He knew exactly what kind they were. Xiao Lu, Take Annie inside for a cup of hot tea to warm up. Little sister, since it's your first time here, let me show you around the mill. Xiao Lu caught on immediately. This way. Auntie, it's cold out here. Sure, let the young folks get acquainted first. Ma Shulan went along with it. Once the two of them had gone, Xiong Jia asked with a grin, my name's Xiong Jia, but the boys all call me Brother Jia. And you, little sister? Wang Xiaoling looked at that fleshy face and felt nauseous. He was nothing compared to Lu Xiaoyang. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had money. My name's Wang Xiaoling. Xiaoling, what a lovely name, he. Xiong Jia's smile turned sleazy. He took her on a token loop around the place. Nothing much to see in this workshop. Let me take you somewhere else. There's something much nicer to look at. What kind of nice thing? Come with me, and you'll find out. He led Wang Xiaoling into his own room, pulled up a chair for her to sit, then walked over to the Kong and dug out a few yellowed books from under the blankets. The Heart of a Young Girl? What's this? Wang Xiaoling read off the cover. It's good stuff. Take a look first. I've got others too. Xiong Jia smiled with bad intentions. He had a few even racier titles pressed in his hand, but he didn't bring those out yet, using the novel to bait her instead. The book was only a few thousand words, written explicitly, and it was the localized northeastern version he'd handed her. Wang Xiaoling had only read a few lines before her face flushed red. Oh ho, you're blushing. Xiong Jia suddenly leaned in close, shoving his big fat face right up to hers. Come on, let me get a look at you. Brother Jia, don't. Terrified, Wang Xiaoling threw the book down and stood up from the chair. Xiong Jia wouldn't let up, shaking open the more graphic one. Xiaoling, I really do like you. Let me see if you're just as adorable as she is. Brother Jia, what are you doing? Wang Xiaoling backed away behind the chair. Plenty of men had fawned over her before, but not one had dared to get this out of line. Xiong Jia stepped forward and yanked the chair aside, roaring, behave. Let me see. No. Crying, Wang Xiaoling turned to run, but a powerful force dragged her back. Xiong Jia slapped her across the face and shoved her down onto the Kong. Brother Jia, don't. She was still struggling, but Xiong Jia lived up to his name, strong as a bear. In a matter of seconds, he'd stripped her bare and pinned her under the blankets. In the next room, Ma Shulan was sipping hot tea and chatting with Xiao Lu when she suddenly heard her daughter's scream from outside. What's going on? Anxiety crossed her face. She was afraid her daughter was being mistreated. But Xiao Lu just laughed. Don't worry, Auntie. Brother Jia loves to sing opera. He's probably got your girl in there singing along with him. Singing opera? Ma Shulan's eyes went wide. What kind of opera made this much of a racket? We've heard this particular number plenty of times. Rest assured, he won't shortchange you. Ma Shulan had lived long enough to catch on right away. This was, the rice is already cooked, done, and dusted. But thinking about how rich the man was, the process suddenly didn't seem to matter so much. She nodded thoughtfully. Ah, so that's how it is. Guess he's singing opera, then. Afterward, Wang Xiaoling huddled in the corner clutching the blanket, utterly hollow, sobbing and sniffling. Xiong Jia got dressed, lit a cigarette, and sat on the Kong. Don't worry, stick with me and I won't treat you bad. From now on, every time you come, I'll give your mother 10 yuan. How's that sound? Wang Xiaoling's eyes went wide. What are you saying? You think I'm some shameless woman? My mother sent me here for a matchmaking, not to be sold. You took my body, and now you don't even want to marry me. Is there no justice left in this world? Xiong Jia found it funny. A girl like her was hardly any better than a half-open door working woman. He looked at her mockingly. Fine, then tell me, what would it take for you to marry me? At the very least, the 3 big-ticket items, one that makes noise, plus 500 yuan in bride price. All right, the 3 turns and 1 sound, plus 500 bride price, 1,000 yuan total. Here's the deal. You come keep me company for another 99 days, and that adds up to 1,000. I won't have to marry you, and you can still go find someone else to marry later. Isn't that money earned twice over? Wang Xiaoling was dumbstruck. She never imagined he could be so shameless. It was practically forcing a decent girl into prostitution. But then again, if it was only ever with him, who on the outside would ever know? It'd be no different from having a boyfriend. And besides, even if she married, she might get divorced anyway. Wasn't the whole point of demanding a high bride price just about the money? Thinking it through, she found she didn't mind it quite so much anymore. After lunch, I rode my bike alone to the front of Lu's noodle shop. Hey, Dalong's here. Come on in. It wasn't crowded in the afternoon, so Lu Fugue came out to greet me himself. I parked my bike, hauled 2 sacks of hazel grouse off the back rack, and handed them to Uncle Lu. Got lucky. Caught a good haul up in the mountains this morning. Uncle Lu, take a look and see how many you want. The moment the sacks were opened, out came the hazel grouse, one after another. The 2 or 3 customers in the shop all craned their necks, and when they got a clear look at what was on the floor, their eyes bulged. Holy crap, those are all hazel grouse. Boss Lu's going to sell hazel grouse meat? Can we even afford the shredded pork noodles anymore? Hazel grouse meat is real pricey. Want a bowl of noodles jump up to a whole yuan? A yuan? What are you thinking? With that much meat in it, it could easily be 5. Ah, that expensive. The price of the new dish hadn't been set yet, and the crowd. They murmured among themselves. Eru helped sort things out on the side, while Uncle Lu quickly spoke up. Don't worry, everyone. You all work hard for your money, and I'm not going to price you out of a meal here. The hazel grouse is a new dish. The pork noodles are still the same pork noodles. The hazel grouse noodles are priced separately, 40 cents, 60 cents, or 80 cents a bowl. We also sell the whole bird in soup. If you want to try something new, that's up to you. That put everyone at ease. A bowl of pork noodles cost 25 cents. Generous portions, plenty of meat. Even the 40-cent hazel grouse noodles only cost 15 cents more. For these teachers, workers, and street vendors, that was nothing. Master Lu, 3 bowls of the 80-cent hazel grouse noodles. Let's give him a try. Someone walked in the door and ordered 3 bowls right off the bat. I didn't know the guy, but Uncle Lu recognized him instantly. Yu Hongbin, captain of the town lumberyard's transport team. You got it. Eru, come give me a hand. Dalong, hang tight. I'll settle up with you in a bit. With customers in, the shop got busy again. I'd planned to wait until the middle school let out to pick up Xiaofeng anyway, so waiting a little longer didn't matter. Before long, 2 more people came in and sat down with Yu Hongbin. One of them cursed. That old bastard Gao Zhanlin. Taking bribes is one thing, but after he got reported, he had to spill the beans about the whole cafeteria crew skimming kickbacks too. Now none of us even got lunch. The other chimed in. I'd say he's really finished this time. Heard he even rented out the old lumberyard warehouse to some outsider. Guy's got a death wish. Even if it's the old warehouse, it's still state property. And a director had the nerve to pull that stunt. That's the timber storage director we're talking about. He's in charge of every warehouse that holds the yard's lumber. Who knows how much shady business he's been up to behind the scenes. Today, the yard director and the party secretary both blew their tops. Enough arguing. The noodles are here. 3 steaming, fragrant bowls of hazel grouse noodles were set down. The 2 of them were starving and grabbed their chopsticks to dig in, but a second later, they sensed something was off. How come these pork noodles smell so good today? Yu Hongbin grinned. Pork? How's pork gonna compare to hazel grouse meat? What? Hazel grouse? Since when does Lu's noodle shop serve hazel grouse? The 2 were stunned. Bin, so how much does a bowl like this run? Yu Hongbin let out a hearty laugh. Relax, I'm in a good mood today. I'm treating you 2 to the 80-cent bowls. How about that? Thanks, Bin. The moment they heard it was on him, they buried their heads and dug in. The hazel grouse noodles didn't have all those extra toppings and side veggies, so they looked plain, but the taste was on a whole different level. Pork strips were greasy, gamey, and tough, but the hazel grouse meat was soft and tender, practically melting the moment you pressed it with your tongue. The broth was even more incredible, rich and savory, with that fresh flavor soaking right into the noodles. One bite, and the warmth spread from your tongue all the way down to your bones. My God, this is unbelievably good, all 3 exclaimed through mouthfuls. The few customers still lingering after finishing their own meals were practically drooling as they listened. Master, I'll have a bowl too, the 40-cent one. Same for me. Uncle Lu ducked back into the kitchen with a big smile, and a moment later came out with several more bowls. One for me too. Eru and I already ate. Dalong, why don't you give these noodles a try? Needless to say, it was on the house. All right, don't mind if I do. I'd already had lunch, but that smell got my mouth watering. One bite led to another, until I'd polished off the whole bowl, broth and all. That's when I finally understood why the 40-cent bowl, with barely any meat, tasted even better than regular pork noodles. The secret was in the broth. One word, fresh. Over there, Yu Hongbin and his 2 buddies had finished too, faces glowing with satisfaction. Master Lu, these noodles are out of this world. Finish 1 bowl, and you're already craving another. We're done with the cafeteria. We're coming here every day from now on. That's right. I'll bring the whole transport crew along. Uncle Lu, reading the room, said, This is a small operation, but I want folks to leave happy. Anyone who orders the hazel grouse noodles today gets a free refill of plain broth noodles. And from now on, order the hazel grouse noodles and you'll get a free refill of plain cornmeal noodles. Cornmeal was cheap. A refill only cut into his profit by 2 or 3 cents. I did some rough math in my head. 1 hazel grouse weighed under a pound, but by portion it could make 15 or 20 bowls, and each bowl earned about a dime more than regular pork noodles. If he sold 100 bowls of hazel grouse noodles a day, that's $10 extra daily, $300 a month, several times a city worker's wages. No wonder Uncle Lu was grinning ear to ear. The customers were happy too, promising to spread the word once they got back. After everyone left, we finally settled up. 35 hazel grouse, $175 total. Ask the dealers today. They're selling hazel grouse for $6 a bird. I'm buying yours at 5, so I'm not shortchanging you, am I? I shook my head and laughed. Not at all. That's even higher than the $4 a bird I was getting a while back. It wasn't that anyone had cheated me before. It was just that after the snow came, game in the mountains kept getting pricier by the day. By the way, Uncle Lou, now that you've locked in these prices, what'll you do if hazel grouse goes up again? Uncle Lou clapped me on the shoulder. That's where you come in. Before the prices shoot through the roof, bring me plenty to stock up on. I'll freeze or cure a few hundred. Enough to last 2 months. No problem, huh? I was about to fire back a snarky remark before I realized he was joking. Hazel grouse was all about freshness. Freeze it too long or cure it, and it's not worth a damn. If that actually worked, I'd stockpile a few hundred myself and wait to sell them at over $10. Wouldn't I be rich then? All right, I'll quit teasing you. If prices really go up, it's simple. I'll just tell folks the truth. Cost went up, can't afford so much meat. Want more meat? Order the pricier bowl or go back to the regular pork noodles. In this business, you treat people honestly. Don't cut corners. Don't pull the wool over anyone's eyes. That's all there is to it. I couldn't help nodding along. Uncle Lou had skill, and even better character. Hardworking, kind, sharp-minded, and honest. If a guy like that couldn't make money, who could? Whoa, it's snowing again. Eru, done cleaning the tables, stepped out the door and gazed up at the falling snow. Seeing there were no more customers, I suggested we build a snowman together out front. Meanwhile, over in Xiaoxi village, Shirtu and his gang of kids were building a snowman too. They were only halfway done when a few parents came and dragged their kids off home. Shirtu, you head home too. It's freezing out. Don't want you catching a cold. Okay. Shirtu waved them off and kept packing his snowball. It was colder than the past few days, sure, but he'd just eaten some roasted pine nuts and was bursting with energy. The cold didn't bother him one bit. One by one the parents took their kids away, until Shirtu was the only one left. Not long after, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey kid, you know where Zhao Dalong lives? Zhao Dalong. Shirtu perked right up. He stopped what he was doing. He turned around to find a scrawny young man standing on the road, hands stuffed in his pockets, clearly up to no good. What do you want with my buddy Big Dragon? After the lesson he'd learned from Wang Xiaobing last time, Stone was on high alert. The young man picked up on his wariness and pulled out a white rabbit milk candy, grinning. I'm a friend of his. Got some good news to talk over with him. At the sight of that candy, Stone nearly started drooling. But the moment he heard good news, his gut told him it was bad news. This kid Stone, he wasn't even in grade school yet, but he was sharp as a tack. He'd meant to just say he didn't know, but he was worried the guy would go ask somebody else for directions. His little brain spun, and he came up with a great idea. Oh, so you're a friend of Big Dragon's. I know where he lives. He pointed at the courtyard belonging to Sun Molin's family. See that house by the road? The one with the ditch out front. That's it. The young man followed his finger and, sure enough, spotted a courtyard. Ha, thanks a lot. He stuffed the candy back in his pocket, turned, and walked off. Watching him go, Stone balled his little hands into fists. I knew that guy was bad news. He was just about to pack a snowball with a rock in it and chuck it at the guy when he saw his mother storming toward him. Stone, you little brat, still out here running wild. Your ears are frozen solid and you don't even feel it, do you? Get back here right now. There was nothing for it. Stone had to give up on pelting the guy and scampered on home. That evening, I rode back to the village with my little sister, Xiaofeng. Before I'd even made it into the yard, I saw Stone's little frame come barreling over. Stone, it's freezing out. Why aren't you home? I got something to tell you. Gotta say it to you alone, Big Dragon. I had Xiaofeng push the bike home while I walked over to the roadside with Stone. Seeing no one around, he told me all about what had happened that afternoon. Someone else had been asking around about me. Who could it be? I racked my brain, but came up empty. I only knew a handful of people, and Stone didn't recognize this guy, so he definitely wasn't from the village. If it was Feng Chuang, well, he wouldn't be so cheap as to withhold a single piece of candy. After thinking it over for a bit, I decided to send Big Black and the others to stake out Sun Molin's place. I fished the milk candy I'd brought at noon out of my pocket and handed it to him. All right, got it. Here, this is for you. Now get home. Stone ran off, happy as could be. Late that night, 5 dark figures crept into Little Creek Village. Bright, which house is it? One of the underlings whispered. Song Mingliang pointed at a courtyard by the road with a ditch out front. That one. The others peered through the snow-lit dark and, sure enough, found it. You really got the details down, Bright. Of course. Kids are the easiest to fool. One piece of candy and they'll spill everything. Song Mingliang puffed out his chest. In a minute, I want every one of you to teach that punk a real lesson. Just don't kill him. Got it, Bright. The 5 men tiptoed into the courtyard. And there in the shadows, 2 pairs of glowing green eyes were locked dead onto them. At that moment, Sun Molin was asleep, alone, on his heated calm. He hadn't come out ahead during the day and had lost face in front of everyone. So he'd gone home, drowned his sorrows in liquor, and passed right out. Now, act. Sun Molan jolted awake from a burst of searing pain. Before he could even make out what was happening, a bright light came at him, followed by a heavy club coming down. Ow! The world spun. A warm stream ran from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, and the taste of blood filled it. He snapped fully awake. Gritting his teeth, he squinted and said, "Who are you people? Why are you beating me? Attacking a man in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of taking a bullet?" But this crew didn't bother explaining. They just kept swinging. Sun Molan had no way to fight back and could only crouch down and cover his head. Just then, his wife woke from the noise and came in from the next room. One look at the scene and she froze in terror. "Somebody! There's a burglar! Help MMPH!" She'd barely gotten two cries out before someone clamped a hand over her mouth. "Keep quiet," the man threatened. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, an even more piercing sound came right on its heels. The couple's only daughter, who'd inherited every bit of Big Mouth Sun's lungs, opened her throat and wailed at the top of her voice. "Aya! Bad guys, get out!" Song Mingliang and his crew were dumbstruck. A shriek like that, the whole village had probably heard it. "Fall back now!" Song Mingliang roared and turned to run, but one of the men behind him crashed into him and knocked him to the ground. Seeing his wife and child in danger, Sun Molan panicked. He could take a beating, but nothing could happen to his family. Ignoring his wounds, he suddenly surged up, bowled over the man in front of him, and shielded his wife and child behind him. Song Mingliang scrambled to his feet and bolted out the door with his underlings. Once they were far off, Sun Molan pulled out his hunting rifle and fired a warning shot into the sky, then passed out. The gunshot shattered the peace of Little Creek Village. By then everyone in our Zhao household was awake too. I got dressed and stood in the doorway. "My dad," Zhao Yukuan asked, "Big Dragon, what's going on?" "Burglars got into the village. Lock the doors and stay inside. I'm going to go check it out." I was already out of the yard before I'd finished speaking. The truth was, I'd had Big Black and Big Yellow secretly tailing them ever since they entered the village. Big Yellow especially. The moment he caught that familiar scent, he got all worked up. Just from that reaction, I knew the ones who'd come into the village were the same crew as those two dog thieves from last time. Add in the tip Stone had given me, and it wasn't hard to guess. Their target tonight was me. I used my mental connection to calm Big Yellow down and had the three dogs quietly lie in wait along the road, then chased after the men. After the gunshot, the whole village came alive, dogs barking everywhere, lights on in every house. Song Mingliang and his crew ran for their lives. One of the underlings posed a soul-searching question. "Bright, did we actually pull it off? Why are we running for our lives again?" Song Mingliang snapped, irritated. "You beat a guy up, you run. You'd rather go back and take a bullet." Another cursed, "Damn, who knew Zhao Big Dragon had a daughter who could howl like that? And a gun, no less. What rotten luck." Song Mingliang tried to rally them. "Once we make it to where we stashed the bikes, we're home free. Push it, brothers." On their way in, they'd hidden their bicycles in a nearby field, and it didn't take long before they reached the spot. One of the underlings was just about to climb down and grab a bike when a dark shape suddenly lunged at him. The tremendous force slammed straight between his legs. He crumpled into a crouch, screaming, "Aff, my jewels." The others were horrified, and their flashlights all swung over at once, only to find a big yellow dog glaring at them, ready to pounce. What the hell? Aren't country dogs supposed to guard the house? How'd one chase us all the way out here, and without making a single sound? Every one of them was stunned. They'd tangled with plenty of dogs, but this kind of silent. Dogs that don't bark, just lie in wait at the finish line. Now that's a first. Meanwhile, all the ones barking their heads off stayed put, guarding their own yards like good little soldiers. "Sneak attack." I gave the command, and Blackie came charging in from behind them, delivering another savage body slam. Over 400 pounds of force driving straight into the crotch of the guy bringing up the rear. Didn't need to look to know how bad that hurt. Blackie's smart. Not only did he master his skill through some kind of epiphany, he'd even picked up Yellow's signature move, the basket crusher. Hearing his two buddies screaming, Song Mingliang panicked. They'd only brought clubs for beating people, no gear for catching dogs, and his gut told him these two dogs were no joke. Two sneak attacks, one from the front and one from the back, and he'd already lost half his crew. No more hesitating. Song Mingliang gritted his teeth. "Brothers, let's go all in. If we can't get the bikes, none of us is making it back alive." The remaining three swung their clubs wildly all at once, and actually managed to force the two dogs back a bit. One of the guys got excited, dropped his club, pushed a bike onto the road, and lifted his leg to ride off. But the instant he raised that leg, a man's most vulnerable spot was left perfectly exposed. Quick as a flash, a gray blur slammed straight into his crotch. For that split second, he looked like he'd ascended to heaven right where he stood. My basket! My basket! The screaming started up again. Now Song Mingliang and his one remaining buddy were completely rattled. Couldn't win the fight, couldn't run away, and one wrong move could cost them the joy of the rest of their lives. The beams of flashlights all around were getting closer and closer. While the two of them hesitated, I stepped out from the side and tossed a few coils of rope at their feet. Either tie yourselves up, or get ready to lose your ability to have kids. Your choice. I stood there gripping my spear, dead serious. Dumb as he was, even Song Mingliang could guess those 3 dogs had something to do with me. He gritted his teeth. Look, brother, none of us has ever wronged you as far as I know. We only came to this village to settle a personal score. We don't want to make an enemy of you. Have a heart and let us off, all right? Oh, a personal score? With who? I looked at him, amused. Zhao Dalong from Xiaoxi village. He helped the cops nab my brother. What's your brother's name? Song Mingming. And you? My name's Song Mingliang. All right, Song Mingliang. Then I'll let you off. The two of them lit up instantly. Not even bothering with their 3 buddies sprawled on the ground. They each grabbed a bike and got ready to bolt. As they were leaving, Song Mingliang turned back and asked, Brother, a favor this big can't be repaid with words. Give me your name. If I ever get the chance, I'll make it up to you. No need to thank me. Name's Zhao Dalong. Zhao Dalong, great name. Wait, if you're Zhao Dalong, then who the hell were we just fighting? Song Mingliang froze in place. Before he could even process it, a tremendous force slammed hard into his crotch. My basket, my basket. Zhao Dalong, it's you, it's you. Arg, I hate you. Song Mingliang's face twisted in agony as he curled up in the snow like a cooked shrimp. The other guy didn't escape the basket crusher's fate either. For a moment, the whole place was full of howling. Blackie, Yellow, and Gray surrounded them in the middle like conquering champions, declaring these were their prey. A few minutes later, the village chief Zhou Weigua arrived with 2 militiamen. When they saw the intruding thieves all trussed up like dumplings, their eyes went wide. Dalong, you're something else. No wonder you're the hero who helped the police catch those dog thieves. We were just worried they'd gotten away, and here you are, having pinned every one of them down. It was these dogs of mine that did the work. The second they heard the gunshot, they chased right out and surrounded them. Couldn't have caught them otherwise. I didn't take the credit, giving it to Blackie and the others instead, then went over what had happened. That was when everyone finally understood. Because I'd helped the police catch some dog thieves, their accomplices had come in the middle of the night for revenge, and somehow ended up at the wrong place, beating up Big Mouth Sun instead. Right? How's Uncle Sun doing? I was a little worried. Sun Mullen could be a nasty piece of work, but he'd never done anything truly evil, and tonight he'd even taken a beating meant for me. I had to at least show some concern. Zhou Weigua sighed. He's out cold. He'll live, but he took a real beating, got a nasty gash on his head, and lost a lot of blood. We need to get him to the hospital fast. One of the militiamen chimed in. Good timing. I'll go borrow the team's tractor and take these thieves to the police station too. I'll have it back by morning, so it won't hold up Shaoan's grain hauling. I'll go along too. This whole thing is connected to me, and I know Feng Chuang at the station. After thinking it over, I decided to head into town that night. I brought Blackie and Yellow along and left Gray to guard the house. Over half an hour later, the tractor pulled up in front of the town police station. A militiaman and I brought the 5 dog thieves inside, while the other militiaman took Big Mouth Sun and his wife to the hospital. The officer on duty perked right up when he saw this whole crew come in. Comrades, what's going on here? A gang of dog thieves broke into the village, assaulted people, and got caught. Ask him for the details. The militiaman pointed at me. The moment he heard dog thieves, the officer's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. The station had an operation going tonight, planning to round up this very gang, and here were a few of them already caught by villagers. Comrade, what's your name? Let me get it down. Zhao Dalong. What? You're Zhao Dalong. He was startled. Yeah, is there a problem? No. 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 You're the one who helped Brother Feng catch those dog thieves last time too, right? You really are a menace to dog thieves everywhere. He gave a quick explanation, finished taking my statement, and reported the situation up the chain. The town police station had walkie-talkies, so the chief could stay in contact with the officers out on the operation at any time. Soon I got some unexpected news. Gao Zhanlin, the director of the town forestry farm's timber yard, had been reported and found to have rented out the old lumber mill warehouse to a gang of dog thieves. Feng Chuang had led a team out that night for the raid, catching 3 male suspects and 1 female, shooting 1 dead, while the ringleader Xiong Jia was still on the run with a gun. Brother Feng heard you were here and wants to borrow those 2 dogs of yours from last time to chase down the fugitive. What do you say? Back in '84, the town still didn't have police dogs. With Xiong Jia on the loose, Feng Chuang had been about to head back to borrow the dogs, And when he heard I'd caught some dog thieves and was right there at the station, he had the duty officer pass along the request. Naturally, I wasn't going to refuse. Bringing Blackie and Yellow along served two purposes. One, to keep an eye on Song Ming Liang and his crew, and two, for extra safety. Never expected I'd end up joining a raid on dog thieves too. Lead the way, officer. Let's do it. Actually, this whole thing had kicked off half an hour before I got there. Feng Chuang had surrounded the old lumber mill with 2 cops and a dozen or so militiamen. He kept his voice low as he warned everyone. Our guy, Xiong Jia, is a cold-blooded bastard. He's got several murders under his belt and might be armed. Everybody stay sharp. Don't get careless. Got it, Feng? All right, move in. At his command, the group split up and closed in. Some guarded the front gate. The rest broke into 3 teams. 1 for backup in the yard, 2 for the actual takedown. It was cold, and this pack of dog thieves was crammed into 2 rooms, fast asleep. The instant the door came down, 3 of them were pinned before they could even reach for a weapon. Just when it looked like a sure thing, everything went sideways. Bang bang, bang. 3 gunshots, and debris exploded across the room. Xiong Jia was one tough son of a bitch. The second the cops rushed in, he grabbed a double-barreled shotgun and fired off 2 rounds, and a guy they called Sixer let off another. 2 militiamen got grazed by the stray shots. Careful, they've got 2 guns. Feng Chuang shouted, backing out the door. For a moment, nobody dared charge in. Xiong Jia used the opening to reload, fired another round at the doorway, then yelled into the back of the room. Sixer, fall back. And with that, he ducked deeper inside. Sixer had just finished reloading and tried to follow, but he got cut down by a hail of gunfire and dropped where he stood. Damn it. Xiong Jia's making a run for it. After him. Feng Chuang led his men in. His flashlight swept the room, revealing nothing but a corpse and a female dog thief curled up in a ball on the comm. Cuff her. Everyone else, go after him. After chasing for a while, a cop reported back. Feng, this room connects to the mill next door. Xiong Jia slipped out this way. He's probably already up in the mountains. The main road had been locked down tight. If he hadn't gone out that way, the only place left was up the mountain. Feng Chuang's heart sank. Most of the ones they'd caught tonight were small fry, but the one that mattered most, the ringleader, had gotten away. And not just any ringleader, a murderer, armed and on the run. That changed everything. Not only was there no credit to be had, he'd be looking at disciplinary action and a written self-criticism, not to mention 2 wounded militiamen. Just as he was about to head into the mountains with a dog, word came from the station. About 10 minutes later, I showed up with Blackie and Yellow. The moment Feng Chuang saw me, the furrow in his brow finally eased. Dalong, you got here just in time. He's gone into the mountains. We've got no idea which way, and we can't track him. It's all on you and those 2 dogs of yours now. He'd seen what those 2 dogs could do. Last time, with no help from anyone, they'd chased down Lu Chong and Song Mingming and knocked both of them out cold. Feng, don't even mention it. Helping the police is the least I can do. I brought the dogs. Just tell me what you need. Good man. Drinks are on me later. Feng Chuang clapped me on the shoulder, fired up again. He split everyone into 3 groups. 1 to take the wounded to the hospital, 1 to haul the dog thieves back to the station, and the largest group to head into the mountains with him. As Blackie and Yellow started sniffing Xiong Jia's clothes, my eyes fell on that female dog thief. That face, wasn't that Wang Xiaoling? In my past life, I'd been crazy about her, so obsessed I'd gone into the mountains and gotten myself into trouble because of her. I was a little stunned. In my past life, hadn't she gone to the city for an arranged match and married into a family there? Since when was she a dog thief? While I stood there dazed, they marched her past me, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of me. Our eyes met. I felt nothing, not a ripple, like looking at a total stranger. In that instant, I knew for certain I'd let go a long time ago. In this life, there'd only ever be Feng Ling. But for her, it was like being struck by lightning. She'd once looked down on me, and after I made something of myself, I turned her down. And now here I was, standing over her like I was watching her humiliation play out. Her face flushed bright red, so ashamed she couldn't lift her head, shuffling forward like a puppet as the militiamen prodded her along. I thought I'd misremembered her past life, but I hadn't. She really had gone to the city back then. It was just that in this life, I was doing so well that I'd rattled her ahead of schedule, and through some twist of fate, her arranged match had landed her in a den of thieves. As for whether she'd be released without charges or made an example of and convicted, well, there was no way to know that now. Woof, woof. 2 sharp barks snapped me back to reality. Blackie and Yellow were locked in now, pinpointing the direction Xiong Jia had fled from the mill. Before long, Yellow made the first find. I quickly led Feng Chuang and the others after them. Behind the mill lay the outer edge of Daxing Mountain, dense with trees. Without a dog, this whole crowd of people would have had a hell of a time finding anything. Yellow kept his nose pressed to the ground, sniffing at a much faster clip than Blackie. When it came to dog thieves, he had a personal stake in it, and I knew it. But 10 minutes later, the two dogs suddenly started circling, sniffing under this tree, then that one, and even dragging back a scrap of cloth from somewhere along the way. What's going on? Feng Chuang asked. Too much interference. His scent's all over this stretch of woods, I explained. Feng Chuang slapped his thigh. Damn, now I remember. Xiong Jie's been on the run for years, and he's in the dog stealing business. Of course he'd take precautions. He probably even figured we'd track him with dogs. Scattering clothes, rubbing against tree bark, walking in circles, crushing pine needles, and smearing them on himself to mask his scent. Fugitives have no shortage of tricks for throwing off a trail. Looks like he'd still underestimated this guy. The others shook their heads, giving up hope. Even Blackie went limp and let out a low whimper. Yellow alone refused to quit. He was so frustrated he kept whining, but the emotion coming back through our mind link told me he wasn't willing to accept it. The more agitated he got, the heavier that refusal grew, and the more he refused to give up, the clearer some strange sensation became. It hit me all at once. Yellow's state right now was exactly like Blackie's back when he'd had his epiphany about gliding and the savage charge. The next second, ding. System has detected that Yellow is in a state of enlightenment and has gained a preliminary understanding of perception. Skill unlocked. Perception. Spend 10 Beast Soul Points to teach Yellow Perception LV. 1. Current Beast Soul Points. 139. Learn it. Without hesitation, I didn't just activate it for Yellow. I did the same for Blackie and Gray, who was back home guarding the place. Ding. Consumed 30 Beast Soul Points. Yellow, Blackie, and Gray have learned Perception LV. 1. Perception LV. 1. Passive skill. Comprehensively enhances sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and intuition. Current Beast Soul Points. 109. In an instant, a wondrous power poured into all three dogs, and into my body as well. This time was different from before. I didn't need to check anything. I could feel the change clearly on my own. The once pitch-black night, as if a gray veil had been lifted, suddenly turned bright and clear. The snow, the trees, the earth, the moonlight, all of it became vivid and razor-sharp. The wind, the creak of branches, the sounds nearby. The sounds of human breathing had grown much clearer too. The most striking change was my sense of smell. Those once elusive, intangible scents had somehow transformed into faint threads, so thin they were almost transparent, drifting and stretching through the air, weaving into distinct trails. Some of them were ours. The others clearly belonged to Xiong. But the enhancement into Huang and He was even more dramatic than my own. Almost simultaneously, both dogs filtered out every distraction and locked onto a single, clear thread of scent that led straight into the dense woods to the front left. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang shot out first, wired like he was on something, with De He right on his heels. Fengji, we've got something. I didn't bother explaining and dove into the woods after them. Feng Chuang and the others exchanged a glance, then followed. After nearly 20 minutes, we reached a stand of pine trees. De He and De Huang stopped, refusing to go any farther. I immediately held everyone back. Combining the mental link with the faint trace of scent I detected drifting in the air, I made my call. Fengji, our guy's right up there in that pile of fallen pines. He's probably buried himself in the snow. The few men behind me were stunned. That pile was at least 50 meters off, and neither the dogs nor any of us had gone near it. How could I possibly see that clearly? But Feng Chuang didn't ask. He just believed me. All right, he's got a gun. You stay put and don't move. Everybody else, come with me. We box him in tight. Don't let him slip away again. I nodded. Under Feng Chuang's direction, the men advanced slowly, encircling the pile of pines. Beneath the heap, the thick snow had been packed into a cave that shielded Xiong Jie from a bit of the cold. It wasn't going to freeze him to death, but it was hardly warm. He'd had plenty of experience hiding out in the mountains. Normally, if he could just make it through the first night, he'd find a gap the next day when people let their guard down and slip right out. But tonight, he'd miscalculated. First came the crunch of footsteps on snow, growing closer. Then beams of flashlight cut through the pine branches, blinding him. Xiong Jie, give it up. You're surrounded. Xiong Jie's heart sank like a stone. In his numb, frozen hands, the double-barreled shotgun had just one round left. Charge out swinging, or get taken alive and eat a bullet later. He let out a furious roar. I'll take you all down with me. He burst out and fired a shot at one of the flashlight beams. The beam went dark. Then, 2 gunshots rang out. Xiong Jie hit the ground, all the strength draining out of him in an instant. Those 2 shots came from Feng Chuang and another officer. Neither aimed for anything vital. They wanted him alive, hauled back to stand trial. And with that, tonight's manhunt wrapped up perfectly. 2 militiamen had taken minor injuries, a small blemish, nothing more. But the trip into the mountains had gone surprisingly smoothly. Nobody seriously hurt, and all we'd lost was a single flashlight. DeLong, you've done me another huge favor. Feng Chuang threw an arm around my shoulder, practically bursting with excitement. This time it won't just be a thank you letter. I'm going to recommend you to my superiors, get you made a neighborhood watch officer. Neighborhood watch officer? Feng Ji, you're pulling my leg, right? Back in '84, a neighborhood watch officer had it a fair bit better than the average person. Sure, there was no official government post, and the status didn't match that of a militiaman or a real cop, but you didn't have to clock in every day, the work was loose, there was still a salary, and you had connections for getting things done. The only catch was, if something actually went down and you didn't pull your weight, or you skipped your shift during fire season, you'd get stripped of the position and disciplined on top of it. I thought it over and shook my head anyway. Nah, forget it, Feng Ji. I'm too used to my lazy ways. Whenever you need a hand, just call me. But day to day, I'd rather be out hunting in the mountains. That little salary honestly meant nothing to me now. With the system and my 3 spirit dogs, I was pulling in dozens, even 100 plus a day from hunting. In my past life, I might have gone out of my way to fight for a spot like this. Now, I'd pass. Feng Chuang blinked, then chuckled and shook his head, understanding. A little over an hour later, I got back to the police station entrance, where Xiaoxi Village's militiamen were already waiting with the tractor running. They told me Sun Molan would have to spend a few days in the hospital recovering, but his life wasn't in danger. I said my goodbyes to Feng Chuang and headed back to Xiaoxi Village with Dehe and Dehuang. By then the sky was just beginning to lighten. The moment I got home, I collapsed into bed. When I opened my eyes again, lunchtime had already passed, and before long, I'd need to bike over to pick up Xiao Feng from school. I washed up quickly, planning to have breakfast and lunch all in one. But the second I stepped into the kitchen, I saw a familiar figure bustling around inside. Xiao Feng, how come you didn't go to school? The one busy at the stove was my little sister, Zhao Xiaofeng. She ladled a bowl of hazel grouse soup from the pot and handed it to me. I took the day off. No school today. Go, drink this while it's hot. Mom made it for you. If it gets cold, I'll heat it up again. Oh, you have no idea. Mom and Dad were scared half to death during the day. The hazel grouse soup smelled amazing, and Xiaofeng sure had a lot to say. I ate while sorting through all the information she was pouring out. The gist of it. Last night I'd gone out to catch dog thieves, chased them all the way to the town police station, and even helped the cops go into the mountains to nab an armed fugitive. Last night, Mom and Dad had only known the first half of the story. They had no idea about the details. It wasn't until this morning's village safety mobilization meeting that they learned just how big a deal their son had pulled off. Chasing an armed fugitive into the mountains was every bit as dangerous as running into a bear, maybe worse. The two of them had been scared stiff. But thinking it over, when I'd been praised on the broadcast last time, they'd been too busy basking in the pride and the honor to even consider the danger. Now that everything was over and done with, and the whole dog thief ring had been rounded up, worrying themselves sick seemed pretty pointless. So my mom had just gone ahead and stewed a pot of hazel grouse soup to calm my nerves and build my strength back up. As for Xiao Feng, because of the whole business with the dog thieves coming around to take revenge, the village chief had announced at the meeting that the village elementary school would be closed for a day. That extended to her too, even though she attended junior high in town, and she got kept home. She said someone had already delivered her leave note to the school. So where are Mom and Dad right now? Out patrolling with the rest of the village. The militiamen are even teaching self-defense moves. I learned a few myself. Good, want to give it a try? With that, Xiao Feng was raring to go, wanting me to play the bad guy and grab her, so she could show off how to fight back and break free. The moment I heard that, 5 words popped into my head. Gets the attacker excited technique. An ordinary person with no real training, relying on a few flimsy moves, would only end up with the delusion of, I can do this too. And that could turn into a serious problem. I shook my head, gave her a flick on the forehead, and flatly refused. Xiao Feng, remember this. If you ever actually run into a bad guy, there's just one thing to do. Run. Forget all this useless stuff. Your life is what matters most. Her head smarted from the flick, but she didn't do what she usually would have. Instead of yipping and squealing, she just stared at me with wide eyes. What are you staring at? Do I have something on my face? Bro, I feel like you've changed. Changed how? Changed what? You've grown up. You're like an adult now, lecturing me all serious, just like Mom and Dad. What do you mean like an adult? I am one, okay? I'm practically ready to bring Fengling home as my wife. Yeah, I guess that's true. Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully, apparently convinced. After finishing my soup, I ate a little more and my stomach was finally full. I checked the time. It was a bit late to head into the mountains now. Dehe and the others had worked hard yesterday, so we might as well rest for a day. Since I had the afternoon free, I decided to build a dog sled. No sooner said than done. I walked out to the yard to pick out materials. The two curved pieces of wood on the bottom of the sled served as runners. They had to be made from birch of even thickness, stripped of bark, shaved straight, then bent over fire and left to dry into shape. But I skipped that most time-consuming step entirely. I just commandeered the shaft wood we'd originally set aside for the wheelbarrow. I laid the two runners parallel, nailed on the crossbeams, and lined the base with old planks. After a good bit of hammering, it was half done. "Bro, what are you making?" Xiaofeng heard the noise and came over, curious. "A sled, so we can haul people and cargo more easily from now on." "Huh? A sled? This big? We don't have an ox or a horse. Who's gonna pull it? Don't tell me it's Dahe and the others." The moment she said this, Dahe and Da Huang, who'd been napping in their den, both opened their eyes at once and shot her a look. That look seemed to say, "Who are you underestimating?" Meanwhile, Hui Hui, who was patrolling with the village folks, trying to get familiar with everyone so people would stop mistaking it for a wolf, let out a howl of protest from the distance. It left my parents dumbfounded. They thought the foreign dog had suddenly gone feral. Back in the yard, I coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness. I'd seen that whole scene clearly through our mental link and shared vision. To my sister's doubts, I said, "Relax. This board may be over 3 meters long, way bigger than an ordinary dog sled, but it's still a bit smaller than a horse-drawn one. Dahe and the others have plenty of strength, pulling 6 or 7 people and a few hundred pounds of cargo. No problem. With the savage charge skill boosting them, Dahe alone could burst out with 200 kilograms of force. 3 dogs together made 600. Sure, it was only a short burst, but within their stamina limits, they could use it frequently, far superior to your average clumsy dog." Seeing that I was set on it, Xiaofeng stopped raining on my parade and picked up some materials to help. We nailed thin strips of wood around the edges as railings, used a straight wooden pole as the crossbar, made 3 chest harnesses out of old leather straps, and finally tied the harnesses, the bar, and the front of the sled together with thick hemp rope. And just like that, a dog sled that could seat 6 or 7 people was complete. With materials on hand and Xiaofeng's help, we finished in a little over an hour. Once the sled was done, the next step was to let Dahe and the others give it a try. I didn't even have to say a word. Dahe and Da Huang, who'd rested all day in their den, could hardly contain themselves. They came trotting over, wagging their tails, leaving Xiaofeng stunned. "Bro, look. Dahe and the others are biting the harnesses. Do they want us to strap them in? That's way too smart." "Yeah, of course they're smart. Otherwise your big brother wouldn't have been catching so much game lately." Speaking of hunting, strictly speaking I was still a rookie myself. But hey, I had the system. After their beast soul rebirth, Dahe and the others had each become a divine hound. I didn't have to lift a finger. They could catch prey all on their own. Bro, it's not just that they're smart. I feel like Dahe and the others have gotten stronger too. I'd known about them bulking up before I even went to the county town. My sister was only noticing it now. Of course. Eat well, grow strong. All those sika deer, wild boars, and wolves we caught earlier, they ate most of the organs. And I've been feeding them plenty lately. They're way stronger than before. Back in the day, my family mostly ate coarse grains with little meat, so Dahe never got anything good. But now that we were hauling in so much game and our situation had improved, we could easily afford to raise 3 dogs and feed them well. Once the harnesses were on, I directed Dahe and Da Huang to pull the sled out of the yard. A lot of snow had piled up on the road, and some spots had iced over, making it hard to ride a bike. The sled, though, glided as smooth as if it were greased with lard, exactly when it was needed. I pulled Xiaofeng onto the sled too. Once she was settled, I called out, "Let's go." Dahe and Da Huang surged forward at the same time, every muscle taut, pulling the sled steadily along. The scenery slid backward behind us, though I deliberately kept the pace slow. Xiaofeng said, puzzled, "Weren't you just bragging about how strong they'd gotten? Why so slow? They're not just all flab, are they?" I blinked. Then, without giving her time to react, I had Dahe and Da Huang trigger savage charge. 1 second of build-up, then an explosion of 400 kilograms of force. Whoosh! The sled shot forward 7 or 8 meters, flinging Xiaofeng to the very back. She scrambled to grab the railing, terrified. "Bro, tell them to slow down. It's too fast. Weren't you the one who called them flabby?" I just said it off the top of my head. Who knew they'd actually understand? Of course they understand. The dogs I raise are all smart. If you don't believe me, apologize to them, and they'll stop pulling so fast. I was in the mood to tease my sister, and at the same time I wanted her to realize Dahe and the others could understand human speech, so I could gradually change how the family saw them. No longer just house dogs, but intelligent, loyal companions. Xiaofeng was speechless. She was about to start high school, and here she was, apologizing to the family dogs. But when she thought about it, there was nothing shameful about it. The teacher always said dogs are man's most loyal friend, and apologizing to a friend was nothing to be embarrassed about. Dahei Dahuang, I was wrong. You're not flabby, you're strong. Super strong. The words had barely left her mouth when Dahei and Dahuang slowed down. Xiaofeng was left utterly stunned. These two dogs had really become brilliant. Could Hui Hui understand human speech too? Just as she was wondering, Hui Hui arrived. Having received my mental message, it had abandoned its patrol and come running. I strapped a harness on it too, and with all three dogs pulling together, the sled went even faster. Fortunately, it sped up gradually, so Xiaofeng slowly got used to it. The biggest surprise was Hui Hui, that purebred husky. After pulling for a while, it actually unlocked an exclusive skill outright, and without spending any beast soul points. Exclusive skill, power of the bloodline, soul of the sled. While pulling a sled, stamina consumption is reduced by 30%, negative effects from weather and terrain are reduced by 30%, and the dog temporarily gains the leader's marked. Leader's mark. Reborn beast souls bearing this mark will, toward those around them. Other beast spirits gain temporary leadership and share 50% of their bloodline power's effects. Me? A dog's lead counts as a sled, and it actually awakened the bloodline power of the husky, one of the three sled-pulling brothers. What an amazing skill. Not only does it massively boost Gray's own sled-pulling ability, but it also works like an aura buff that extends to Blackie and Yellowy. Sure, Gray isn't as experienced at catching prey as Blackie and the others, but this awakening definitely wiped away his earlier shame. Some people might wonder how I know so much about all this. Signature skills, bloodline power, aura buffs? How could a useless cripple who spent 40-some years paralyzed in his past life know any of this? Don't ask. If you must know, my family bought me a smartphone, and I just happened to figure out how to use it. But what does this leader's mark actually mean? It can temporarily lead Blackie and Yellowy? I thought it over and stopped giving Blackie and the others commands, handing leadership over to Gray instead. In an instant, Blackie and Yellowy looked confused, unsure of what to do or where to go. But the very next second, Gray gave his command. Brothers, let's get wild. Led by Gray, Blackie and Yellowy went wild too, dragging the sled every which way like maniacs, not slowing down on turns, not dodging ditches. Little Foam shrieked. Bro, what's up with Blackie Ann? She hadn't even finished her sentence when the sled plunged straight into a ditch, sending us both tumbling. Sigh. Gray's a husky through and through, way too dumb. Give him a chance, and he blows it. I sighed, helplessly pushed the sled back onto the road, and said, It's not Blackie's fault. It's Gray, that idiot, leading them all over the place. I took back control and made the blame crystal clear. Gray whimpered guiltily, while Blackie and Yellowy finally understood and glared at him. With the farce over, the dog's lead was finally back on track. Bottom line, I've got to be the one in control. Still, Gray's leader's mark had real potential for sled pulling. Later on, with the right training, there'd surely come a time when he could handle things on his own. After letting Blackie and the others pull the sled down the road a bit longer, I went to Master's house and called Zhang Fengling out, and we rode the sled around the village together. Everyone in the village already knew we were dating and getting married anyway, so I wasn't worried about people gossiping. We hadn't been riding long when Zhang Fengling praised. Blackie and the others are so strong. Pulling the three of us doesn't even faze them. They could probably pull a few more people, right? Yeah, 3 or 4 more easy. Come on, let's go find my mom and dad. I gave the order, find mom and dad. The 3 dogs sniffed the air and locked onto Zhao Yuquan and Zheng Yinhua's location in a single second. They'd all learned level 1 perception last night, so finding someone in the village was a piece of cake. Following the scent, Blackie and the others pulled the sled right up to the gate of Shidu's family's yard. A big crowd had gathered outside the yard, with a lot of shouting coming from inside, plus the sound of a child crying. My hearing had been enhanced by perception, so I could hear everything clearly right away. That wailing brat. Who else could it be but Shirtu? Turns out Shirtu was being held down on a bench by his mom, who was smacking his but with a broom handle while cursing. You little brat. Who told you to go pointing people the wrong way? Because of you, your uncle's son ended up in the hospital. I'll let your wild streak slide most days, but today I'm gonna beat you to death. Shida's mom was truly furious and truly terrified. What if the person who'd asked for directions yesterday hadn't been a dog thief, but a kidnapper who'd snatched Shirtu away? So this beating was 3 parts anger, 7 parts love. It looked scary, but it was the dead of winter and the kid was bundled up thick. His butt didn't hurt one bit. But Shirtu was only a few years old, and being so frightened, he was crying his eyes out, squealing on the bench like a stuck pig. I got off the sled and found my parents in the crowd. Dad, what's going on here? Zhao Yuquan shook his head and sighed. It's all because of those dog thieves. They beat Sun Big Mouth into the hospital. The Sun family was baffled. If they wanted revenge, they should have come after us. Why'd they end up at his place? So they asked around, and turns out this Shirtu kid pointed them the wrong way. And now the whole Sun family shown up here demanding an explanation. Hearing this, I felt pretty helpless. I deliberately kept quiet about Shidu's involvement last night, and yet somehow people still found out. Well, of course, Little Creek Village is only so big. Whoever the dog thieves talked to, someone was bound to see. A secret like that can't stay hidden. But the Sun family coming to demand an explanation was going too far. Sure, Shirtu pointed them the wrong way. But how was he supposed to know the person asking was a dog thief coming for revenge? In his little kid brain, he probably thought they were just some troublemaker like Wang Xiaobing. Of course, that was all just my own wishful thinking. By the letter of the law, Shirtu was under 10 and couldn't be held responsible. But his parents, as his guardians, really did have to pay up. In the yard, Sun Molin's mother, old lady Guizhi, sneered snidely. Shidu's mom, what's with the act? If you want to hit him, just pull down his pants and smack his bare butt. But let me tell you this. Even if you beat this little brat to death today, you're still gonna pay 100 yuan. The crowd sucked in a collective breath. 100 yuan? Who has 100 yuan lying around these days? This was obviously extortion. Village chief Zhou Weiguo spoke up. Sister Guizhi, you're asking for way too much. You know full well what shape Shida's family is in. Besides, we all saw Molin's injuries last night. A few stitches and a couple days in the hospital, 30 or 50 tops. Add in lost wages, and it's 100 at most. And the bulk of that should come from the dog thieves. If we're really talking blame here, Shida's family owes 20 at the most. Old lady Guizhi got even louder. 100 yuan? My Molin's a hunter. He goes up the mountain and bags a few animals worth dozens, even hundreds. And you're saying just 100? You think you're fobbing off a beggar? Uffed. The whole crowd burst out laughing. What kind of hunter is your son? Don't you know as his own mother? What he catches in a month is less than what others catch in a day. And he's up there poaching other people's game to boot. 100 a day? Only a fool would believe that. Old lady Guizhi knew she couldn't hold that ground, so she quickly changed her tune. Fine, even if it's 100. Who am I supposed to collect from? The dog thieves got hauled off by the police. Who knows if they can even afford to pay? And if they've got no money, my family just eats the loss. Today, Shida's family has to pay up. The moment she shouted, the Sun family's relatives all joined in the racket. Especially Sun Molin's daughter, a little big mouth, who clasped her hands behind her back and launched a sonic assault at Shida's mom. Pay up. Pay up. Shida's mom plopped down on the ground, utterly dazed. 100 yuan. How were they supposed to survive that? Now I understood it perfectly. There was a reason Sun Molin became known as Sun Big Mouth. His whole family was a bunch of big mouths. The old ones were big mouths. The little ones were little big mouths. And a whole crowd of relatives jabbering away worked better than a loudspeaker. By contrast, Shidu's family's relatives. The whole crowd went dead silent. Even Stone's dad was stunned. I stepped forward and let out a roar. Everybody shut the hell up. You want money? Fine, I'll pay. The yard went instantly quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did this have to do with me? Why would I pay? Even if you're trying to look rich, this isn't the way to do it. My parents tried to stop me but couldn't. Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhang Fengling got anxious too. $100 was no small amount. Even if I'd been making money lately, I couldn't just be the sucker who eats the loss. The village chief patted my shoulder. Dalong, don't be rash. By the rules, you're not responsible. The Sun family's asking for 100. I wouldn't agree to that either. We'll work this out slowly. Stone's mom scrambled up from the ground. Dalong, you can't do this. Stone caused the trouble. It's got nothing to do with you. You think you get a say? Can you cough up $100? Somebody's offering to pay for you, and you're still playing coy. Old lady Guizhi cut her off and walked right up to me. It'd make sense for you to pay, kid. If you hadn't provoked those dog thieves, would my Molin have taken that beating? Pay up. She stuck out her hand, ready to take the money. Looking at this old woman, a wave of disgust welled up in me. I can pay the 100, but I have conditions. What conditions? Spit it out. Old lady Guizhi said impatiently. Without even glancing at the Sun family, I walked straight over to the village chief. I'd like the chief and everyone here to witness this. I'll pay the 100, but the Sun family has to sign a settlement agreement. No bringing this up again. No more causing trouble for Stone's family or mine. And another thing, whatever compensation the police recover from those dog thieves down the line, that goes to me. You people don't get to take it. 2 simple conditions. 1, sign the settlement, and this is over. 2, any recovered compensation goes to me. The Sun family doesn't get to collect twice. The Sun family started hesitating. The first condition was easy. They weren't planning to make more trouble anyway. But the second one, what if those dog thieves had money? If the police actually recovered dozens, or even $100, that was no small sum. Zhou Weiguo had had enough. Sister Guizhi, let me put it plainly. By the rules, even $20 from Stone's family would be too much. Asking for 100? That's straight up extortion. If this goes to the police, you'll end up in court too. So decide now. Are you waiting on the recovery, or taking Dalong's 100 and calling it done? Give us an answer. Old Lady Guaji thought for maybe 2.5 seconds, then gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. Money in her own hand was the only sure thing. Waiting on the police to recover it? By then, everything would be cold. So right there in front of everyone, the village chief wrote up 2 identical settlement agreements, read them aloud. Same terms we'd just discussed. The chief, me, Stone's parents, Old Lady Guaji, and a few Sun family representatives all signed and pressed their thumbprints. With the settlement and 10 crisp bills in hand, the Sun family left, thoroughly satisfied. All right, everyone clear out. Back to whatever you were doing. The village chief waved his hand and dispersed the crowd. Only our family was left in the yard. Stone's dad was a man of few words. All he could do was keep saying thank you. Couldn't get out a second sentence to save his life. Stone's mom grabbed Stone and tried to kneel before me. Auntie, please don't get up. I quickly caught her. She wiped her tears. Dalong, really thank you. Never mind 100. We couldn't even come up with 20. But Annie won't let you pay this for nothing. We'll save up and pay you back little by little, okay? I shook my head. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm not losing anything on this. Once the police finish dealing with the dog thieves, the chief will hand the recovered compensation to me. But this? Stone's mom, relax. If Dalong says it'll work out, then it will. My mother, Zheng Yinhua, kept coaxing her for a while before finally putting the whole repayment matter to rest. After all this, Stone had settled down quite a bit. His eyes were red, his throat swollen from crying, and he stood beside his mom, staring at me with a face full of gratitude. 10 minutes later, we climbed onto the sled and headed back. Blackie and the others pulled steadily along. My parents praised them for a good while before finally asking why I'd shelled out that $100. Out loud, I said it had something to do with me, that I'd get the recovered compensation. But by the rules, I bore no responsibility at all. If Stone hadn't pointed them the wrong way, it would have been our family that got hit last night. Since when does one victim pay compensation to another victim? The two of them knew full well. We were on good terms with Stone's family, sure, but not close enough to just hand over $100 on a whim. With no outsiders around now, they wanted me to tell the truth. But I stuck to the same story. Truth is, even I knew it was a stretch. The real reason couldn't be told. I could hardly say I was repaying a debt of kindness from a past life. In my previous life, I was badly wounded by a wild boar and spent years laid up on the Kong. Stone, that mischievous kid, was no good at school, so he joined the army when he grew up. Turned out the military toughened him into a strong border soldier, and he even earned a commendation. Every few years after that, he'd come back to the village and buy something to bring when he visited me. The gifts weren't much, but the kindness behind them meant a great deal. Paying that $100 now was the least I could do. The next 3 days, my life fell into a steady rhythm. By day, I went up the mountain to the prime spot at Red Pine Creek to catch hazel grouse and pheasants. After lunch, I'd take the sled to sell the game, then buy rice, flour, pork, and snacks. In the afternoon, I'd pick up Xiaofeng from school and bring her home, sometimes giving a few classmates a lift along the way, which made everyone envious and had Zhao Xiaofeng absolutely delighted. Over 3 days, I caught 58 hazel grouse, 21 pheasants, and 7 rabbits. After setting aside the rabbits for Zhang Fengling to raise and some game for the family to eat, I sold the rest for 350 yuan and 40 cents. I had 132 left after the last trip to town, plus 175 from selling hazel grouse to Lu Fugawei. Even after paying off the Sun family, I already had over $500 in my pocket, just enough to cover the rest of the 3 rounds and a sound set. My beast soul points had also gone up by 346, for a total of 455, enough to prepare for reviving my next beast soul. Counting the days, the firearms permit I'd applied for in town should be coming through soon. With Feng Chuang, my police contact, vouching for me, the paperwork moved fast. I'd planned to finish catching hazel grouse tomorrow, then head to the township police station to see if I could get the gun. But the next day, the moment I came out of the mountains, I saw a familiar Jeep parked in front of my family's yard, drawing a good crowd of villagers. I got home to find that Feng Chuang had actually come to me, and he'd brought the gun along. Seeing me arrive, Feng Chuang didn't waste any words. He went straight into filling me in on the past few days. First, the dog theft ring. Their boss, Xiong Jia, had several murders on his record and was going to be executed himself. His whole crew got made an example of. Cases that would have normally gotten 3 to 5 years, and now they were all looking at least 8 or 9 years. Song Mingliang and a few others got it even worse. They'd broken into someone's home and assaulted them, so they were sentenced straight to 15 years. By the time they get out, it'll be the 21st century. Then there was the restitution. This gang of dog thieves was pretty loaded. After returning the stolen goods to the other victims, there was still a good chunk of money left. After the government confiscated its share, the amount left to compensate Sun Molan came to a full 150 yuan. Last was the reward for helping with the case. This time we caught some truly vicious criminals, and since there'd been that retaliation attempt at my door, the police station wanted to protect me and skipped any public commendation. Instead, they gave me grain coupons, industrial coupons, and 50 yuan. Adding it all up, I'd get 200 yuan total. After deducting the 100 I'd fronted out of my own pocket, I'd come out 100 ahead, 50 of which the Sun family had just given up for nothing. After verifying my gun license and firearm information, I signed and pressed my thumbprint, then laughed. Didn't think I'd end up 50 yuan richer. Feng Chuang had already talked to village chief Zhou Weigua about the money I'd fronted. He pulled out the cash and coupons and said, "Some folks just don't trust the government. They'd rather make a fuss on their own, thinking they're getting ahead, when really they're losing out big." You said it, Brother Feng. Us little people still need to stick close to the government. I really agreed with Feng Chuang there. You should fight for the rights worth fighting for, but some of it is just poor people making things hard on other poor people. Big picture, the government's still the good guy. Get on its good side early, and life's bound to turn out all right. You're still playing modest? You, one of the little people? You bag this much game every day and sell it off dozens, hundreds at a time. You're way richer than me. Your big brother here. Turns out the first time Feng Chuang came to Xiaoxi village, the whole village blabbed and spilled all my secrets. I'd learned to hunt in half a month and made close to 1,000 yuan, more than he'd make in 2 years as a cop without eating or drinking. Haha, it's all luck. I don't rake it in like that every day. Besides, Brother Feng, you get to roll around in a Jeep. Now that's impressive. No matter how much money I've got, I couldn't afford one. A Jeep costs 30,000 yuan. With what I've got now, I really couldn't swing it. Sure, it's the station's official vehicle, but still, that's impressive. You sure know how to talk, kid. We chatted and laughed a bit more. My parents, after pouring Feng Chuang a cup of hot water at the start, just stood quietly off to the side the rest of the time, watching their son chat and joke around with a cop from town. A swell of pride rose in their hearts. Their eldest was getting more capable by the day. All right, delivery's done and my job's finished. I've still got official business in the county seat this afternoon. Hearing he was headed to the county seat, I didn't stand on ceremony. I went inside and grabbed 10 caddies of pine nuts, packaged them up with the hazel grouse, pheasant, and rabbit I'd just bagged into 2 bundles. The bigger bundle, I asked Feng Chuang to drop off at second Uncle Zhao Yuliang's place. The smaller one was a token of thanks plus shipping fee for Feng Chuang himself. The two of us were close enough by now that he didn't refuse and took it as a friend. Watching the Jeep drive off into the distance, I headed back into the yard and brought up the 3 rounds and a sound I'd ordered. 2 rounds and a sound still left to get. My dad said, "Eldest, let me handle this one. Just tell me which brands you want. And from now on, let me pick up Xiaofeng from school too. Otherwise you're running the mountains in the morning and heading to town in the afternoon. It's too much." After 3 days of training, Greyback could already lead the team pulling the sled on its own, without me watching over it the whole time, and my dad could manage it too. Plus, Blackie and the others were worn out these past few days. After running the mountains, they still had to haul goods back and forth to town. No matter how well I fed them, how strong they were, or how they never complained, I still felt like I was picking up the habits of some future-era capitalist. No good. I had to give them some rest. Dad, no problem. From now on, I'll just take Blackie hunting in the mountains and leave Yellow and Greyback home to pull the sled. 2 dogs were plenty for picking up Xiaofeng and selling hazel grouse. That way, Blackie hunted in the morning and rested in the afternoon, while Yellow and Greyback rested during the day and worked in the afternoon, each only pulling half a day's shift. I gave my dad the coupons and 500 yuan, keeping the rest for the household's daily expenses. After lunch, I took my gun and headed over to my master's house. Zhang Jiangwo's injury had healed a lot. He was pacing back and forth in the yard doing his rehab exercises. Seeing me show up with the gun, he wasted no time. "Come on, let's go. I'll teach you outside. I've been cooped up at home all day, driving me crazy." Before I could even get 2 good looks at Zhang Fengling, my master had dragged me out of the yard. 10 minutes later, we were at the little creek north of the village. Zhang Jingguo sized up my brand new single-barrel hunting rifle and said, "I've been recuperating at home all these days, but you sure haven't been idle, chasing an armed fugitive in the dead of night with your dogs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Haha." He already knew all the details, so I didn't explain, just gave a chuckle and asked about how to use the single-barrel rifle. I'd never handled a gun in my past life, but I'd seen videos. Simply put, a single-barrel shotgun fires 1 round. Then you load another, aim with the front sight, pull the trigger, and fire. Way easier than a homemade gun. No need to pack your own gunpowder and steel shot. The principle's easy to grasp, but even if my brain got it, my body was still clueless. I had to try it hands-on. This gun's got serious power. Before you use it, burn a few rules into your memory. First, don't point the muzzle at people. especially not at yourself. Don't go propping the gun on the ground to lean on when you get tired in the mountains. Somebody did that before, and it went off and blew off half his head. Second, don't rush to load until you're at your spot. It's easy to have an accidental discharge. Third, when you're aiming, keep your index finger off the trigger. Get too tense and you might fire early. Scaring off the game is the small problem. If you miss and a wild boar or leopard charges back at you, you'll panic, and it's hard to steadily load the second round. To my surprise, my master didn't start by teaching me how to shoot. He covered safety first. That first rule especially, about blowing off your own head propping the gun on the ground, gave me chills. Only after the safety talk did he get to how to use it. Just like in the videos, break open the barrel to load, snap it back and lock it. Left hand supporting the fore end, right hand gripping the stock, buttstock pressed tight into the shoulder pocket. Eye, front sight, and target lined up in a single line. Then finally pull the trigger. I ran through the steps once, though I didn't actually load a round during the loading step. For safety's sake, my master had me repeat the whole sequence for a full half hour before letting me load the first round. I'll demonstrate this first shot for you. Watch closely. The two of us walked along the little creek, hoping to find some small game like wild ducks. The river was mostly frozen over, but spots with underground springs would thaw during the day, drawing in some migratory birds that hadn't flown south. As we walked, my master asked how things were going with Zhang Fengling lately, whether I'd made her angry, whether we'd gotten too intimate. I shook my head over and over, saying I wouldn't dare mess around. As for our relationship, just as I was speaking, a pair of extremely rare mandarin ducks came swimming across the water not far off. Mandarin ducks. The one with the flashy, colorful feathers was the male, and the drab gray one was the female. I pointed at the pair of ducks and said, Fengling and I get along like a couple of lovebirds. I wouldn't dare. Before I could finish saying, make her mad. Bang! That colorful male duck on the river got blown to smithereens, guts splattered everywhere. The female duck was scared out of her wits and flapped away in a panic. I froze. What the heck was Master doing? Why shoot a perfectly good duck? I looked back at Zhang Jingguo. His arm still couldn't muster much strength, so he'd fired that shot one-handed, and his body only swayed a little afterward. He lowered the gun and said, these mandarin ducks switch mates every season to lay eggs with different females. They're polygamous, not monogamous. That shot was to make you remember. Don't use them as some dumb metaphor for you and Fengling. Now that he mentioned it, I remembered the duck's actual habits. They really weren't a good symbol for loyalty. But even generations later, in an age of information overload, not everyone knew this. Master was master, all right, experienced in every department. Thank you for setting me straight, Master. I misspoke. Anyway, Fengling and I are close, and I wouldn't dare upset her. I admitted my mistake and played the good student. Only then did Zhang Jingguo nod, satisfied. Next it was my turn to practice shooting. There wasn't much game around this creek to begin with, and that shot had scared off whatever was left, so all I could do was fire at the trees across the river. I found a target, loaded, raised the gun, took aim. Bang. Missed. Not bad, way better than most beginners. Only off by a hair. Must be your grip. Master pinpointed the problem fast. I agreed. Thanks to my system skill, my perception helped me aim well, but I still missed, which meant something was wrong with my grip from the start. Sure enough, after Master readjusted and coached me, my second and third shots landed perfectly. After 3 shots, seeing me act like it was nothing, Zhang Jingguo said, I won't even get into your dumb luck, but the fact that your shoulder isn't sore after 3 shots? When it comes to hunting, kid, you're a goddamn natural. For a beginner, having 1 shot's recoil leave your shoulder numb was normal. 3 shots and I was still standing. I really was gifted. But he'd never guess I'd used 2 skills just to fire that gun. Besides the perception for aiming, I'd also used Savage Charge. It wasn't just for ramming forward. As long as my muscles exerted force for over a second, I got a strength boost. Since Gray was reborn, that boost had gone from 10% to 15%. Another half hour passed. I fired 2 more shots and finally got the hang of this single-barrel shotgun. Ammo was precious, no wasting it. Master and I chatted about the ins and outs of hunting as we walked back, and I picked up plenty. Big bro long. Just as we reached the main road, Stone came running toward us. Here, a treasure for you. He stuffed an old wooden box into my hands, saying it held all the treasures he'd painstakingly collected. He was giving them to me now to thank me for helping his family a few days back, saving them from the Sun family's endless harassment. His little face was puffed up with anger as he said it. He wasn't scared of the Sun family being mean to him. What scared him was his mom crying, his mom hitting him. And one more thing. That little Sun girl had a huge mouth, and anyone who played with her suffered for it. With that, Stone scampered off home, not even waiting for me to open it and see what was inside. Interesting little guy, running all this way to bring you treasure. Master's curiosity was piqued. From the rattling, You think he's been secretly saving up coins. But when I opened it, it wasn't money. It was rocks. Big and small, colorful and strange. He's living up to his name, all right. Stone loves stones. His mom named him right. I laughed. It was all mica flakes, quartz bits, and little colored pebbles. I didn't look too closely. But Master took a few glances and his expression changed. Wait, is that fool's gold? No. He brushed the pebbles aside and picked out a soybean-sized nugget from the bottom. Under the winter sunset, it glittered gold, dazzling to the eye. That's not fool's gold. That's gold dust. Where'd that kid dig this up? I froze too. Gold dust? Panning for gold? Wherever it came from, gold was definitely worth something. Master, is this stuff valuable? Master examined it twice. Decent. Turn it in, and it's worth $12 or so. Sell it to a private dealer, and you'd get 30 some. Huh? That's it. This is a gold nugget. I was baffled. I'd figured it'd be worth hundreds. Then it hit me. I'd been applying future gold prices to 1984. A soybean-sized bit of gold dust is only about a gram. The state pays 16 a gram, so that's all it's worth. The black market pays more, but it's easy to get reported and confiscated, Master explained. I nodded. One was only $12, but what about 10? Or a bigger piece? I had this enhanced perception now. Bring Big Black and the others along, and maybe I really could find more. Master read my expression right away and shook his head. Forget it. Nobody in these parts has found a big chunk of gold in decades. Stone giving you this is already a rare thing. Let's just stick to honest hunting. With your talent, you'll earn hundreds a day, a few months, and you'll be a 10,000-aire. I wanted to pan for gold. Master urged me to keep my feet on the ground. Fair enough. Hunting had a luck factor, but I had the system, steady returns. Panning for gold was pure fate. If there wasn't any gold dust in all of Songshire Ridge town, it'd be wasted effort. Still, speaking of gold panning, I vaguely remembered that in my past life, someone really had dug up a huge chunk of gold, a big deal that my little sister Xiaofeng kept going on about in my ear. But right now, of all times, I couldn't recall it. So should I give this gold nugget back to Stone? It's pretty valuable, I muttered. Nah, it's the kid's sincere gift. Keep it. Pay him back with something else when you get the chance. I understood what Master meant and put the box away. After seeing Master off and getting home, I practiced my shooting stance with the empty gun for another hour. Only then did my dad, Zhao Yuquan, come back driving the sled. Along with the sound of a song, Chung Fong Yuan's Childhood. I recognized it instantly. Bro, this radio really works. It plays songs too. Zhao Xiaofeng hopped off the sled with the radio in her arms, grinning. They were out of butterfly sewing machines and Shanghai watches today. Could only put in a pre-order. They had one Panda radio, so I bought it, my dad said. The whole business of buying the 3 rounds and 1 sound, a sewing machine, a bicycle, a watch, and a radio. I remember last time I went to the supply co-op, they had a sewing machine, but nothing else. This time my dad went, and they had a radio, but the other 2 were gone again. Xiaofeng loves listening to it. So let's keep the radio in your room for now. Mom and Dad can take it during the day to listen. Xiaofeng got even happier, her eyes crinkling into little crescents. That night, the whole family ate dinner while listening to the radio. Life felt sweet. The next day, according to plan, Big Yellow and Gray stayed home to rest, while Big Black came with me into the mountains. After dropping off game for second uncle and Feng Chuang yesterday, I only had 6 hazel grouse left, and my dad sold them for 30 yuan. So today the main goal was still heading to the sweet spot to catch more. 3 dogs down to 1 mint efficiency dropped a bit, but the haul wasn't much different. I'd been raiding the hazel grouse in that spot for days straight, practically scarring them for life. The numbers kept dropping. The first day, I caught 39. Over the next 3 days combined, only 58, averaging about a dozen a day. Not much different from when I first started coming up here. Sure enough, 2 hours later, I leapt out of the exit of the sweet spot carrying a bag with 10 grouse in it. Looks like there's nothing left to grab here. Even the pheasants and rabbits are gone. Oh well, let me try my luck somewhere else. Slinging my rifle over my shoulder, I led Big Black out of Red Pine Ravine. Meanwhile, 2 other young figures were moving through the forest. Xiaoyang, you're really something, bagging such a big dumb roe deer. When we get back, you'd better cut me a bigger share of the meat. Wang Xiaobing dragged along a 70 or 80-pound roe deer, praising him the whole way. No problem. As long as your bro's got a bite, you've got a bite too. Lu Xiaoyang walked ahead with his rifle on his shoulder, looking mighty pleased with himself. Last time they'd had a falling out with Wang Xiaoling in town, but that didn't stop the 2 of them from being buddies. The moment Wang Xiaobing saw meat, his eyes lit up, and he'd already forgotten all his talk about cutting ties. Ever since I sent him packing home a few days back, Wang Xiaobing had been going all over the village looking for old hunters to take him on as an apprentice, but not a single one would have him. They all thought he was a good-for-nothing. With no other options, he decided to try his luck alone in the mountains. After wandering aimlessly for half a day, he happened to run into Lu Xiaoyang hauling a roe deer, so he shamelessly tagged along. Xiaoyang, who taught you to hunt like this? And this rifle of yours? Wang Xiaobing asked. Hunting required someone to show you the ropes, and rifles weren't easy to come by. These were things he understood at least a little. My master taught me. He helped me get the rifle too. Is your master good? How's he compared to Zhang Jingguo from Xiaoxi village? Zhang Jingguo's reputation was known to plenty of folks across these parts. Not long ago, when word spread that he'd taken his apprentice Zhao Dalong out and killed 7 wolves and a wild sow, his fame only grew. People even started bringing up his tiger hunting days from years back. No matter how good Zhang Jingguo is, he's only big shot around our Songshiling township. Step outside town, and who knows him? My master's different. He's a famous old hunter in the county, a man who's taken down a black bear. Wang Xiaobing was stunned. Killed a black bear? Your master's way too strong. He set the roe deer down, ran up to Lu Xiaoyang, and said with utter seriousness, Xiaoyang, no. Brother Liang, I've got a favor to ask. Put in a good word for me with your master. Get him to take me on as an apprentice too, would you? My master's got a strange temper, and he doesn't live in our town. Let's talk about it next time he comes by. Lu Xiaoyang kept walking. Wang Xiaobing got anxious, thinking he was being brushed off. Brother Liang, I'm serious. If your master agrees to take me on, I can get my sister to agree to marry you. Lu Xiaoyang paused. Your sister would marry me? Didn't she think I was too poor, too cheap, and look down on me? Ah, that was before. Things are different now. Without a second thought, Wang Xiaobing spilled everything. How his sister had slept with the head of the dog thief gang and ended up getting hauled off to the station. Before, the family had been too poor to marry Wang Xiaoling off. Now it was the opposite. Even with money, nobody would want a woman like that. Lu Xiaoyang listened, the corners of his mouth curling up on their own. Whether she was still a maiden didn't matter to him, as long as she was good-looking. Wang Xiaoling used to look down on him. Now it was other people's turn to look down on Wang Xiaoling. Deal. You handle your sister for me, and I'll handle my master for you. The two hit it off right away and kept heading back. They hadn't gone far when they saw me coming toward them, rifle on my shoulder, big black at my side. It's you. The moment Wang Xiaobing got a clear look, his face changed. You know him? Yeah, that's Zhao Dalong. Lu Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. He didn't know me, but he remembered clearly. Last time he was eating noodles at Lu's noodle shop, Wang Xiaoling had kept pestering people for information about me, which had made him so mad he'd walked out on the spot. Now, seeing the real person, he naturally didn't look pleased. But just as he was about to turn and go, he suddenly changed his mind and came forward with a smile. I've heard about you for a while now. Didn't expect to run into you here. Name's Lu Xiaoyang, from Shirgo village. I'm Zhao Dalong, from Xiaoxi village. Even though Wang Xiaobing had already introduced me, I still gave my own name, then asked, you bagged this roe deer? Yeah, right over in those woods. Lu Xiaoyang pointed to the dense forest behind him. There's a hill behind those trees. Get over it, and you're there. Lots of dumb roe deer over there. Shame I just started shooting, only got the one. I'm about to head back now. If you go now, you might run into a few more. Sure, I'll go take a look. It was our first meeting, and he was Wang Xiaoling's brother anyway, so I didn't say much, just exchanged a couple of pleasantries and headed into the woods. After I left, Wang Xiaobing was confused. Brother Liang, you just told him where to go like that? What if he bags more than us? That'd be infuriating. Relax, he won't get any roe deer. There aren't any deer in those woods, just a big herd of wild boar, with their young too. If he really goes in there, one man and one dog probably won't make it out in one piece. So that's it. First the boar, then the bear, then the tiger. Wild boars were dangerous to begin with, let alone a herd with piglets. When they protect their young, every one of them turns into a cannonball. This trip of mine was probably headed for trouble. Having figured out Lu Xiaoyang's intentions, Wang Xiaobing didn't think much of it either. Hunting in the mountains was risky by nature, and who could ever pin down a case of killing with a borrowed knife? He kept dragging the roe deer back, praising Lu Xiaoyang so much along the way that Lu started to feel a little embarrassed. Truth was, Lu Xiaoyang hadn't actually shot this roe deer. He'd found it. It was some poor creature that had wandered into the boar herd and gotten gored to death. To make it look like his own kill, he dragged it halfway back and put an extra shot into it. And it was precisely because of that he knew a herd of wild boar was hiding in those woods. I hadn't even entered the woods with Big Black when I frowned, feeling like I'd forgotten something important, what I needed to focus on. Lu Xiaoyang telling me where to find game the first time we met had put me on guard, but I knew that wasn't what I should be thinking about. Suddenly, a flash went off in my head. I slapped my thigh hard. Damn, I remembered now. The guy who found that huge chunk of gold in my past life was him, Lu Xiaoyang. Yesterday, I couldn't place it no matter how hard I tried. But now, running into the real person, the memory came flooding back. In my past life, Lu Xiaoyang came to our Xiaoxi village and found a huge gold nugget in the river gully. He sold it on the black market for over 10,000 yuan and became a 10,000 yuan household overnight. When word got back to the village, the people of Xiaoxi village weren't having it. They dragged the village chief over to Shirgo village demanding a cut, arguing that since the gold had been found in Xiaoxi village, they were owed a share. Lu Xiaoyang refused. The people of Shirgo village refused, and the two sides came to blows. Later, the two village chiefs negotiated for days and finally reached an agreement, but Lu Xiaoyang absolutely refused to split the money. In the end, Sun Dazue ran to the police station and reported him, saying he'd never turned the gold in and had sold it to a dealer. Great. The cops showed up, confiscated the 10,000, slapped on another 1,000 in fines, and because Lu Xiaoyang had such a lousy attitude, he got locked up for a week on top of it. What should have been a windfall left neither village with anything to show for it. Thinking back on all that, I let out a sigh. No wonder Xiaofeng was always going on about it. Doing the math, it'd still be several years before Lu Xiaoyang found that gold. I had no idea whether I'd be able to find it if I went looking now. I took down my gun, loaded it, and walked another 10 minutes into the woods. Sure enough, I spotted the hill Lu Xiaoyang had mentioned. But when I crossed over it, not a single dumb roe deer in sight. Not one. What I did see was a herd of 10 wild boars, 4 adults and 6 young ones. The biggest sow had to weigh a good 200 jin, and the other 3 were around 160 or 70 each. I gave a cold laugh. That kid really was up to no good. Anyone else might have fallen for it, but too bad for him. He was dealing with me. I wasn't the least bit worried about him setting me up. With Blackie leading the way and my own sense of things, I had a rock-solid red on the game's tracks and scent. There was no way I'd go charging blindly into the middle of a boar herd. Blackie was getting worked up too. He hadn't had a decent hunt in ages, and he was instantly ready to fight at my side. I dropped the sack of hazel grouse and gave the order. Blackie, let's surround them. Woof. Blackie shot forward, gliding into a leap that carried him a full 10 meters. In an instant, he was right in front of the herd, baring his teeth. The herd's leader, that biggest sow, immediately charged at Blackie, while the other 3 adult sows circled the 6 piglets in the middle. But the sow's speed and impact were nowhere near enough. Blackie coiled for a second, then met her head-on with 200 kilograms of force. Thud, knocking her back several steps. At that moment, I'd already crept up from behind. Sense, aim, bang. The largest of the 3 took the shot in the neck, grunted twice, and dropped dead. The herd fell into chaos and scattered in a panic. The piglets were scared stiff and fled into the woods under the watch of one adult. But another adult came charging straight at me. No time to reload. I sprang up hard, launching 3 or 4 meters, and vaulted right over the boar as it barreled toward me. The biggest sow tried to close in and pin me down too, but Blackie had her tangled up, ramming her until she was dizzy. The moment I landed, I swapped in around and raised my gun. Just as I did, the adult boar wheeled around and came charging back. Bang! Flames spat from the muzzle, catching it right between the eyes. It went down without so much as a grunt. I didn't chase the rest of the herd. I reloaded and got ready to give Blackie a hand. But when I got closer, the biggest sow was already knocked out cold on the ground, foaming at the mouth and panting hard. Blackie was seriously fierce now. 10 savage rams in a row, and he still didn't look like he'd had his fill. I put a round into the sow to finish her off, then crouched down and gave Blackie a good scratch. Checking the time, it was almost noon, and I didn't plan on sticking around. I drew my knife, bled and gutted the 3 boars, and let Blackie eat his fill first. Then I dragged the boars together, covered them with scent-masking branches mixed with snow, and marked the spot. Hoisting one boar's leg over my shoulder and carrying the sack of hazel grouse, I headed back. The moment I entered the village, I drew plenty of attention. A guy named Zhou struck up a conversation. Dalong, bagged some game again? Whoa, that's a huge boar leg. The rest is still up in the mountains, right? Count me in if you need help hauling it later. I didn't stand on ceremony. Sure thing. Got 3 boars this time, several hundred jin worth. Everybody come over to my master's place later for a boar slaughter feast. Last time my master got hurt and never got to treat everyone after his hunt. He's been feeling bad about it. Said he'd make it up this time for sure. Last time at Zhang Jiangwo's place, just skinning and dividing the meat had taken half the day, and with him injured and Zhang Fengling handling everything alone, they'd only split the meat without hosting a meal. A big part of it was that Zhang Jingguo didn't like a lot of fuss, but sometimes you've still got to warm up the bonds between neighbors. Once I said that, everyone around got excited, praising me for being generous and my master for understanding social graces. Back home, I mentioned the plan to host everyone, and my dad, Zhao Yukuan, nodded. You've been in the spotlight a lot in the village lately, catching all those hazel grouse. Handing them out one by one isn't a good look either. Treating everyone to a boar slaughter feast is a good way to bank some goodwill. My mom, Zheng Yinhua, chimed in too, Feng Ling can't manage on her own. I'll go round up some of the aunties to lend a hand, and pick up some vermicelli, pickled cabbage, and tofu while I'm at it. With that settled, everyone got moving. Since Yellow and Gray still had to run to town that afternoon, I gave them half a day off from hauling and went to borrow an ox cart from the Qin family. As luck would have it, his two older brothers, Qin Qingshan and Qin Qinglin, were there too, so we all headed up the mountain together to haul the game. On the way, Qin Qingshan spoke up. Dalong, you're getting more and more capable these days. When are you going to cut us brothers in for some meat? Qin Qinglin added. Yeah, we may be a few years older than you, but Qinghua's on good terms with you. If you won't take us, at least take him along. Of the three Chun brothers, only Chun San was close to my age and still single. I didn't turn him down outright, just said with some concern, I'm still new to this hunting business myself. Took a ton of effort just to get a master to take me on. There's real risk up in the mountains. I'd hate for something to happen if I brought you along. Chun Sen said, Don't worry, Dalong, I get the danger. I'm not asking for much. Just teach me the ropes when you've got time. Take me out to bag a roe deer, and I'll be happy. The Qin family had an old homemade gun. Their dad used it back in the day, then the two older brothers used it, and none of them ever bagged anything. What a shame. A valuable piece like that, and it just sat around gathering dust in Chun San's hands until recently, when he finally dug it out and got the itch to go shooting. Of course, the gun had no permit. Truth is, plenty of folks all over the Northeast don't have permits. Only proper hunters like Zhang Jingguo and me play by the rules. Otherwise, if you bag something valuable and it gets confiscated because you've got no permit, that's a huge loss. Bottom line, rookies shoot with illegal guns, pros play it straight. Sure, I'll teach you when I get the chance, I said with a smile, brushing him off. A while later, we drove the ox cart back to the village in a grand procession. But before we even reached the Zhang family courtyard, my dad came hurrying over. Dalong, let's do the slaughter feast over at our place. Your master's house isn't happening anymore. I froze. What happened? Is master in some kind of trouble? My dad shook his head, looking uneasy. No, it's Feng Lin's mom. She's back, and she's arguing with your master right now. Ugh, just come eat at our place for now. When I heard my future mother-in-law, Fang Ruohua, had come back, I was actually pretty happy. But hearing the second half of that sentence, I sensed something was wrong. By all rights, she'd just returned from her parents' place. A short absence should make the heart grow fonder. So why were they arguing? I couldn't figure it out. Dad, you take the Chun brothers and haul the goods back first. I'm going over to Master's place to have a look. My dad didn't stop me. He just sighed and led the group off to prepare the slaughter feast. Our courtyard had its gates wide open, bustling and lively, villagers chatting and laughing. But the Zhang family courtyard was shut tight, with the sound of arguing drifting out now and then, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers who lingered nearby. I've got a perception skill. My hearing's a lot better than the average person's, so I could hear the argument before I even reached the gate. My master, Zhang Jingguo, was saying loudly, I took the apprentice, and I agreed to the marriage. That Dalong kid, I'm satisfied with him, and Feng Lin likes him too. What? I don't get a say in this. Fang Ruohua gave a cold snort. Whoever you take as your apprentice is none of my business. But the point is, I'm against this marriage. Turns out Fang Ruohua had gone back to her parents' place, and she never expected her home to get robbed. Someone had run off with her precious daughter's heart. The moment she got word, she wanted to come back, but cross-province train tickets are hard to get, and then it snowed, so she was delayed until today. The second she walked in and saw her husband and daughter chatting and laughing with my parents, she blew up right then and there. I haven't even agreed to this marriage. What slaughter feast? If you want to eat, go eat back at your Zhao family's place. And she chased everyone out on the spot. My master thought he could handle her, appealing to both reason and emotion, but Fang Ruohua wouldn't budge no matter what. It was the same line over and over. I don't agree. As for why she didn't agree, she kept it all bottled up and wouldn't say, which had Zhang Fenglin stamping her feet in frustration off to the side. I put on a thick skin, knocked on the courtyard gate, and called out cheerfully, Auntie, you're back. Come over to our place for the slaughter feast in a bit. My mom made pork stewed with sweet potato noodles. It smells amazing. Zhang Fenglin came right over to open the gate, but Fang Ruohua barked, Stop right there. You're not going. You, the Zhao kid, listen up. Don't you come around bothering my Fenglin ever again. Then she shot Zhang Fenglin a fierce glare. Zhang Fenglin was so upset her eyes were welling up, and all she could do was call out through the gate, Dalong, you'd better go home for now. The moment I heard that, I knew this first probe wasn't going anywhere. I'd stood outside listening for a good while, and still couldn't figure out why my presumptive mother-in-law was against my marriage to Fenglin. I'd just have to take it slow going forward. All right then, I'll head off. I'll come back later. Need to ask Master about something. Got it. Hearing my master respond, I took a deep breath, swallowed my displeasure, and turned to head home. The curious villagers loitering around all looked at me with pity, and a few had already started gossiping. The marriage between me and Zhang Fenglin was as good as off. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them and just headed straight home to eat pork stewed with sweet potato noodles. In the dead of winter, a steaming bowl of pork stewed with noodles is more blissful than being an immortal. That day our courtyard was really lively. The neighbors nearby, the village chief's Zhou family, Chen San's family, Shida's family, even the Sun family came, everyone finishing one bowl and coming back for another. When the party broke up and we tallied it all, that one meal had eaten up nearly 70 caddies of meat. Those 3 wild sows, one around 200 caddies, the other 2 over 160, brought me 161 beast soul points and yielded 365 caddies of meat. After giving out portions to the folks who helped haul goods and cook, there were 260 caddies left in total. I told my dad, in a bit, take this sack of hazel grouse over to Lou's noodle shop and sell them. I'll keep 60 caddies of pork to split with master and haul the remaining 200 caddies over to Kaoshan village to sell. As for the 3 pig hides, sell 1, keep 2 to make a fur coat and a padding for the sled. Dad said, sure. I can go after I help your mom clean up the courtyard. It won't be too late. You head out first. It was still early. There was a while yet before Xiaofeng got out of school. A dog-drawn sled moves faster than a person on foot, so even waiting a bit, I'd still make it. Outside the courtyard, only Chun San was still waiting for me. This trip to Kaoshan village, I'd have to take his family's ox cart again. Big Black would stay home to rest. Sitting on the ox cart, I took the chance to share my hunting experience with Chun San, how to identify animal tracks, how to set traps. Part of it was what Master had taught me. Part of it I'd worked out through my own practice. Combined with the perception feedback the system gave me, my descriptions of small game tracks were even more detailed. Chun Sen kept nodding along, and eventually he just stopped asking, driving the cart while lowering his head to take it all in. Taking advantage of the lull, I glanced at the system panel. Current Beast Soul points, 753. Revived Beast Souls, Big Black, Big Yellow, Hui Hui, Husky, comes with the soul of sledding. Beast Souls awaiting revival, Second Black, Big White, Wang Kai, Laifu, Daodu, Maoqiu, Chaisong. 753 points, enough to revive the 4th one. By the pattern, the 5th would need 800 points, and the 6th probably 1,600, plus skill upgrades would all cost Beast Soul points too. Looks like I'm still not working hard enough. Well now, what a rare guest. Dalong, it's been ages since you came to sell me anything, hasn't it? A greeting pulled me back to reality. I looked up, we'd arrived. I got off the cart and walked over. It hasn't been that many days. Li Guiqiang said, come on now. Last time you came you brought a whole ox cart's worth too. Count it up yourself. How many days has it been? I thought it over carefully, and he was right. After I sold the sika deer, wolves, and wild boar that time, I went to town to buy a bicycle, then made a trip to the county seat. By the time I got back, Lu Fuguwei had snatched up the hazel grouse business, and he'd also bought up the pheasants and rabbits I'd casually bagged. With no gun and not going after the big game specifically, one thing led to another, and now Li Guiqiang here was starting to treat me like a stranger. Here's the English translation. Uncle Guiqiang, don't hold it against me. I've just been too lazy lately, didn't catch anything worth bringing, so I stayed away. I gave a sheepish laugh, but Li Guiqiang pulled me aside. Be straight with me, kid. Did you go and sell all your good stuff to some dealer in town? I froze. Seeing how serious he looked, I didn't bother hiding it and told him about selling the hazel grouse to the noodle shop. When he heard it was the noodle shop owner and not a competitor, his face relaxed considerably. Oh, so that's it. That's fine. Then, long as you didn't sell to another dealer. He paused, then added, in this business, it's all about relationships and knowing the score. If you'd really sold to some other dealer, I couldn't say a word about it. Thing is, I just bought myself a big ticket item, cost me a fortune. I'm counting on you regulars to keep me afloat, or I won't even be able to put food on the table. As he spoke, he led me into the yard. Quite a few hunters had come to sell their goods by now. Wang Xiaobing and Lu Xiaoyang from Shirgo village were there too. Didn't expect to run into me again. When Wang Xiaobing saw the cartload of wild boar meat Chen San and I had brought, his face soured instantly. He leaned over to Lu Xiaoyang and muttered under his breath, Brother Liang, this kid actually bagged a wild boar. Damn it. His voice was low, but I still caught it. I didn't take offense, just smiled at them. Lu Xiaoyang's face twitched, and he gave me a smile back, though it came out pretty ugly. Li Guiqiang led me to the backyard, where a big, bright red machine came into view. This tractor's brand new. The tractor was big and good-looking, way better than the one Zhou Shaoan drove back in our village. I asked, Uncle Guiqiang, this must have cost a pretty penny, huh? You bet. A full 5,000 yuan. Damn near cleaned out my savings. His face twisted with the pain of it. He'd been a middleman for years now, earning a lot and spending a lot too. Building the house, supporting the family, greasing palms, keeping up with relatives, everything cost money. That's why he'd always hauled goods on a tricycle, sometimes making several trips into town a day. Now he'd finally traded up, and at last he wouldn't have to work himself so hard. I was a bit surprised too. This was the first time I'd seen an independent businessman who could shell out 5,000 for a tractor. Our village had one, sure, but that was bought with pooled village funds and government support, and it only cost a little over 3,000. This Li Guiqiang really was a capable man. From now on, I'll drive out in the mornings to collect goods, come back in the afternoon, tidy up, and head into town to sell. If you've got furs, dried goods, or frozen stuff, you won't have to make a special trip, just wait for me to come by. Fresh kills, bring him over while they're still fresh. If I'm not home, your auntie will take him, same prices, no cheating you. Of course, as if I couldn't trust you and your family, Uncle Guiqiang. From now on I'll work harder and sell you more to help you recover your costs. The two of us came out of the backyard chatting and laughing, and started weighing goods and settling accounts with the hunters. Nearly everyone in the yard had been dragged in one by one to hear about his new tractor, part bragging, part complaining, and part showing off his clout as the top middleman around, reliable and never short on cash. So everyone was happy to sell to him, and they'd go back and spread the word too. 10 minutes later, the accounts for that first group of hunters were all settled. None of them had brought much: pheasants, hares, raccoon dogs, herbs gathered in the mountains, fish caught from the river. Lu Xiaoliang's whole roe deer was the most impressive of the bunch, though unfortunately for him, he'd run into me. Chun Sen helped me unload the boar meat and weighed it. A solid 200 jin, plus 1 wild boar hide. Li Guiqiang said, now that it's snowing, mountain goods are all going up. Boar meat's gone from 8 mao to 8 mao 5, so that's 170 yuan. Boar hides went up too, but this one's smaller than your last, so I'll take it at 15. That's 185 total. He pulled 18 10 yuan bills and 1 5 yuan note from his bag and pressed the 185 into my hand. Paid up quick and grinning the whole time. If everyone who came to sell brought hauls like mine, it wouldn't be long before he'd earn back what he spent on the tractor. The others in the yard were all a little green with envy, Lu Xiaoliang especially. He'd figured he could pull one over on me, but who knew I actually had the goods and had managed to move such a big haul. 185 yuan was enough to buy a bicycle. Someone spoke up. Last time you and your master bagged 7 wolves, a sika deer, and a wild boar. Now you've taken down 3 boars on your own. Truly, a great teacher breeds a great student. How about we head up the mountain together sometime and bag some good stuff? The Chui brothers from Sandayoten, Chui Gang, and Chui Ming chimed in too. Let the 2 of us come along with you. Last time you said you didn't have a gun, but now that you can hunt boar, you've obviously got one. Don't go using that excuse to brush us off again. They'd been there the last time I came to sell a big haul, and they'd extended a hunting invitation once before, which I'd politely declined by saying I had no gun. Didn't expect to run into them again, and they remembered it so clearly. After introducing themselves, they waited for my answer with expectant looks. Come on, brush you off? Everything I said was true. I do have a gun now, but I still don't dare venture deep into the mountains. Bagging those 3 boars was just luck. I happened to catch them on their own. Besides, my master's still recovering from his injury. Once he's healed up, we'll find time to go hunt the ring together. I could only find another excuse to politely turn them down. For one, I didn't want to expose the secret of Blackie and the others. With outsiders around, I'd definitely be hamstrung. For another, I didn't know this crowd, and they weren't exactly skilled hunters, just bagging pheasants. And yet they wanted to drag me up the mountain? Blackie and the others could catch more on their own than this lot ever could. The Chui brothers both looked a little disappointed. Just then, someone suddenly walked in through the gate and said in surprise, Old Zhang got hurt? Now that really is a shame. Everyone turned to look in unison. Behind him was a horse-drawn cart, with a few people helping to unload the goods, a sika deer, 2 roe deer for wild mountain goats, 2 wolves, and over a dozen pheasants and hares. Everyone in the yard shot to their feet, eyes wide, staring at the cart piled high with game. Chun San and I were stunned too. Didn't expect a real master to show up today. Guozhong's here. Come on in. Li Guiqiang grinned as he pulled the man into the yard, then turned to introduce him. Dalong, this is my cousin Li Guozhong, the #1 hunter of our Kaoshan village. He's an old acquaintance of your master's too. So this is Uncle Guozhong. I've heard my master mention you before, said you've got a real knack for hunting. I'll have to learn a lot from you going forward. And sure enough, the moment you arrive, you bring in a huge haul. I quickly humbled myself and buttered him up. Truth was, I had no idea who this Li Guozhong was, had never even heard of him. Couldn't be helped. In my past life, I'd never run in hunting circles, and my leg had been crippled after I turned 20. If it weren't for Gua. After Chang introduced him, I figured I'd just take a quick look and leave. Li Guozhong laughed. Huh. Old Zhang actually said something nice about me? Now that's a first. Uh-huh. Great. Saw right through me. All I could do was give an awkward little laugh. Li Guozhong waved his hand. All right, I'll stop teasing you. But honestly, your master's got more skill than me. When he was young, he took down 2 tigers all by himself. Me? Back then I couldn't even get close enough to touch a tiger's rear end. This cartload of game might look impressive, but it took a whole crew of us camping out in the mountains for days to bag it. No comparison. Li Guozhong had an easygoing way about him. Even brought up the past just to knock himself down a peg. Then he changed the subject. Oh, right, you said your master's injury hasn't healed yet? Before long, the forestry station's organizing a big hunt. They're rounding up hunters from all over the countryside for a competition. I hear some foreigners are even coming. A chance like that, it'd be a real shame if your master couldn't join. Word about the hunt had only gotten out that morning, so not many people knew about it yet. The moment everyone in the yard heard, they perked up, all eager to learn more. Li Guozhong went on. The spots in the Dun Mountains where the real treasures are, the forestry stations fenced them all off, no hunting allowed. Especially the protected reserve. It's got more sables, lynxes, sika deer, and leopards than the regular deep mountains, even tigers and bears. For the final round of this hunt, they're marking off a special section inside the reserve, and only qualified hunters get to go in. The forestry station buys up all the game caught. Top finishers even get cash prizes and their photos in the report. Go ask down at the town station for the details. I guess the first round starts in just a few days. Whoa! Everyone got fired up instantly, especially the 2 Chui brothers, whose eyes were practically glowing. Bag some good game in the competition, and you'd make money and a name for yourself. A chance like this couldn't be missed. The Chui brothers took off right then and there. They lived in Sandao Village, close to town, so if they hurried, they might get there before the station closed and get the whole story. The others said their goodbyes too. On his way out, Lu Xiaoyang shot me a look, a smug little grin on his face, like he was thrilled my master couldn't compete. I couldn't be bothered with him. I chatted a bit more with Li Guozhong and gave him a quick rundown of my master's injury. When he heard it was just a dislocation and a twisted ankle, he laughed. Bah, I thought it was something serious. Knowing old Zhang, he'd go even with just one arm left. Besides, there's a qualifying round before the official hunt. By then he'll be running and jumping just fine, guaranteed. Huh. Well, if that's the case, my master and I will definitely both be there. 10 minutes later, Chun San and I left the yard together. Li Guozhong had made a good impression on me, and we talked some more on the way out. Once we were up on the ox cart, I dug a 5 yuan bill out of my pocket and pressed it into Chun San's hand. Call it payment for the trouble of borrowing his cart. He put up a whole show of refusing, but in the end I made him take it. Being friends with me had its perks. 5 yuan for hauling 1 load. Where else were you going to find a job that paid 5 a day these days? Chun San suddenly figured not hunting wasn't so bad after all. As long as I kept bagging big game, he could ride along and make a little on the side too. Back home, I gave my mother, Zheng Yinhua, the full account of the sale, then headed straight for my master's place. I wanted to tell him about the competition and maybe ask about panning for gold while I was at it. This time I didn't holler from the gate. I gave the door a soft knock instead. Who is it? A voice as sweet as a silver bell. I didn't say a word, just knocked twice more, softly. Zhang Fengling came to the door slowly and opened it a crack. When she saw it was me, joy lit up her face. Then she gave a slow shake of her head. The message was clear. Her mother was still furious, and she didn't want to come out and set her off, so I couldn't come into the yard either. I stepped closer and reached through the gap in the door to grab her little hand. Your mom's mad, so you won't come out? Aren't you afraid I'll get mad? Her face went red in a flash. Having her hand held through the crack in the door sent a strange little thrill through her. She whispered, "What V you got to be mad about? I never said I wouldn't marry you. And what if your mom never gives in?" She froze for a second, then worked up her courage. "Then I'll just run away with you." Warmth spread through my chest. I nearly pushed the door open to pull her into my arms, but in the end I held back. Her mother was just throwing a fit. We weren't Romeo and Juliet. No need to make it that tragic and leave her out on the streets with me. Truth be told, with the few 100 yuan I had now, we'd hardly end up on the streets. Worst case, I'd just marry her over her mother's objections. But if I did that, her mom might blow up at the wedding and keep making scenes every few days, and both our families would become the laughingstock of the village. What I couldn't figure out was this. In my last life, back when I was laid up in bed after getting hurt, Zhang Fengling came to take care of me and wanted to be with me, and Fang Ruohua hadn't really objected at all. So how was it that in this life, when I was in one piece, able to hunt and earn money, her mother was against it? It made no sense. I said softly, "Running away won't be necessary. I, Zhao Dalong, will marry you properly and bring you home. I've already got the 3 turns and 1 sound bought and ready. If we did run away, the bicycle would be fine, but I can't very well borrow another cart to haul a sewing machine along on our elopement, can I?" She looked surprised at first, then burst out giggling, warmth blooming in her heart. She'd only known I'd bought the bicycle. She had no idea I'd ordered a sewing machine too. Now there really was no running away. I added, "Don't worry. I'll figure out a way to get your mom to nod yes." "All right, go call my master out. I've got 2 things to talk to him about." She nodded, slowly pulled her hand back, and tucked it into her pocket. Back inside, she found Feng Ruohua still lying on the Kong, so worked up she'd fallen asleep. Not daring to disturb her, she carefully steered her father off to the side and sent him out to find me. Zhang Jingguo came out slowly. He'd meant to yank the door wide open, but thought better of it and eased it open gently instead, like a burglar. It was all I could do not to laugh. "Master, looks like Andy's really kicking up a storm this time. You're not married yet, so maybe you don't get it. That's just how women are. Once they lose their temper, there's no reasoning with them." Took me forever to coax her to sleep. I had my doubts. She'd been screaming her head off at noon, and he'd already coaxed her to sleep? What was she, a toddler? But I didn't dare ask, afraid I'd offend my master too. Then it'd go from 3 against 1 to 2 against 2. "Go on, what are the 2 things?" "Here's the deal. The forestry station's organizing a hunting competition soon, and they're going to open up part of the protected reserve for the competing hunters to hunt in." In my last life, I hadn't known the details of this competition. Back then I was in bed with serious injuries. Zhang Fengling came to visit every day, so master wasn't really in the mood to enter the competition either. The moment he heard about it, Zhang Jingguo shot up from his seat. "Li Guozhong's got it right. There's no way I'm sitting this competition out. Do I look like a guy who's got somewhere else to be? Head into town tomorrow and get all the details. Find out exactly how the first round works." "Sure, I'll go first thing in the morning." "Good. Now what's the other thing?" "Haha, this one's even bigger than the first. It's about panning for gold." Running into Lu Xiaoyang up in the mountains that morning had reminded me about the gold nuggets somewhere in the village. I didn't know the exact spot, but with Blackie and the others around, I was confident I'd find it. The only question was what tools to use for panning. Big chunks were easy. I could just dig them out with a shovel, but I was terrified of taking a shovel to the gold and shattering it. That would have had me in tears. I asked, "Master, you know of any tools specifically for panning gold?" "I've heard a little about panning gear. I think it's called a gold pan, just a shallow dish with grooves in it. But if you've really got big chunks of gold, you don't need any of that. Just grab a fishing net and scoop them out." "Huh? It's that simple." "What did you expect? It's winter, the water's freezing cold, so you can only stand on the bank and scoop with a net. If it were summer, you could wade right in and work at it slowly with a small shovel and bamboo strips." He didn't get why I was so certain there was gold in the village, but master couldn't be bothered to press me. Young folks love chasing wild schemes. Let them, he figured. So instead, he patiently helped me plan things out. The holes in a fishing net were too big to hold sand, so he told me to convert it into a cloth net myself. The handle needed lengthening too, so I could reach far enough standing on the bank. Once I had it figured out, I nodded. "If I actually find gold, I'll cut you in for a share, master." "Huh? You're getting ahead of yourself, kid. You don't even have your gear ready, and you're already splitting up the money. Talk to me after you actually find some." Master waved his hand and laughed. He didn't for a second think I'd really pan any gold. We chatted a bit more, then headed our separate ways. Just before reaching the courtyard gate, once I'd seen the coast was clear and I was far enough away, Zhang Jingguo slowly rose up onto the balls of his feet. Damn, that little jump earlier. I put way too much into it. That evening, Zhao Yuquan handed me the 50 yuan from selling the hazel grouse. "Lu Fugue's bought over 100 hazel grouse off you lately. That'll hold him for a while. Buy any more and he won't be able to move them." I nodded to show I understood. He asked again, "By the way, how are things over at your master's place? You went again this afternoon?" "Yeah, master and Feng Ling are both fine. Master's wife threw a bit of a fit, but it's no big deal. I can handle it myself." Good, good. Old Zhao was very happy about the match with the Zhang family and didn't want it falling apart just because Feng Ruohua alone objected. As for Zheng Yinhua, I'd already talked her around when I got back. Dinner that night was a simple affair, mostly just reheating the leftover pork stewed with vermicelli from lunch. But even so, all 4 of us ate until our lips were slick with grease. Early the next morning, Zhao Xiaofeng and I caught a ride on Zhou Shaoan's tractor into town. The village's last bit of grain had all been hauled off. What was left was just odds and ends that didn't take up much room. These days, the tractor mostly ferried people back and forth between the village and town, carrying goods on the side, making one trip in the morning and one in the evening. After getting the details on the forestry station's hunting competition rules, I caught a ride back to the village. Around 10 in the morning, I got to the Zhang family's door, called Master out, and told him the rules for the first round. In 5 days, led by forestry station staff, contestants would head into the mountains to hunt from designated stations, and needed to bag game worth a total of over 100 yuan. Teams of 3 to 10 people needed to bag over 200 yuan's worth. Worth noting, the hunting grounds for the first round were just the ordinary deep mountains of the Daxing Range, not the fenced-off protected zone. Hunting in the protected zone, that was reserved for the final round. The second round's rules wouldn't be announced until the first round wrapped up. Hearing this, a smile spread across Zhang Jingwo's face. 5 days was plenty of time for him to fully recover. Leaving the Zhang place, I headed home, grabbed the long-handled scoop net I'd modified last night, the ice chisel for breaking through the ice, and a whole pile of fishing tools, then went straight for the little creek in the village. Sensing their master had big plans today, Blackie and the other two were beside themselves with excitement, tails wagging like crazy as they followed me out the door. As we neared the creek bank, I crouched down and pulled the gold beads out of my pocket. Blackie, yellow, gray, give these a sniff. This is gold dust. It's got a metallic, tangy smell. Remember it well. In a bit, we're going to search along the bank. The three beasts crowded around excitedly and sniffed hard a few times. They quickly committed the scent to memory and started searching along the shore. With the boost from my perception skill, everything with a scent gave off streams of scent threads. I couldn't make them out too clearly, but Blackie and the others could tell them apart with ease. Their effective range was about 100 meters, more than enough to cover the entire little creek. They searched up ahead while I followed behind. 10 minutes later, Yellow was the first to make a discovery. Woof! Yellow started barking at a patch of ice right near the bank. I hurried over and found the ice here was very shallow, completely frozen solid to the bottom. But through the ice, I could see something yellow frozen inside. A gold nugget? Found already? Yellow's efficiency was incredible. Overjoyed, I quickly pulled out the ice chisel and carefully broke through the ice nearby, brushed away the fragments, and slowly lifted out the whole chunk of ice with the gold nugget encased inside. I crouched at the bank and gradually chipped away the ice. But after a good long while, my brow started to furrow. The moment I pried off the ice at the edges, the thing inside came clearly into view. To be precise, it wasn't a gold nugget at all. It was a yellowed strip of metal. What the hell kind of gold was this? It was plainly just a piece of rusty old scrap tin, tossed into the creek by some wasteful clown. I was furious. All that effort, all that worry about damaging the gold, and I dug up a scrap of tin. Just as I'd figured, panning gold wasn't so easy. I let Blackie and the others sniff the tin, then took out the gold beads again for them to rememorize, and said, "Remember the difference between these two things. What we're looking for is the shiny, valuable gold. This tin here, it's worthless, don't bother with it." Yellow immediately gave a bark, letting me know he got it. All good. I nodded, satisfied. After all, he was the one who'd had that flash of insight about the perception skill. He had experience finding things. But half an hour later, staring at that lump of fool's gold in the bucket, I was worried all over again. Just then, Chen San's older brother, Chen Qingshan, walked over with a group of people. Seeing the gear in my hands, he said, "Well now, Dalong didn't head into the mountains today? Come to catch some fish? Let me see what you caught." "Huh, not a single fish? And there's some shiny golden thing. That's not gold, is it?" Uncle Chen Xiaotian from the Chun family spoke up next to him. "Daydreaming all day long. That's fool's gold. Dalong scooped it out of the river. I've come across this stuff before. It's pretty rare, good to bring home for the kids to play with." "Huh, really? My son's almost 6. Dalong, if you don't mind, why not give it to me? I'll share some fish with you once I catch any, bro." Turns out they'd come to catch fish and only came over to chat when they passed by and saw me crouching here fiddling with something. I felt a little hurt inside. I was clearly here panning for gold, but got mistaken for a fisherman. Still, it was just as well. Saved me from having anyone muddy the waters. "Sure, take the fool's gold. But no fish for me. I'll catch my own." I handed over the fool's gold and didn't linger. I grabbed my bucket and followed Blackie and the others onward. Nobody said anything more. After all, I was the village's golden boy now. A skilled hunter, a good guy, and I'd even helped the police catch a thief. It was normal for someone like that to have a bit of pride and not want to accept handouts. After walking a while, they suddenly realized I was headed to the same place they were, a wide stretch of river. And there were already quite a few people at the water's edge. Damn, we're too late. All the good spots got snatched up by that Sun family bunch. Chen Qingshan cursed. Chen Xiaotian's face darkened too. "Forget it. Let's head further upstream." The group walked on a bit, set down their tools, and got ready to fish. Seeing me keep walking, Chen Qingshan called out, "Dalong, the water's shallow up ahead. Not many fish. Why not come scoop with us?" The river was mostly stone loaches, bullheads, and mud loaches, with the occasional small crucian carp, and most of them stayed in the deep water. The shallows froze over easily in winter, so there were hardly any fish there. I said, "It's fine, I'm just wandering around, having some fun." Actually, when they'd come over earlier, Blackie and the two others had already memorized the scent of the fool's gold and ruled it out. Now the three of them stood lined up right in front of me in this stretch, which meant the odds of gold being here were extremely high. Little Creek Village was only so big. If that big gold nugget Lu Xiaoliang found in my past life really was lying in this river, it wouldn't take many tries before Blackie and the others narrowed down the location. A river couldn't be full of scrap iron and fool's gold everywhere. All right then, if you want to come over, I've got room here, Qin Qingshan replied, and got to work with his relatives, chopping through the ice, dropping nets, scooping fish. As for me, I broke open a big patch of ice, exposing the shallow water beneath, and stuck my long pole in to start panning. Even though it was shallow, it was still about half a meter deep and hadn't frozen solid. The first netful came up, and I dumped all the sand into the bucket, poked through it a few times. All sand and gravel, no gold. I wasn't discouraged and kept scooping. 10 minutes later, a good pile of sand and gravel had built up in the bucket. I dumped it all out and kept at it. By now the Qin family had hauled in their catch too. All small fish, not many, but enough for a meal or two of stew or fried fish. The Sun family, on the other hand, had come early, grabbed the good spots, and already had over 10 pounds of fish. Huh, what the heck is that Zhao Dalong kid doing? Someone from the Sun family noticed my side. Dunno. Fishing. Doesn't look like it. I've been watching him a while. All he's scooping is sand. And that spot's so shallow. What's he even gonna pull up? Weird. Isn't Zhao Dalong supposed to be some great hunter? How come he can't even catch a fish? Hunting's hunting, fishing's fishing. You think they're the same? Nah, I've got to go watch him make a fool of himself. That kid's been showing off so much lately. He's got my Uncle Mullen unable to hold his head up in the village. Count me in. Soon, a few of the Sun family came walking over to me. The others had eaten the pig slaughter feast at my place yesterday and had no beef with me, so they just watched from the side. Well, Dalong, scooping sand, are you? You must be bored out of your mind. With that, the Sun family bunch burst out laughing, and the Chun family chuckled along too. Qin Qingshan didn't laugh, but he couldn't figure out what I was doing either, scooping netful after netful of sand, not a single fish. Was I really just messing around like I'd said? He didn't quite believe it. He handed his tools to a companion and stepped forward to see for himself. Just then, my movements suddenly sped up. I dumped the sand from the net straight onto the ground, not paying the Sun family bunch any mind at all. Because in Blackie and the others' eyes, a big cluster of scent threads carrying that metallic, fishy smell was gathering and spreading at the target spot. As netful after netful of sand and gravel got scooped away, those threads grew more and more distinct. Even I could see them clearly now. Something seemed to click for the Qin family. This kid isn't trying to scoop up gold, is he? Thinking of that fool's gold, it actually seemed possible. But in all the villages around here, nobody had ever heard of anyone scooping gold out of the river. Qin Qingshan said, Dalong, you're trying to find gold, aren't you? Don't waste your energy. If there really were gold in the river, someone would have picked it up long ago. Only now did the Sun family catch on, and they all laughed. I was wondering what this kid was up to. Turns out he's trying to scoop gold. Total pipe dream. Right. Even if there really was gold, you can't just scoop it up and dump it on the ground. You gotta sift it out slow with a pan. Huh. I bet he ends up empty-handed. If this kid actually scoops up gold, I'll eat this bucket. The words had barely left his mouth when a sly grin spread across my face. I turned my head and asked him, You serious? What? You think I'm bluffing? Great. This bucket's yours, eat up. The crowd's faces went blank, then they roared with laughter. The Sun kid who'd made the bet spoke up. Zhao Dalong, what the hell are you spouting? You freaking found gold? And now I gotta eat a bucket? I think you've gone crazy wanting gold so bad. But the next second, the grin froze on his face. Because I reached into my net and pulled out a golden lump the size of an egg. That gold wasn't the bright, flashy kind like fool's gold. It was dull, dark, with a heavy, solid presence to it. If that wasn't a gold nugget, what could it be? Every onlooker was dumbstruck. This kid actually found gold? And a chunk that big? I'm not dreaming, am I? Dalong, is that really gold in your hand? Qin Qingshan couldn't believe his eyes. But Qin Xiaodian was certain. That's right, it's gold, a genuine nugget. A nugget? Yeah, I've seen them in the newspaper. The big ones are all called nuggets. In recent years, news of gold nuggets being discovered across the country had been popping up nonstop. 2 years ago, someone in Huma County, Heilongjiang, found one weighing 3.3 kilograms, and this year people in Xinjiang and Shandong had found some too. Even made the papers. My piece here isn't much, only a few kilos. Well, over half a pound, but it definitely counts as a nugget. Qin Qingshan's eyes went wide. Dalong, you really struck it rich this time, he said excitedly. A chunk this big has got to be worth thousands, right? 3 grand? 4? 5? Maybe, I said. I'm not sure exactly how much. But one thing's for sure, Somebody here's gonna eat this whole bucket today. And with that, I shot the kid a hard glare. The Chen family all turned to look, ready to watch the sons eat crow. Every face in the Sun family looked like they'd just swallowed something rotten, especially the kid who'd made the bet. But nobody saw what came next. The kid suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, a UFO. Huh? Where? Everyone's head snapped up, but after searching for a good while, there was nothing. By the time they looked back down, the kid had already vanished without a trace. What the hell? Chen Qingshan cursed. That little punk's got no shame. My face went dark too. Never thought that me, someone who'd lived into the 21st century, would get played by a cheap trick straight out of 1984. Whatever. Better to hurry back and ask Master how to turn this in and cash it out. I tucked away the nugget, grabbed my tools, and headed for the Zhang place with Blackie and the other two dogs. The Chens and Sons who'd come to catch fish couldn't sit still either. They quickly gathered up their gear and tagged along to catch the show. Over at the Zhang family courtyard, my dad, Zhao Yuquan, and my mom, Zheng Yinhua, had been called over by Chen Qingshan too, and the whole Chen crew filed into the yard along with them. Only the Sun family didn't get invited in. They had to stand outside the gate, craning their necks along with the latecomers. On the table, the golden nugget gave off an air of wealth that held everyone spellbound. Master Zhang Jingguo stared, slack-jawed, and in utter disbelief. Even Feng Ruohua, who'd just been throwing a fit, couldn't tear her eyes away. With news this big hitting the village and this many people crowding into the house, she stopped nagging about kicking me out. She just gripped Zhang Fengling's clothes and stood off to the side, keeping her from getting too close to me. Incredible. Just incredible. Zhang Jingguo said. One single day, and you actually found gold. Ask for it, and it comes to you. With luck like that, I'm ashamed to call myself your master. My dad, Zhao Yuquan, snapped out of his daze. Son, this gold's gotta be worth a fortune, right? Hurry. Ask your master how to turn it into cash. Yeah, hurry and ask. My mom, Zheng Yinhua, chimed in, buzzing with excitement. She didn't know a thing about gold prices, but seeing this many people show up, she'd figured it wasn't cheap, probably worth thousands. I laughed. That's exactly what I'm doing. Master, how do I handle this to cash it in? To cash it in, you've got to turn it over to the government. Go see the village chief for a certificate, have someone go with you to the county bank, and the bank will purchase it through the proper channels. So that's how it works. I'll head to the chief's place right now to sort it out, cash it in at the county tomorrow, and split it 50-50 with you, master. The second those words left my mouth, everyone lost their cool. Split it 50-50? That was a huge chunk of money. I'm a generous guy by nature, so I came right out and said I'd split the gold money down the middle with my master. Zhao Yuquan and Zheng Yinhua could accept that. Thousands divided by 2 was still thousands, and either way it was an astronomical sum, so it made no real difference to them. Across the yard, Zhang Fengling's eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at me. She shot her mom a glance too, and the meaning was clear. The man I picked myself isn't half bad, is he? Master Zhang Jingguo was grinning ear to ear, thoroughly pleased with his disciple. He knew full well that the little bit of advice he'd given wasn't worth half the money at all. He'd agreed to the 50-50 split purely out of the master-disciple bond and for his daughter's sake. He turned and looked smugly at my future mother-in-law, Feng Ruohua. A son-in-law like this, and you're still not satisfied? Feng Ruohua froze for a moment, her expression shifting back and forth. Finally, she forced out a strange, half-smiling look, pursed her lips, and tossed out a "what a piece of work." Then she grabbed Zhang Fengling and headed inside, adding one last line as she went. I still don't approve, either way. Master chuckled and waved me off. Forget the splitting. I may be your master, but I can't take advantage of you. Keep it and spend it yourself. The more capable you are, the better off Fengling will be marrying you, and then your mother-in-law won't have anything left to say. The moment he said that, the young folks around us all turned green with envy. I, Zhao Dalong, really did have it good, finding a master like this who taught me the trade and handed over his daughter to boot. After a couple more words, I set off for the village chief's house with my parents and the whole crowd. But what I didn't know was that old lady Guizhi had gotten wind of it too. She'd rounded up a bunch of freeloaders and beaten us to the chief's place. This gold was found right here in our little creek village, so every villager deserves a share. You're the chief. You can't just stay out of it. If you don't go talk to the Zhao boy about splitting it now, it'll be too late once he sells it on the black market. Old lady Guizhi delivered her speech with righteous indignation, and the crowd around her egged her on. That's right. The gold is the village's shared property. Everyone's got a piece. I say we sell it and give everyone $10. I second that with both hands and feet. I'm all for it too. The village chief, Zhou Weigua, had a sour look on his face. Every time there was road work, ditch digging, or threshing ground labor, this bunch faked being sick and never showed. But the moment there was a freebie to grab, they came running faster than dogs. He couldn't stand them, deep down. Still, this wasn't something he could ignore. The gold belonged to the state. If he really let me sell it on the black market and someone reported it, the whole village would get dragged through the mud. As for giving everyone $10, that was pure nonsense. With that many people in the village, what would be left for me after splitting it all? Besides, by the rules, whoever found the gold turned it over to the state and got the money. The village had no grounds to take a cut at all. Of course, if I wanted to be generous and set aside a little for village projects, that was something he'd be glad to see as chief. All right, quit your bickering. I'm heading over to talk to Dalong right now. Zhou Weiguo had barely finished speaking when I walked into the yard with a big crowd behind me. I'd heard the arguing about splitting the money from a long way off. So the second I stepped into the yard, I laid it all out. The gold belongs to the state. Since I found it, I'll naturally turn it in. But the money I get afterward is mine, not yours. Want to share? Not a chance in hell. Before the chief could open his mouth, one of the young guys got worked up first. Xiao Dalong, what's that supposed to mean? The gold was found in the village, so it's the village's shared property. What gives you the right to pocket it all? This gives me the right. I wound my arm all the way back, charged up for a second, and slapped him across the face. That slap carried a 50% power boost and knocked him senseless on the spot. Everyone there was stunned stiff. What was going on? He threw hands over a few words. Xiao Dalong didn't usually have a temper like this. Last time, when Sun Molan stole, he hadn't lifted a finger over that whole sack of hazel grouse. So why was he blowing up like this now? The Chun brothers were startled too, especially Chen San, who'd come over to gawk after hearing the commotion. He never expected me, normally so polite and easygoing, to start swinging the moment I walked in. Xiao, you're out of your mind. You dare hit me? I'll report you to the police station, see if I don't. Go ahead and report me. Let me spell it out for you. The gold belongs to the state, but the reward for turning it in is private property. You're stirring up trouble to split my money. That's extortion. You go to the police station and it's you they'll arrest, not me. The moment she heard the word extortion, old lady Guoji, who'd been about to chime in, clamped her mouth shut. Last time she'd gone to Shida's place demanding compensation, the village chief had brought up extortion too. If what I said was true, she couldn't very well keep pushing to split the money. But if she couldn't get a cut, surely she could pressure me to give something to the village? After all, I was a Xiaoxi village man. Putting up some money for local improvements would benefit them all. Having reasoned it out, she spoke up. Young people are so hot-headed. Can't we just talk things through? Fine, we won't split the money. But you're still one of us. Give a little something to the village, won't you? She was the one who'd brought this crowd, so the moment she spoke, the whole place went quiet. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. I remembered every bit of trouble these people had caused in my past life, and this time around I was absolutely not going to let them mess with me. That's why the second I stepped into the yard, I went for the harshest move, throwing a punch. There were only two possible outcomes. Either I'd cow them right off the bat, or I'd escalate things and force the village chief to step in and set the tone. Luckily, it was the former. One slap, and I had the whole crowd in check. Zhou Weiguo looked a lot more relaxed now and quickly picked up the thread. Dalong got a little worked up, but you people provoked it. Especially you lot. Our village is a long way from town, and we finally managed to set up a little consignment shop. You've been running up tabs day after day without paying, nearly running the place into the ground. And now you want to extort a man's private property? It's downright lawless. Riding the wave of intimidation I'd created, Zhou Weiguo settled some old scores, chewed the group out, and sent them packing, leaving only old lady Guoji behind as a representative to see how things turned out. Looking at the gold nugget I'd pulled out, he went on. Dalong, my boy, your luck really is something else, picking up a chunk this big. But I've got something to tell you, straight from the heart, and it might cost you a little. Haha. Go on, chief, don't hold back. All right. What Sister Guoji meant just now was that she'd like you to give part of the money to the village. Now, I can't force you, but the truth is the village has a lot of places that need money, and the books are empty. Take the consignment shop those punks ran into the ground. We can't stock new goods, so folks have to trek all the way to town just to buy a little meat or vegetables. Then there's the elementary school. Lots of the desks and chairs are broken. The kids have knocked holes in the windows, and there's road repairs, putting up power poles. He rattled off a whole list in one breath. If we really did all that, 10,000 yuan wouldn't cover it. I saw right through his approach. First lay on the hard luck story, paint himself as the poor, put upon village chief, then it's easier to ask for money. So how much does the village need? I asked. 600 maybe? 600. Thinking I was unwilling, he quickly cut the price. If 600's too much, 500 works too. Just 500? Right, just 500, huh? He froze. What did I mean just? Turned out he'd asked for too little. I said, forget 500. Let's round it up, make it 1,000. I've got no idea how much this nugget will fetch, and once I actually get the money, I'll have plenty of my own expenses, so I'll give the village a one-time 1,000 and no more than that. That work, Chief? Chief. It took 3 calls to snap Zhou Weiguo out of his daze. Had he heard right? 1,000 yuan? This was a windfall he'd never dreamed of. That's plenty. I was originally thinking 600 would first take care of the consignment shop and the school. With this extra 400, we can string up the power line along the road from Shidu's place to yours. The road repairs can wait till spring. It was bitterly cold, the ground frozen solid, no way to work on roads. So he'd focused on the villagers' daily needs and the school. Now that there was room in the budget, he wanted to run a second power line. You have to understand, getting electricity in was even pricier than fixing roads. Power poles cost dozens each, wire was priced by the meter, and you had to hire an electrician on top of that. Electrifying the whole village would run into the thousands. That's why for the longest time, only the road with the chief's house, the brigade office, and the school had power. Later they'd wanted to run a second line, and had even saved up to buy the materials and poles. They were just short the money for the last few poles and the wire. Now everything was set. With my help, quite a few more households in the village could finally say goodbye to their kerosene lamps. I was happy to hear it. My family had always used a kerosene lamp, going to bed early on the Kong every night. Now, by putting up money for improvements, the power line they were running would reach right to my house, and even take in my master's place too. I'd built a good name and reaped the benefits. 2 birds with 1 stone. With everything settled, Zhou Weiguo didn't dawdle. Within a few minutes he'd written me out the certification. I'll have Xiaoan go with you tomorrow to turn in the gold at the county. With him along and the certificate I wrote up, the bank will process it smoothly. And don't worry about catching the bus to the county. This afternoon, I'll find you a driver to take you there. I was thrilled. The chief lived up to his title. He'd thought of everything. He'd secured benefits for the village and thoughtfully arranged a ride into town for me. So skilled with people, no wonder he was the village chief. Out in the yard, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, but the chatter didn't stop. Even though they hadn't gotten a share themselves, at least the village had come out ahead. The ones with kids in school, the ones making daily trips to town, and those living along my road, all sang my praises. This is great. Now my little Zhuzi won't have to bring his own stool to school. Once the consignment shop's up and running, my old man won't have to keep going to town for sunflower seeds. Dalong's really something. Thanks to him, us Wangs are getting electricity too. As for those who hadn't gotten any perks and didn't much like me, after cursing that crowd for being good-for-nothings behind their backs, they got the gold panning itch themselves. One after another they headed home to gather up their tools, ready to go pan the river for gold. And so word spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and Xiaoxi village was swept up in a gold rush. Everyone dreaming they too could strike it rich. As for whether they'd actually find any gold, well, that was no longer my concern. Nothing more happened that night, and the next day came quickly. Turning in the gold was a big deal. So Zhao Yuquan and Zheng Yinhua both decided to come along into town and to visit second uncle's family while they were at it. As luck would have it, the school was holding teacher training today, so Zhao Xiaofeng had the day off. All 4 of us set out together. We left Blackie and the others to watch the house, packed up our things, brought along 10 caddies of wild boar meat, and headed for the chief's place. We hadn't gone far when a big truck pulled up right in front of us. The car door opened, and Zhou Xiaoan stepped out along with a sharp-looking man. Dalong, I was just about to come pick you up, didn't expect you'd already be out. Here, let me introduce you. This is Yu Hongbin, head of the transport crew at the township forestry farm. Brother Hongbin, this is Zhao Dalong. The moment Yu Hongbin and I got a good look at each other, we both blurted out at the same time. It's you. Zhou Xiaoan looked puzzled. What's this? You two know each other. I laughed. Not exactly, but we crossed paths once at Lu's Noodle House. Then I turned to Yu Hongbin. You're that rich boss, right? The one who ordered 3 bowls of hazel grouse and pork noodles. I've got nothing on you. Last time you sold 30-some hazel grouse in one trip, and now you've struck gold. You were born with fortune in your bones. Yu Hongbin never imagined that the young hunter selling grouse at the Noodle House was the same lucky guy who'd found the gold nugget. I was pretty surprised too. The village chief had actually called in the head of the forestry farm's transport crew to be our driver. I asked, isn't the round trip to the county a real-time sync? Won't the forestry farm miss you? Nah, I've got it all handled over there. Besides, Zhou Wei was my uncle. When he says jump, I jump. I nodded. No wonder the transport crew boss was willing to play chauffeur. His uncle had given the word. Blood runs thick, and when an uncle speaks, the nephew hops to it. After a quick round of introductions and a bit of small talk, we climbed into Yu Hongbin's truck and headed for the county seat. 9 in the morning. The County People's Bank. Director Zhu was leisurely sipping his tea when the office door swung open. The section chief on duty walked in. Director, Boss Dong is back again. Chasing his loan again? Yes. Tell him loans go out in order. There's a whole line of bosses ahead of him. I told him, but he insists on seeing you in person. Says if the loan doesn't come through, his business is finished. Director Zhu grew impatient. Rules are rules. Just because he's in a hurry doesn't mean nobody else is. If he keeps pestering you, tell him the bank's out of money. Yes, director. After the section chief left, Director Zhu went back to his tea. Being a bank director in this county was the good life. Come in each morning, brew a strong pot of tea, sip it with his feet up, catch a little catnap. Once he was refreshed, he'd round up the deputy director and a couple others for cigarettes and cards. A quick lunch at the cafeteria, an afternoon nap, then back to tea and cards until it was time to clock out and head home. This life beat being an immortal. Back in the lobby, the section chief saw the hopeful look on Boss Dong's face. Boss Dong, it's not that I won't help you. The bank really is out of money. The folks ahead of you didn't get theirs either. Boss Dong went ashen. How could a bank this size be out of money? At the end of the day, he just had no connections. They simply didn't want to help him. Last month, he'd shipped in a batch of new tricycles from out of province, ready to corner the county market. Then his wife ran off with some other man, taking the cash with her, and he couldn't even cover the supplier's bill. He'd begged and groveled all over town to scrape together enough to pay it off, only to get stuck on cash flow now. He'd come to the bank hoping for a little breathing room, and even that wouldn't come through. Boss Dong deflated like a punctured ball and slumped back into his chair. Just then, I walked in with my whole family in tow. Hello, comrade. What can I help you with? The section chief on duty still asked politely, though a trace of disdain showed. In his eyes, the county bank served cadres, workers, and business owners. Country farmers barely saved a few coins a year. If they had banking to do, they went to the credit co-op in the township. Most who came to the county were just here to gawk. But the next second, the moment I opened my mouth, he froze. Hello, I found a gold nugget out in my village, and I'm here to turn it in. This is the certification the village issued, and this is our brigade leader, Zhou Shaoan. He only caught the first sentence, found a gold nugget, here to turn it in. The rest didn't register at all. A gold nugget. This farmer standing before him had actually found a gold nugget? If this wasn't some prank, it was major news. The section chief forced himself back to his senses, glanced at the certification I'd handed over, and said, "This is a pretty big deal. Let me go check with the director. Please wait a moment." With that, he hurried off. I didn't just stand around either. I found a spot and got everyone seated. Plenty of people in the lobby had heard, and they all turned to stare, mostly shocked and skeptical. Without seeing the gold with their own eyes, who could say it wasn't a bluff? But Boss Dong looked as if he'd spotted a glimmer of hope. He turned and sized me up carefully. The section chief on duty pushed open the office door. "Director, there's something urgent. You need to come yourself." Director Zhu was in the middle of his half-lidded daydream, and the interruption set him off. Chasing a loan again? I already told you how to send him packing, and you're back to bother me? What kind of section chief are you? But the chief wasn't upset. If anything, his face was flushed with excitement. It's not about a loan. There's a farmer from the countryside who says he found a gold nugget and wants to turn it in. What? Director Zhu shot straight out of his chair. Where? Take me to see it, quick. A few minutes later, he walked up to me, his tone courteous and warm. Hello, comrade. I'm Zhu Yongqiang, director of the County People's Bank. May I ask your name? Zhao Delong. Comrade Zhao Delong. Could you take out the gold and let me have a look? I'll make an initial assessment. Sure, no problem. I carefully took out the wrapped nugget, peeled back the outer cloth, then lifted the waterproof oil paper. A heavy, dark yellow lump of gold came into view. The instant Zhu Yongqiang saw it, his heart began to pound. He'd been worried the farmer didn't know his stuff and had brought in a chunk of fool's gold. Instead, it was the real thing and of excellent quality. He studied the gold a couple more times, flipped through the certification, and said, Comrade Zhao Delong, on behalf of our entire staff and the state, I thank you for voluntarily turning in this gold. Please come with me to the back. I need to go over the details of your reward with you. He was overjoyed. Landing a gold nugget this fine, an advanced unit award at year's end was practically guaranteed. That would be one more line in his book of achievements. His title, benefits, and evaluations would all rise right along with it. So he ushered me straight through the green channel, taking me and my witness, Zhou Shaoan, into the innermost office. Out in the lobby, people were practically holding their breath, all guessing how much that gold was worth. The hope in Boss Dong's eyes grew stronger still. Half an hour later, I walked back into the lobby holding an oversized craft paper envelope and a certificate. According to the bank's professional appraisers, the nugget weighed 328.7 grams with a purity as high as 95%. At 16.2 per gram, calculating the base gold price, 328.7 by 95% times 16.2 is equal to 5,058.69 yuan. Then, factoring in the national policy, A 20% bonus on the total purchase price for voluntarily turning it in. 5,058.69 by 20% equals 1,011.74 yuan. So I walked away with 6,070.43 yuan total. After the 1,000 I'd promised to chip in for the village's construction projects, I still had over 5,000 left. Talk about striking it rich. Sure, I could have made more on the black market, easily enough to become a 10,000 yuan household. But 6 grand was plenty for me. Half a 10,000 yuan household, plus a certificate of merit and official recognition? Totally worth it. Zhu Yongqiang shook my hand again, thanking me. Comrade Zhao Dalong, the quality of this gold is outstanding. The county's definitely going to run this in the news. How about lunch together? I'll invite a few reporter friends over to interview you. No need to trouble yourself. I've got a whole family and relatives to go visit. Well, all right then. But the news coverage is a done deal. Would you mind sharing your real name with the newspaper? I paused, thinking it over, then decided against it. Fame brings trouble, just like a fat pig gets slaughtered. Making a name for myself in the village and town was fine. No need for the whole county to know. Director Zhu, I'll leave the news coverage to your discretion, but please keep my name and personal information confidential. Understood. We'll just use a certain Mr. Zhao from our county instead. After saying goodbye to Director Zhu, we plan to hit the supply and marketing co-op to buy a few things, then catch a ride to my great-uncle's place. Back in the lobby, I hadn't taken the money out, so nobody knew exactly how much I'd gotten. But Zhou Shaoan had come in with me as a witness, and when he saw those 600 plus 10 yuan bills, he nearly stopped breathing. That was enough to buy 2 of the tractors he drove. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life, and he didn't dare make a sound the whole time in the lobby. It wasn't until we got back to the truck that Zhou Shaoan finally spoke up. Dalong really hit the jackpot this time. Over 6,000 yuan. I nearly went blind looking at it all. Zhao Yuquan, Zheng Yinhua, Zhao Xiaofeng, and Yu Hongbin were all dumbfounded too. They'd figured it'd be a good chunk of change, but hearing the exact number left them frozen in place. Back when Wang Shaoling had demanded the 3 rounds and 1 sound, plus 500 yuan in betrothal gifts, the whole family had been worried sick. Now this money was enough to marry 6 Wang Xilings. Yu Hongbin's face was full of disbelief too. As captain of the forestry farm's transport crew, his pay was already high, 200 yuan a month with the base salary and bonuses. He usually treated everyone to meals, dropping a few yuan a pop without batting an eye. But I just earned 30 months of his salary in one shot, and that was without eating or drinking a thing. This kind of luck was absolutely unreal. Zhao Xiaofeng, my little money lover of a sister, narrowed her eyes into happy crescents. Bro, let me see how thick that stack of 600 plus bills is. Sure, everybody come take a look. I was just reaching for the money. Wait, someone's coming. Zhou Shaoan suddenly said, on alert. Everyone turned to look. A balding, middle-aged man was walking toward us. Looked like someone from the bank earlier. I frowned, unsure what he wanted, and was about to speak when he beat me to it. Hey there, young man. Anyone can tell you're a bright, promising fellow. And these 2 big brothers here, broad-shouldered and sturdy. Clearly the kind of men who can shoulder responsibility and get things done. And what a fine family you've got. Your parents looking strong and healthy, full of vigor, and your sister so sweet, pretty, and well-mannered. A harmonious family like yours is sure to prosper more and more with each passing day.